It was a sunny day when the main character arrived at the church, decorated with bright frescoes. The red-haired woman knelt down and cursed the man standing before her. The woman swore before the Lord that if they helped her in this matter, she would give up her firstborn. In those days, the ruler of the kingdom of Aden was a true tyrant. He not only brutally killed his enemies in front of everyone, but he also killed his children, even if they were just babies. Furthermore, he hated his servants, who, risking their lives, tried to give him advice. He truly was a mad killer, who brutally treated even his followers. Thanks to this cruel tyrant, whom no king in history could compare to, the capital long ago turned into a city of silence, fear, and blood. In an era where people's only goal was the desire to survive, Count Luxon had two beloved daughters. The eldest daughter was named Ljubljana. She was a pale girl with green eyes and red hair. The younger daughter's name was Kalin. She also had green eyes, but her hair was light brown. One day, when she was 15, Ljubljana decided to give an appropriate gift to her beautiful and very smart sister. In those difficult times, the inheritance of a title did not depend on birth order. Ljubljana did not understand who even had the right to associate titles in families. Meanwhile, Kaina tells her little sister that she chooses a certain garment because it suits her best. All of this gave Ljubljana an idea. She thought Kalina should be the next Countess of Luxina. Ljubljana ordered Kalina to immediately remove her dirty hands from her things. The older sister hoped that Kalina would someday become smarter and not try to take what belonged to her sister. But for now, Ljubljana was only concerned about the future. The girl was very surprised when her uncle ran into her room with horror on his face. He said he had just received a call from the capital. Ljubljana didn't have time to inform her parents of her decision. The uncle said her parents were summoned to the capital and murdered. They were murdered by the royal family. Soon the day of the funeral arrived, and the parents' bodies were brought next to the girls, covered with white sheets. Kaina could not calm down at the funeral. People did not understand what the count was guilty of, and furthermore, they said that the pearl handed over to the king had a crack. Just one crack. The funeral had to last 3 days. The state of the corpses was terrible. Their bodies were barely restored to be handed over to the Luxon family lands. The father's attempts to protect his children, giving up power and leaving the capital, failed. However, Ljubljana could not forgive this. It was the day the peace in her family was destroyed, but it filled Ljubljana with determination once and for all. Since then, time flew by, and when there was 1 month left until Ljubljana's 20th birthday, she congratulated Kaina on her 18th birthday. She gave her sister a gift, a luxurious gold ring. The guests were completely shocked, as it was the signet ring of the Luxon family. Everyone was shocked that Ljubljana wanted to transfer the title to Kaina. People did not understand why Ljubljana did not want to keep her status and was disinherited. The uncle argued with Ljubljana and assured her that their coming-of-age ceremony had taken place 18 years ago. However, Ljubljana denied it and said that the time had not yet come. Ljubljana expressed gratitude and said she was thinking of entering a monastery. Her uncle thought that was exactly the time she was talking about. Ljubljana said she kept thinking about it after her parents died. She said she wanted to live her life as a nun and escape the world. At night, Kaina entered her sister's bedroom. Kaina shook Ljubljana and said she knew she was pretending to sleep because her eyelids were moving. Ljubljana replied that she was sleeping, but she knew her sister always slept with her. The younger sister assured Ljubljana that she knew why she was going to the hotel monastery. Ljubljana couldn't help but ask why. Her sister replied that Ljubljana wants to go there because she wants to eat and have fun all her life, because there is no special need for discipline, and her family made many donations. Ljubljana could at least sleep and have fun for 20 hours a day. Ljubljana thought her sister was too clever and said she wasn't going to sleep 20 hours a day. Kaina said she forgot that she needed to eat, so she had 15 hours left. The main character told her sister that since she already knew, she should make a donation. The abbot is a very greedy person, and if the number of donations decreases, he will figure everything out. Suddenly, Kailna started hugging her sister. The girl joked that Kailna was crying. The younger one didn't like it, because she only said it in a very ugly way. The younger one told Ljubljana that she wasn't forcing her to write first, but if she sends something, Ljubljana must reply. Ljubljana agreed and said it was her fault. Ljubljana also pointed out that Kaina should not take revenge on anyone. She suggested simply living like everyone else. Ljubljana would have moderate fun, and Kaina should be smart and take care of her family. The protagonist asked her sister to forget everything and keep living. Surprisingly, Ljubljana had few belongings. Some clothes, a couple of books, and a bow and arrow handmade by her father. Ljubljana lived a quiet and measured life in the monastery, responding to letters from Alina every day. The letters were filled with daily affairs deteriorating in the kingdom. There were the travels of a tyrant who said he would never age, bathing in the blood of children. And he extorted huge, unheard-of taxes, ruining even the nobles. The main ones, the character just shook her head at all this nonsense and did not mention anything related to the word tyrant in her reply. One day, a girl ran into her room and shouted at Ljubljana that it was not time to sleep. She said she had guests. The men said the main character should have gone to the chapel faster. Ljubljana immediately ran to the right place. She was very surprised to see the man in front of her. The sister Ljubljana hadn't seen in several years smiled at her. She said they hadn't seen each other in a long time and that she was ready to finally overthrow and destroy this scoundrel. She would do it in any order because the result would be the same. To do this, she needs the help of her older sister. Kalina invited Ljubljana to overthrow this tyrant together. The main character left the title and the care of the family to her smart sister. In this cruel world, the protagonist decided that this would be the best solution to be able to keep her title and protect her younger sister. Ljubljana spent the 4 years in the monastery, constantly training in the backyard. At that time, her smart sister finally found a way to overthrow the scoundrel. But for her, it was not enough just to protect her family and land. Kalin said she could change the order, kill first, and then overthrow. She appeared before her sister, with full readiness to overthrow the tyrant. She asked her sister and Ljubljana for help. Of course, she agreed to help her. She, as a former member of Count Luxon's family, swore that her sword and arrows would point at Kalina's enemies, and her shield would protect her mistress until her last breath. The main character will love and respect her lover, and serve her with all her heart. Ljubljana asked to be accepted. Kalin asked not to sell her faith for this oath. The price of loyalty is sweet, but the fruits of betrayal are poisonous. The girl said that Ljubljana's earthly shell and soul, faithful to God, belonged to Kalina. The younger sister announced that she had given Ljubljana a new surname, and now both names belong to her. Ljubljana Crystal von Eschlien invited her sister to take a sword and follow her. Ljubljana said she would be happy to follow her sister. The protagonist was far from a religious person. Moreover, she did not believe in the existence of God. But if they, the children, were truly God's favorites, as written in the Bible, then Ljubljana asked God to sanctify the path for her sister. She asked for the power to achieve her goal and protect Kalina. She swore that if they helped her in this matter, she would give up her firstborn. The group pursuing Kalin was already a serious force. Her army became the nobles and inhabitants of the south, who were persecuted by the tyrant. And all the monks from the monastery who followed Ljubljana joined them. Kalin's army did not march directly to the center, but slowly moved north and east. To the east, the dominant count hung a white flag and opened the gates in surrender. He sacrificed his best swordsman. It was his own son, Ludante. Thanks to the count's surrender, they occupied the east without bloodshed, and Ljubljana soon received orders from Kalin to head to the west of the kingdom. A small battle took place there. Every time the main character saw enemies, she defeated them one by one. There was only one man she couldn't kill. This was the main defender of the West, Kadrik Feldhark. Ljubljana followed him for a long time, and one day she was able to aim. The man ordered everyone to be found quickly, but suddenly heard the rustling of leaves in the tree. The main character shot him, but the branch she was standing on failed, and she fell at his feet. The man was very happy because he finally caught her. Ljubljana's arrow cost him an eye. He screamed that now she would receive retribution for piercing his eye. After that, his sword pierced the main character's shoulder. After each taking a hit, everyone sat down peacefully at the negotiation table. Felthard said that, unfortunately, surrendering is not in their plans. Ljubljana understood that it would not be possible to resolve everything so quickly. The man said that, if they thought that Westerners would make a decision as easily as Easterners, then this would not have happened. For them, everything is different. At that moment, Kalin burst into the room. She immediately ran to Ljubljana. She asked how her sister was feeling. Seeing the protagonist's younger sister, the man said they had an agreement. He seemed to lose his mind when he saw Kalina. Ljubljana was completely shocked and did not understand what was wrong with him, because just now he was against it. Even if he was an enemy with great willpower, The main character thought he would be a good suitor, but apparently not. The older sister understood that she had made a blood oath and still had to get married, but she decided to take her time and first make Callan empress. Then she would think about who to marry. One day, after taking control of the south, east, and west, Callan's army marched towards the center. They finally arrived there. The capital, exhausted by the ruler's tyranny, did not resist the uprising. The people of the Luxem County handed out flowers and welcomed them with all their hearts. The army passed through the 7 gates without problems and found itself in the very center of the capital. But as they prepared to fight the king, they encountered an unexpected guest. A delegation from the king arrived to visit Lady Kalna. The men entered without permission. One of them said that their kind king asked to convey that, although Callan was a rebel, he wanted her to become his concubine and bear him a child, then he would forgive this crime. The man was immediately killed because he dared to say such a thing to his mistress. That night, the final battle took place. Callan's army marched against the oppressors. The royal army lasted only one night. Their inept fighters were busy fleeing. The tyrant himself asked not to be killed. He offered them money, land, and ordered them to take whatever they wanted. The tyrant said that if Kalna needed land, they could rule together. However, he finally fell to Callan's sword. The lady's last words to this man were that he understood nothing. Kalna finally avenged her parents' death. The next day, the main character's only sister, Callan, became the new ruler of the kingdom. The people greeted the new queen with joy and hope for a better future. Ljubljana was glad that everything was finally over. Kalna had ascended the throne. Now all that remained was to fulfill the blood oath. Kaina turned to her sister again and asked for help. Kaina said she wants to turn the kingdom into an empire, and that's why she asks Ljubljana to help her with this. Ljubljana realized that her sister wants to be not just a queen, but an empress. Kaina added that if her sister helped her, then she must catch the dragon. Ljubljana didn't understand why her sister needed a dragon. Callan said that the empress's throne should be decorated with dragon skin. Ljubljana agreed. She didn't care what her sister wanted to do. They captured all the neighboring kingdoms. First, they destroyed most of them and then absorbed them. Some on the outskirts remained alone, swearing allegiance. Finally, the 4 went to the northern mountains to hunt the dragon. Kalna told them to be careful. Ljubljana told her sister to go to a safe place. However, Callan ordered them to kill the dragon carefully, trying not to damage its skin. Ljubljana told her sister that she had just been crushed by a dragon. Then Kalina told Ljubljana to be careful too. At the end of a fierce battle, Dante cut off the dragon's eyes and heart. As a result, Callan sat on a throne adorned with dragon skin and wore a crown with a dragon heart. She became the first empress in the entire history of these lands. By her side, there were always 3 people who completely served her. They received the titles of dukes and were endowed with lands by the empress. The dominant black tulip received the western lands. Feltzark of the Iron Cross received the southern lands. And Ljubljana, known as Ashleyan of the Silver Lily, received the infamous northern lands. The beasts born from the dragon's blood were infected, and the only people there were prisoners in the abandoned lands. Kaina turned to Ljubljana and said that since she trusted her, she would assign her the northern lands, and she asked Ljubljana to defend her empire. Ljubljana did not know what to answer, but, having received an order from the empress, she immediately headed north. She re-educated the offenders, turned them into ordinary citizens, and introduced taxes. Those who had no problems with their limbs were trained as soldiers. After driving out the monsters, they built a high wall to minimize damage. When peaceful times finally arrived in Ljubljana's country, she received a letter with the imperial seal. Ljubljana did not understand what happened. In the end, it turned out that at the age of 29, she received an order to return to the capital. Ljubljana was shocked when she arrived in the capital. Only a few years ago, this city suffered from tyranny. The capital, which Ljubljana hadn't visited for a long time, changed a lot. Under Callan's rule, it changed a lot and became the true capital of the empire. The secular society of the center also flourished. However, Ljubljana became a savage from the northern lands to them. People talked about Ljubljana's return, and some said she was 2 meters tall and had a third eye. Others said that if you touched her, your neck would break. Some even claimed that she could use one hand to rip off the beast's head. Ljubljana decided that during her absence, everyone had contracted some kind of illness causing amnesia. After a while, Ljubljana was sitting with her sister. She was laughing. Ljubljana did not understand why she was laughing. And then Kaina asked if she was laughing herself. Kaina wondered why Ljubljana simply listened to rumors instead of breaking their necks. Ljubljana suggested that Her Majesty start the rumors, but the Empress denied them, saying she already had classes. At that moment, Ljubljana realized that it was Kaina. Kaina said she was talking about the difficult situation in the north, so that people would remember how much effort she put in. And thank Ljubljana. She explained that the rumors spread on their own and advised Ljubljana to stay in the capital, so they would disappear as soon as possible. Ljubljana didn't want to stay, but Kalina said she still had many organizational problems, and she needed her sister's help. Ljubljana realized she needed to start looking for a husband. The first child will be dedicated to God, and the second will inherit the title of duke and remain loyal to the empire. Ljubljana needed to find a person who could easily help her have at least 2 children. She realized she needed a strong man. Upon arriving in the capital, Kalin assigned Ljubljana a mansion next to the imperial palace. However, the girl's daily life soon filled with horror. Invitations started arriving at the mansion, piled up in a heap. Ljubljana wanted to refuse them all, but she accepted one proposal. Together with the lady-in-waiting and the empress, they chose this proposal to show the friendship between the 3 new dukes and to strengthen Lena's authority. The lady-in-waiting chose those parties attended by young people from the social circle. Ljubljana was angry with herself for agreeing to this. The lady-in-waiting told her that a beautiful girl should not express herself like that. Ljubljana noticed that this woman looked very much like her grandmother, so she couldn't say anything against her. Ljubljana decided to forget that the dress prepared for her was torn, but she still thought that maybe she should try to go. When the girl arrived at the event, she noticed that everything was as usual. The banquet Ljubljana attended was hosted by the Marquis. All the single girls and boys participated in it to demonstrate their knowledge and talk about the situation of the empire. It was an event where people could propose marriage, but ultimately marriage was optional. Ljubljana moved away from everyone. Thinking of the lady-in-waiting, she was pleased to think that this woman could not see her now. The woman gave Ljubljana a clock, but still didn't help her. The woman told Ljubljana that it was the most fashionable thing at the moment, and that she should get them during conversation. Ljubljana needed to choose someone good and not ambitious. The woman looked a lot like Ljubljana's grandmother. Ljubljana remembered how her grandmother called her Ljubi and promised her that she would have a good husband. And not very ambitious, Ljubljana told her grandmother that she would meet a handsome and intelligent husband. But the grandmother advised the little Ljubi differently. She said that a girl from an influential family in the capital should choose a husband who would not harm her reputation or property. Ljubljana decided that she would look for a husband, guided by her grandmother's words, a good man, but strong, who would help her conceive at least 2 children. Many good men died during the Civil War, but she needed to understand herself. And the most important thing is to give birth to 2 children, especially since such rare specimens as Cadric or Lou Dante already belonged to Kaina. Meanwhile, men pushed each other upon seeing the Duchess and called Ljubljana the king of the northern beasts. The main character listened all night that she was a cruel murderer. They also said that during the lunar battle she had no tears or blood, and that she was a true bloody duchess. Ljubljana did not understand why rumors circulated only about her. Cadric and the Ludantes were much crazier than her. She constantly heard how bad she was, and that's why she squeezed the wine glass in her hands so hard that it broke. Ljubljana was very angry, because thanks to her everyone lived safely, and she did not understand how they could say such things. A maid approached Ljubljana and asked if she was okay, but the girl replied that everything was fine, and that she did not need ointments. Ljubljana thought that most likely the Marquise was having financial problems, because she used low-quality kitchen utensils. Many women liked the damned Duchess very much, and did not understand why she was born a woman. Ljubljana did not understand the strange looks directed at her. Moreover, when she looked at the guests, they quickly turned away. Hate, disagreement, unwavering. This is what she hated most in people's opinions. Apparently, the girl who fell in love with Ljubljana was the fiancé of someone whose pride was hurt. They didn't even dare to challenge her to a duel. Suddenly, Ljubljana saw the Marquis' wife. The girl approached her and thanked her for the invitation. The Marquis' wife said that the Duchess brought the banquet to a new level with her presence. Ljubljana said she was careless, and her things were wet, and that it was time for her to leave. The woman was a little upset, but said that next time she would definitely wait for her. The heroine smiled slightly and said goodbye to her. After that, Ljubljana left and decided to take a walk. Anyway, if she returns home now, the lady-in-waiting will start harassing her with questions about why she returned so early. She thought that God really exists because Kaelna easily faced the tyrants and took the throne. She conquered neighboring countries, created an empire, and became empress. Everything happened quickly and easily. Soon the girl sat on one of the garden benches. Ljubljana understood that she needed to quickly fulfill her promise to God. She told him every day, but getting married turned out not to be so easy. Suddenly, Ljubljana heard someone say that she had no chance of getting married. She started looking and saw a man talking to a woman. She didn't understand how, among so many things on the planet, they were arguing about how marriage could be mandatory. She noticed that the girl was very beautiful. After that, she turned her attention to the man. He looked like he belonged to an aristocratic family and wore a black suit with a white tie. The main character was very interested in what kind of man he was. He was incredibly handsome, like an angel. Ljubljana realized that if God truly existed, then he definitely created angels in the likeness of this man. He was supposed to be the most beautiful of the angels, but the worst-tempered. The woman asked the man, Louismond, not to avoid her. The man pulled his hand away because he didn't allow himself to be touched. Ljubljana noticed that this man knew nothing of manners. The man looked back, but the woman said she wouldn't give up and would do everything possible to do her thing. But Louismond told her to shut up. Ljubljana was surprised by the way he spoke to her. Suddenly, the man heard a rustle and began searching for someone in the bushes. Ljubljana feared he was looking for her. She was embarrassed that Duchess Ashlion had become the laughingstock for hiding in the bushes. Although Louismond was handsome, Ljubljana found his character terrible. She remembered her grandmother's words that she needed to find a kind man. And strong, she mentally promised herself and her grandmother not to forget them. However, soon she visited the palace again. There Ljubljana met Louismond. This time he behaved completely differently than in the garden. It seemed like he was melting the hearts of the girls with his eyes and hand movements. Ljubljana thought it was because he was handsome and didn't look so disgusting. At that moment, Kadrik told Ljubljana that she looked good. The girl was happy to see her old friend, but the man said she was happier with alcohol. Kadrik then focused his attention on Louismond. In a low voice, he asked the girl who he was. Ljubljana asked if he could see with his one eye how handsome this man was. Kadrik, who had lost an eye, became more sensitive, but Ljubljana smiled and noted that it was simple denial. Kadrik asked if she was happy while he wasn't looking, but Ljubljana admitted that she was still embarrassed about him for this misunderstanding. Ljubljana asked who Louismond was, as it was the first time she had seen him. Kadrik replied that this man was the grandson of Count Graham. Ljubljana realized that if it was Graham, then he was from a family close to the tyrant. Ljubljana remembered that during the midnight battle, the entire family surrendered and submitted to Kaena. It wouldn't be strange to destroy them, as is usually the case, but Callan ordered Ljubljana not to touch anyone except the surrendered royalty. Thanks to Kaena's kindness, they survived. Ljubljana believed that the Graham family was ingratiating themselves with everyone so they could survive. Count Graham bought handsome men and offered them to Kaena, flattered her as best he could, and kept the gifts to stay close to her. When Ljubljana saw the Count's gifts, she was completely shocked. She asked her sister what they should do about it. Ljubljana even offered to help take care of them if her sister wished so, but Kaena said it wasn't necessary and advised Ljubljana to just say that the Empress liked everything. These words made Ljubljana realize that Kaena had a plan. Now Ljubljana thought it was strange. As far as Ljubljana remembered, the Count's men had wheat-colored hair and brown eyes. Most had no muscles, they were tall and thin. Ljubljana couldn't believe that a person with such silver hair and black eyes existed. The day the Graham family surrendered, they checked the Count and his family. Most likely, this man looked like a tyrant's illegitimate son. Kadrik confirmed it, but Ljubljana couldn't believe it. He said his name was Louismond Fen Lux Emilfin Graham. Kadrik asked if Ljubljana knew what the name meant. The main character knew that name was a sign of the royal family, bright silver hair, black eyes, and magnificent appearance. Ljubljana still couldn't believe it. Then Kadrik called him their last blood relative. More precisely, Louismond was the last member of the royal family they destroyed, and the only descendant of the tyrant. Ljubljana didn't understand how the tyrant's descendant managed to survive, because, in her opinion, they destroyed all his relatives during the midnight battle. Kadrik said that not even newborns were spared, but this was not enough to reach Louismond. It was unclear how he ended up at a banquet organized by the imperial palace. Kodrick added that they recently found out who he is, and that he belongs to the House of Scientists. This greatly surprised Ljubljana. The House of the Scientist was a place where people were locked in a tower as high as a wall. It was a group of mad scientists who dedicated their lives to learning. To get there, a person had to renounce their surname and swear an oath to God to study until death. Once there, they could only leave after death, which made it worse than a monastery. They were respected by both the people and the tyrants because they maintained political neutrality. Even Callan, who was besieging the capital to kill the tyrant, did not dare to touch the scientist's house. Ljubljana did not know that the illegitimate son of a tyrant would end up in such a place. Now she understood how he survived, but it was unclear why he was there. Kadric asked if she had been in contact with the North, but the main character replied that she had not received any news from him. Kadric didn't believe it, and said that the man regularly sent people and even transmitted information about the general situation in the central region. He got very angry when he realized that Ljubljana hadn't looked at any of the documents he had sent her. Kadric was annoyed and asked if she thought he had so much free time to write her letters by hand every month and waste paper, but Ljubljana had her own reasons. The man said he sends them periodically so that Ljubljana doesn't feel isolated in the north and has a general understanding of what is happening in the capital. She realized that his efforts were in vain because she hadn't read them, but Ljubljana assured Kadric that she had seen them, and she was very grateful to him. Then she noticed the waiter carrying a tray with wine glasses, and the girl decided to take one for herself. Then she assured the man that her words were true. Kadric felt like a relieved fool, so Ljubljana decided to ask what all this had to do with the tyrant's illegitimate son strolling around the imperial palace. The man explained that by order of the Empress, due to lack of personnel, she wanted to create a new administrative system. Teachings that deny reality are not worthy of existence. That's why the House of Scientists was destroyed and its people were put to work. While everyone was getting back their names and family ties, the tyrant's illegitimate son was found. Ljubljana was surprised that he was allowed to live even after everything was revealed. Kodric said it was Her Majesty's decision. At first, Ljubljana did not believe that this was true. Then, he and Kodric came to the conclusion that this was very annoying. Ljubljana thought that there were still several small factions, unsuccessfully trying to follow the tyrant's ideas and restore the old kingdom. Ljubljana assumed that Kalna was simply trying to expose them and get rid of everyone at once. Most likely this was the case, which is why Count Graham was still trying to get close to the Empress. Not caring about the growth of power, everything was exactly the same as with Lena. Suddenly, Ljubljana noticed that the aristocrats were gathering around this man, literally clinging to the tyrant. She was glad to have avoided meeting him that time, because if she had contacted him, she would have found herself in an unpleasant situation. The main character did not understand why this blonde man kept looking at her with a look full of despair. Suddenly, one of the servants announced that Her Majesty had arrived. Kodric told Ljubljana to go with him. Ljubljana understood that, in any case, Kalna or someone else would take care of this. The Empress's job is not about beauty or corrosive tricks. The main character just needed to find a suitable group room and return to the north. Ljubljana hated annoying things. That's what she thought, until she saw a woman assuring the descendant of a tyrant that she would marry him anyway. The girl decided that she needed to return and not even think about going out for fresh air. They kept arguing, and the girl said that this time she wouldn't let him go. At that moment, she clenched her fists in anger. Then she declared that today was the day she would make him hers. She hit the man and told him that she didn't like seeing pain on his beautiful face, so he should be hers. The woman said that he should know that the cooperation of her family is necessary for Earl Graham's plan, not to mention that marriage negotiations are already underway between their families, so the man should just give up. Unable to physically resist, Lewisman screamed and asked the girl to stop. Suddenly, they saw someone behind them in the bushes. It was Ljubljana. She slowly came out of hiding. The main character told them that no matter how urgent it was, she did not consider it necessary to do this in the territory of the sacred imperial garden. The situation was completely different from the past. Ljubljana wondered if she should help him despite his background. The man started asking for help. He reached out his hand to Ljubljana and begged her to save him. However, the woman clung to Lewismond and said she was very happy to see the Duchess of Ashleon. The girl introduced herself as Lizana, the daughter of Marquis Odile, and said that, as the Duchess sees, she was spending time with her beloved man and did not even suspect the Duchess's presence, so she sincerely apologizes to her. Ljubljana noticed that she elegantly asked not to bother her and left, as expected of a lady from a noble family. However, there was something else. Marquis Odal was still related to the tyrant. They were firm supporters of the Ainos, royal family in the Old Kingdom. Marquis de Odal had a long history. However, after the overthrow of the tyrant, they were cornered. They were forced to endure the humiliation of being removed from central positions and demoted in rank. The Marquis's power was so strong that not even a tyrant could kill him. Ljubljana learned that they had moved out of the capital. Therefore, the main character believed that Lizana would hate the Old Kingdom. However, Lizana worked with Count Graham to restore the Ainos royal family. Even 5 months after the fall of the kingdom, Marquis Odal did not submit. Callan admired his determination and promised to restore the title, as well as return the territories captured by the tyrant. Marquis Odal knelt and bowed his head to Kaina, but they did not feel true devotion to her. In the name of the success of the uprising, they reached a temporary compromise. Lizana asked the Duchess not to tell anyone about their relationship because they were still cautious and discreet. Ljubljana realized that this was a strange request because the only thing she saw was unilateral aggression. The expression on the face of this illegitimate son of a tyrant spoke for itself. Ljubljana turned to Lizana and noticed that, in her opinion, this gentleman did not share her point of view. The boy himself shouted for help, but Lizana denied all of this. She turned to Louismond and told him that because of his shyness, even the Duchess doubted their relationship. At that moment, the man quickly got up from under Lizana. In an instant, he escaped from her and hid behind Ljubljana. From afar, he looked thin and fragile, but up close he turned out to be quite muscular. Most likely he fell because the lady hit him unexpectedly. Anyway, Ljubljana did not understand why this boy was so intrusive. The main character asked him to calm down a bit. Lizana was surprised, because it seemed to her that the Duchess was trying to boast that Luimon had run to her. It was not yet clear why they were so close. The girl asked how they dared, but Ljubljana asked the lady to clarify the situation first. And be calm. Ljubljana pointed out that it would be better to continue the conversation tomorrow or any other day. But for now, she would help one of the Graham family members get home. Lizana was very annoyed by the way Ljubljana spoke calmly, as if she had power here. She believed that she should be close to Louismond and could not accept the fact that now a murderer from the north was in her place. She shouted that she would never forget what the Duchess did. Lizana realized that since she was cornered, she would have to leave. Ljubljana told the girl to tell Duke Feltarg if she had done anything wrong. The girl was angry because Ashley and Feltarg joined forces to suppress her. She assumed that Duke Feltarg was aiming for her Louismond, so Ljubljana decided that she would leave all the problems to Kodrik. She pulled Louismond's hand away and said this was her farewell. The man was surprised and asked her to wait. He didn't quite understand why she was doing this. Then he grabbed Lana's hand, preventing her from leaving. The girl did not understand why he did this. Suddenly, the man asked the Duchess to marry him. The main character did not understand what was happening and thought he had gone crazy. The man understood that she was probably perplexed as to why he was saying this after the second meeting. But Louismond had no other choice. He remembered the fate that befell him in past lives. To survive this time, he needed to stay close to this woman. This time he refused to die. Count Graham not only swore allegiance to the tyrant, but also offered him his daughter. The result was the birth of the tyrant's illegitimate son and a blood relative of the count, Louismond Fen, Lux Emil von Gram. The count's daughter was supposed to become queen, but she was poisoned. Moreover, the first prince constantly threatened young Louismond with death. As a result, Louis chose the life of a fighter, as if he didn't need the throne. Having survived all the attempts of the queen and the first prince, he stopped them and sighed with relief. However, Callan soon ordered the death of all illegitimate children. Kodrik and Lou Dante looked at this dirty creature. Then they killed him with their swords. But suddenly, he came back to life. He was sure he had been executed, but he returned to the past. So he decided that this was his chance. This time, he promised himself that he would not die and would survive at any cost. He swore allegiance to the first prince and even pretended to be a woman. The vicious cycle could not be broken. Thus, Louismond lived his 7th death and is now living his 8th life. The man headed to the House of Scientists and asked to go there to study. He understood that if he studied, he could survive in extreme cases. He successfully locked himself in the House of Scientists and planned to study for the rest of his days. But this plan finally failed. Kaelna was very angry because she did not know that Count Graham had a grandson. The man said he was the only pearl left to the Count's youngest daughter, a scholarly young man. And attractive, Louis Mont was brought here as a candidate for the Empress's concubine, but he didn't think she wanted this herself, because the intention to finish him was clearly visible in those eyes. The man understood that his 8th life might end here, but he decided he had to survive. To do this, he needed to find someone who would protect him, someone who was highly respected by the Empress. He needed someone to rescue him from the clutches of Count Graham and Marchioness Odile. He needed the powerful Duchess Ashley. Only she could become his savior. The man asked the Duchess to remain married to him for 3 years. He promised to divorce immediately after this period. Louismond also noticed that Ljubljana needed to fulfill the blood oath. During his 7th life, he heard about the blood oath that Duchess Ashley made. He said that it was not easy to find a candidate, so he asked her to accept him. He knew she also wanted to get married and hoped she would agree. Ljubljana put the knife to his neck and asked how he knew about her blood oath. When the man did not answer, the Duchess asked again how he knew this. The man was scared when he realized that he might die again. He had already seen his death at the hands of Dukes Feldhark and Dominant, and now, apparently, it was the turn of Duchess Ashley Jan. However, Louis realized that he no longer wanted to die, and then tears ran down his face. Ljubljana asked him why he was crying. Then the man said that he was sad to die like this. The girl said that he needed to be honest if he wanted to live. And then she asked again how he knew about her oath. He remembered how the professor told him that not all paths would lead to a solution. Discovering new paths is part of science, and the professor was right. The man realized that if he didn't find an answer on this path, he must create a new one, even if he had to blame someone else. Louismond admitted that he learned from his grandfather that he was plotting an adventure. He was surprised that the Duchess didn't even raise an eyebrow or ask what was wrong with it. He asked her why he proposed marriage to her, even if he saw him with Count Gregum. Louismond admitted that all this was done for the sake of survival. According to him, the Count was plotting treason, but he wasn't interested in the destroyed country. The guy was loyal only to Her Majesty the Empress and wanted to prevent a coup d'etat. Ljubljana asked if that was the only reason he proposed marriage to her. She also pointed out that she really needs to find her husband, but he must not be involved in the coup attempt. This was true, but Ljubljana had scared away all her candidates, and there was no other way to explain why she was single at that age. Louismond, in his 6th life, saw that Duke Feltzark was definitely plotting something. Louismond promised that he would reveal all the details of his grandfather's plot and try for the sake of their marriage with all care and sincerity. Louismond would do everything possible to help her, no matter what she asked of him. However, he did not understand why the Duchess was silent, and then decided he had one last option. He promised that he would never fall in love with Ljubljana. This is exactly what the heroines of the novels he read in his 2nd life say. None of the main heroines rejected their proposals, so this strategy is 100% effective. These were the terms of an arranged marriage. However, Ljubljana did not understand what he was talking about, because the effectiveness was nil. It doesn't matter if the newlyweds have feelings before the wedding, but after the wedding, the husband must be faithful to his wife. So, the girl put a sword to his neck and asked how he dared to make such a bold proposal. But Louismond openly and boldly declared that he would remain faithful to his wife and sleep with others. Ljubljana felt like he was mocking her, but added that she did not want to have children out of wedlock. Like him, according to the blood oath, Louismond's first child had to dedicate 20 years of his life to the service of God. She wanted the second child to become an heir dedicated to the empire and the Empress, but giving birth to children from the tyrant's illegitimate son was not part of Ljubljana's plans. But in 3 years, she could give birth to 2 at once and divorce, so there was nothing wrong with that. If you look at this man, he definitely meets her requirements. Although he was quite thin, his chest was broad and he also had a good build. Louismond was embarrassed and did not understand why she was staring at him so fixedly. He apologized and asked the lady not to look at him, as he was very embarrassed. His voice trembled a lot and his cheeks turned red. The man did not even understand why this was happening. Ljubljana found this funny, noting that many women in the capital were looking at him. But he got embarrassed when she looked at him. Ljubljana lowered her sword and accepted his offer. Louismond was very grateful and said she could ask for anything, and he would fulfill all her requests. Louisiana pointed out that testing his determination was not that difficult. Louisiana told Louismond to come to her estate on the third night to see if they could conceive a child. However, then Louismond did not understand what Louisiana was talking about. Then the girl explained that the essence of her blood oath was to have at least 2 children during the marriage. This was Louisiana's condition. Therefore, if Louismond really wants to marry her, they must meet in 3 days. However, as expected, he did not come, despite appearing determined. Louisiana even allowed all the servants to leave early for this. The main character thought that children were a strange condition. Even when Kedrick heard about this, he was slightly surprised. He didn't know what kind of person she was. Louisiana just said he was handsome. The girl wondered if she should give up or go look for him, when suddenly a servant approached her. He reported that the black carriage secretly left the Marquisate of Odeley, but returned to Count Graham. He asked what they should do, and then Louisiana replied that they should leave immediately. However, Louisiana didn't even know where to look for him. But suddenly, she heard a cry where Louis said he would not beg to be let in, and assured that he was against it. Louisiana hid near her room window. She began to realize what was really going on. Louismond shouted in anger, not understanding how they could do this to him. An adult man shouted that sooner or later he would marry her anyway, and there was no problem with that. All this time, Louismond thought that the lady wanted to achieve it on her own initiative, but his grandfather was behind everything. Louismond asked his grandfather if he was really so hungry for power that he was willing to sell him. The only thing left to him from his daughter noticed that his grandfather hadn't changed at all. Count Graham pretended not to understand what was happening and ordered the servants to drag his grandson closer to Lysana. Lysana, dressed in a luxurious white dress, said that Louismond should not keep her waiting any longer. Louismond told Lysana to shut up because he had no reason to be with her. The grandfather shouted at his grandson to stop being capricious, even though he is his grandson. If he stands in his way, his grandfather will not hesitate to send him to meet his mother. Louismond realized that most likely his 8th life would end now, and he got very angry because this time it would be his own grandfather's fault. The man was very interested to know if he could ever get out of this loop. Suddenly, someone broke his room window, and everyone immediately got scared. Louis and Lysana looked fearfully towards the window. The men covered Lysana with their bodies and asked who it was. Count Graham, seeing the uninvited guest, recognized her immediately. Louisiana decided to satisfy her curiosity, but then everyone else realized that it was Duchess Ashleyne. Louismond did not understand how he ended up here. The protagonist gave Louismond her hand and told him to get up. She called him her husband and told him she had come to save him. The man wondered if all this time someone had treated him the same way as Duchess Ashleyne. The grandfather was in complete shock and didn't understand anything. He asked what kind of marriage they were talking about, because marriage to the Duchess was not in the plans. The man shouted, wondering how the Duchess dared to enter his property without notice. Declaring that it was illegal, he ordered the servants to take Louismond to another room. He assumed she came alone, but it was not clear if the Duchess could handle the guards alone. The grandfather decided that she was just a knight who learned strategy. The Duchess was proud of herself, only because she was the Empress's older sister. The servants, upon seeing the Duchess, apologized and decided not to interfere in this. Louisiana didn't know what to do, but decided that these were ordinary people, so they probably wouldn't die if she hit them lightly. Louismond thought she was probably going to leave him and grabbed her hand. He immediately said that he didn't want to do this, but she caught him by surprise. Louisiana meant that everything was fine, but Louis interrupted him. The man began to apologize for this. Then, Louisiana sat down next to him and put her coat on him. She said she wasn't going to leave just because he held her hand. Louisiana replied that she had already said she had come to save him. The man didn't even know how to react. In his 7 lives, Louismond had never felt such warmth. Embarrassed, the boy thanked the Duchess for meeting the first person who saved him from death for the 8th time. Louisiana thought about how difficult it must have been for Louismond. He sat clinging to her, and his whole body was shaking with fear. She had only seen this man a couple of times, and each time it ended in an unpleasant situation. The servant said that from now on the young master would be under her supervision. Then, Louisiana declared that from now on, anyone who touches her fiancé must be prepared to become a victim of monsters. The servants were horrified to hear this. The Duchess asked Louismont if he could stand up. The boy quickly got up and began to thank Ljubljana. The girl held out her hand to him, but the man suddenly hesitated. He suddenly twisted his ankle and began to fall. However, Ljubljana grabbed him, preventing him from falling. Ljubljana didn't immediately realize that he was surprisingly tall and that his body was quite muscular and strong. The girl asked if everything was fine with her husband. The boy, in turn, thanked the woman. Meanwhile, the count didn't understand who dared to take him away without permission. The man shouted at Louismont, telling him he had no right to leave without his grandfather's permission. The man still couldn't calm down. Ljubljana asked if a person who had passed the coming-of-age ceremony really needed permission to leave the estate of his own free will. The grandfather asserted that Louismont needed to ask why this boy belonged to the Graham house, and to him in particular. Louismont couldn't figure out how this was supposed to be understood. Then, Ljubljana asked the count if Louismont was some kind of object that could have an owner. The Duchess said that if this were the case, then Sir Louismont would henceforth be a member of the imperial family and would belong to Her Majesty. The count did not understand what nonsense Ljubljana was talking about. The girl said that, in her opinion, the count was talking nonsense, and asked him if he understood the sin he was committing by trying to take possession of the Empress's property, and asked him if that didn't mean the count wanted power equal to that of Her Majesty. Louismont couldn't believe that someone could confront his grandfather like this. The Duchess explained that the property, territory, and all employees of the empire belonged to Her Majesty, and that she had the right to take what belonged to her sister. The count was very irritated by the Duchess's words. He asked Louismont what he was doing and ordered him to come forward immediately. However, at that moment Ljubljana whistled, and in that very second arrows flew towards the count. They did not hurt the man, they only scared him. He didn't understand what was happening. The main character said that her people were already outside and ordered the count to listen to her carefully. She repeated that her grandson was now her husband, so the count should not do any more foolish things. Soon she took Louismont to her carriage, and they drove away from the hated palace. However, he did not know if everything would be fine. Ljubljana did not understand what Louismont was talking about. The guy said that if his grandfather, or rather the count, accuses Her Majesty, problems will arise. What the Duchess said cannot be called a lie, but according to custom, nobles have full rights over their properties and inheritances. This is enshrined in imperial law, and the Duchess may be punished for violating property rights. Therefore, it would be better for Ljubljana to abandon Louismont. He meant this but couldn't, because then she would definitely leave him. Ljubljana said everything would be fine and assured the boy that she would sort everything out. She asked him if her husband needed help. The boy was surprised by this question. The protagonist noticed that he was asking for help stopping hiccups. Louismont didn't understand how she was going to do this while in the carriage, because there was nothing there. Louismont didn't want to believe it, but he still decided he was going to stop the hiccups with a kiss. The boy felt very uncomfortable with this thought. He had done this countless times in past lives, but this would be the first time he would kiss Ljubljana. Ljubljana said she wouldn't force him if he didn't want to. Louismont started denying it, saying it wasn't that he didn't want to, but before he could finish speaking, she pushed him against the wall. This made the boy wonder if he had done something wrong. Suddenly, Ljubljana got up and noticed that his hiccups had stopped. She said that one of her subordinates was eaten by a monster because of hiccups. So the Duchess doesn't like this sound. The boy was very happy that Lipo finally stopped and felt completely relieved. If you think about it that way, Ljubljana is a good person. Even though they weren't married yet, she called Louismont her husband. He didn't think the Duchess would come to save him, and the boy really hoped she would never have to regret her decision. Louismont decided that he would not allow Ljubljana to regret her choice. Therefore, today he will fulfill the condition of their marriage. When they arrived at the estate, Louismont felt awkward. The Duchess thought her maid was already asleep, so she left without notice. The woman noticed that the guest arrived so late, which was very unusual. The woman said she would prepare a bath first, and that Louismont should follow her. The boy thanked her for such concern. Ljubljana didn't want the maid to look at her like that, because Louismont was just a guest. And so, the Duchess realized that for the first time, besides Duke Felthark, a male guest was coming to her estate. Confused, the Duchess said they weren't at that stage of the relationship yet. This surprised the woman greatly, and after her words, Ljubljana realized that she should have kept silent. Louismont, lying in the bathtub, thought that he would finally live. He somehow managed to get this far. But despite this, the boy was still worried. If we talk about the original plan, then, Lewismond wanted to present himself to her as a man from the House of Scientists and start talking about the future, pretending to see him. But in the end, Lewismond decided not to think about his appearance because he still couldn't believe that he was finally protected. The boy didn't know what to do. Lewismond was confident that he could somehow attract Luviana. He believed that he didn't come to this estate today in vain. First of all, now was not the time of weakness, because today Lewismond had to make a decision. Meanwhile, Lyman in his room was thoughtful. He thought about what would happen when his sister found out about this. Lyman didn't know how to explain it to Lena. He could already imagine how today's mess would turn out, because Lyman is not a common person, and ordinary, but the flesh and blood of a tyrant. At that moment, someone knocked on his bedroom door. Then the girl grabbed her weapon, but immediately remembered that she was not in the north now. Lewismond entered Lubiana's room. The girl did not understand why he came. The boy, apparently, was also very embarrassed. The Duchess asked if everything was all right or perhaps he was in the wrong room. Lewis said he was here for what they had to do together. Lubiana at first did not understand what was happening. She assumed he was talking about their previous conversation in the garden that day. Lubiana said everything was fine and suggested they rest for now, but the man decided not to waste his opportunity so easily. Lewismond quietly asked if he could do it today. He immediately added that he really wanted to. Lubiana couldn't understand how someone could be so persistent and still blush so much, but she noticed that Lewismond was quite daring. Lubiana again addressed the man as Sir Lewismond, after which he asked her to call him Lewis from that night on. Lubiana mentioned what they had talked about a few days ago, but Lewis didn't understand why she doubted him. Even though she called him her husband, he hoped she would not regret taking him with her. Lubiana thought about telling Kaina everything, but she didn't even have time to think what to say the next time she came to visit. At the same time, Lewis understood that if he didn't get married now, he might die. He could not allow Lubiana to regret her decision in any case. Lewis must make Lubiana believe in him today and make the marriage happen. So Lewismond approached the girl. Lubiana thought that tomorrow she should go to the imperial palace and report everything. Meanwhile, Lewis took the girl's hand and pressed against her. Apparently, he was going to take the initiative into his own hands. However, Lubiana threw Lewismond onto the bed and pressed him against her. Lewis asked her to let him go because he was in pain. He approached so suddenly that the Duchess's reflexes worked, but he was stronger than Lubiana expected. She thought it would be soft, but when she pressed against him, she felt strong muscles. And dense, the Duchess thought that if he had such a body even without training, then with due diligence, he could become a skilled knight. Then Lewis said he gave up. Lubiana asked what Lewismond was doing. He asked if this is what they should be doing. Lewis reminded her that she was the one who proposed marriage to him first, but then wondered if it was too risky. The girl repeated that everything was fine. Lewis asked to be released, and Lubiana asked him if he would return to his home if she let him go. And he refused. Lubiana said that in this case, she could not let him go. She noticed that everything was the same as the last time, the same look he gave her at the social evening. It seemed to be telling her that he was determined and had his reasons. Lubiana did not understand why he was looking at her like that. Then Lewismond turned to her again. He asked if he could let him go now. Lubiana noticed that Lewis seemed to be used to it. Lewismond was surprised and did not understand in what sense he was used to this. He said that he didn't know about others, but he didn't want to know anything about Lubiana because it was his first time. And he wasn't a womanizer. Lubiana was very surprised that it was his first time. Moreover, she didn't understand why he was so happy about it. The Duchess let go of Lewis and covered her mouth with her hand, trying to hide her blush. At that moment, Lewis took Lubiana by the neck and kissed her. The girl closed her eyes and didn't even resist. Instead, she returned the kiss. Lewis understood that with today's thoughts in his head, he wouldn't be able to do this. However, he still suggested that they have a child. Lubiana asked Lewis to wait. She didn't understand why she agreed with him. Lewis laid her on her back and told her that he would take care of everything. At first, the girl didn't know how to react, but the Duchess soon understood his intentions and decided to accept it. She took him in her arms and began to kiss him. Soon morning came. When Lubiana opened her eyes, she saw Lewis next to her. She remembered that he had been with her all night. This was the first time someone else was in bed with her. Lubiana slept well, but for some reason felt tired. Suddenly, Lewis began to hug Lubiana while she slept, asking her to wait a little longer and sleep more. Ljubljana realized that he was most likely talking in his sleep. The Duchess was sure that when he woke up, Louis would not remember what he said. She couldn't believe how happy she was just looking at him. Soon Ljubljana noticed that he had woken up and looked strange. Therefore, she assumed that he was still half asleep. However, Louismond smiled and asked if her Duchess had slept well. After that, he began to clean the bathroom. He was looking for something, thinking that it was usually put in boxes. Ljubljana didn't understand what was happening to him. She also didn't understand why it went so well for him, even though it was her first experience. Soon Louis found the oil and began to add it to the bath. Ljubljana did not want to be enchanted by his angelic beauty, although she envied him. Louis apologized and quickly took the lady in his arms, undressing the Duchess. Ljubljana wanted to complain, but she found nothing to complain about. Everything was perfect, the right temperature and the harmony created by the dried petals and essential oils. Louis began to wash Ljubljana, asking if she was hot. He also asked her to tell him if anything bothered her. Ljubljana noticed that the water temperature was perfect and noted that Louis was good at it. Louismond was very grateful and said that this temperature was great for relieving fatigue. Ljubljana noticed that he easily found oils in the pantry, but Louis said that in most houses, bath salts and perfumes are in the same place. The girl understood that it was not so simple, but Louis managed it easily. Louismond was very grateful to his lover. He shared with Ljubljana that at first he was often reprimanded, but because of this, he quickly improved his skills. Ljubljana wondered where he learned this. The protagonist was even more furious because she was happy. She wanted to say something about his skill to hurt his pride a little, but when she looked him in the face, all the irritation disappeared. Soon Louis said he would bring towels. He started looking for them, but he didn't even know where to do it. Soon Louis was washing his lover's hair while she ate. At that moment, the maid entered the room and told the Duchess that she had to hurry up with her meal, because someone had arrived at the imperial palace. After that, a message arrived from there asking her to come quickly. Ljubljana was a little annoyed. Louismond got very scared and started asking what they should do, but Ljubljana gagged him with bread. Ljubljana said she would eat before leaving. She said she would leave immediately after the meal, so the woman should prepare the carriage. The Duchess understood that if she was called to the palace, Callan would already know everything. She told Louis that she would go to the imperial palace and that she would leave him here for the time being. Suddenly, Louismond grabbed Ljubljana by the sleeve and asked if everything would be fine. The girl was surprised that the boy reacted this way to her departure. She replied that she would return as soon as possible, but first she would visit Lena and assess the situation. Soon Ljubljana arrived at the imperial palace. In the palace, the servants noticed Duchess Ashley. They immediately realized that the atmosphere reigning in the building today was terrifying. Soon the girl arrived at the room where her empress sister was. Callan noticed her older sister and realized that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Ljubljana greeted Kalna, who noticed that there were only two of them here, so she could skip the formalities. Ljubljana said that even if that were the case, she did not dare to do so. She thought that Kaina already knew and called her because of that, so she needed to watch her words. Kaina, smiling, asked how Ljubljana decided to do what she did a few days ago. The protagonist realized that she would not return safe and sound today. The Empress said she seemed to have a lot of news for Ljubljana and asked her sister to be honest with her. She asked what her older sister would do to annoy her today. Callan then ordered the servants to leave them for a few minutes. She asked the maids to bring them a cup of tea. The girl believed that Ljubljana wanted to say something. Soon all the servants left the room. The younger sister sat down and said that there were only the two of them in the room, and that she was ready to hear everything Ljubljana had to say. She asked again what would bother her today. After telling everything, Ljubljana realized that her sister knew, but still asked her about it. Kaina asked her sister if she liked everything. Ljubljana replied that she couldn't say what she didn't like. Then Kaina was happy and said that Ljubljana could get married because she had given her consent. These words greatly surprised Ljubljana. Kaina asked if Ljubljana had come to tell her about her marriage, but the girl replied that she had. But she asked again if she was sure she didn't care. Kaina calmly said that Ljubljana could get married, but Ljubljana couldn't believe that everything could be so simple. Callan intended to use the tyrant's illegitimate son to attract and destroy the rebels. In return, Kaina announced that neither she nor the other dukes would attend her wedding, which Ljubljana expected. She knew that Kalna hadn't betrayed her plans or changed them by taking advantage of her sister's wedding. Most likely, Kaelin intended to immediately destroy all dissidents. The Empress asked her sister not to be angry, because she had said so in advance. But Ljubljana didn't care. She understood that not only Kaelin would not come, but also all the dukes. As soon as the wedding ceremony ends, the nobles will start spreading rumors. They will say that Ljubljana was fascinated by the tyrant's son and quarreled with the Empress. No one should have realized that this marriage was fictional. However, what worried Ljubljana the most was that person. In this situation, when the marriage contract expires, Louis will be accused of treason and executed immediately. Ljubljana must avoid it somehow. The heroine apologized for interfering with her sister's plans and causing her trouble. However, Ljubljana spent the night with him and couldn't help but worry about her husband. Kaina didn't understand why her sister was apologizing, as she always had a weakness for handsome boys. Ljubljana started denying it. The Empress didn't understand why, because then there was no explanation for why she saved Duke Feldhark. Ljubljana said that she saved herself and lost an eye in the process. Then Kaina asked if Ljubljana thought it would be easier to take his eye than to kill him. Ljubljana got angry because she thought she was being picky with her words. But the Empress said that her sister was still crazy about his handsome appearance. Ljubljana. She was embarrassed and said that this is not the case. The Empress didn't understand in what sense this was not the case. After all, even knowing about Kaelina's plans, Ljubljana chose him just by looking at his face. The younger sister was happy to know the truth and was confident she was right. Ljubljana asked her not to laugh at her, because she was an empress and should behave nobly. After these words, Kaelin asked how she thought the Empress should behave. She said there was no nobility, because every action Kaelina took was majestic. As befits an empress, Ljubljana noticed that she looked a lot like her sister and bowed to say goodbye to her. Kaina was angry because her sister didn't even want to share breakfast with her. The Duchess said she had eaten before coming here. Then Kaina told her to consider it lunch. She said she wouldn't take no for an answer, because Ljubljana didn't need to hurry to feed the animals in the north. Ljubljana didn't know what to do since she had already eaten. Then the Empress told her that the demon king had arrived, but the girl didn't understand what kind of king he was, and if there was a king who killed his own people. Kaelina noted that such a king existed. Ljubljana immediately understood that she was referring to a tyrannical king. Ljubljana pointed out that this is precisely why they killed him. However, Kaelina noted that she was the one who killed him. Ljubljana patted her sister's head and noted that this was indeed the case. Then the Empress smiled and said that Ljubljana could leave when she had eaten. The Duchess got angry because she felt like she was about to explode. At that moment, a man entered the room and informed the Empress that Duke Feldhark was still waiting for her. Kaina noticed that she remembered this. The man said that he came to see her before Duchess Ashley, so it made no sense to keep him waiting so long. Then Kaelin allowed him to enter, and Kadrik immediately headed to the correct office. Kaelina greeted him with a slight smile on her face. She noticed that, judging by his appearance, he had something to tell her. She was sure that he had brought her a lot of information. The man approached and knelt before the Empress. Then Kaelina apologized for the long wait. The Duke asked if Kaelina had given them her blessing. However, the girl replied that she was not sure she understood what Feltarg meant. The man asked Her Majesty not to pretend. He said that he disagreed, and asked in horror why she had allowed the illegitimate son of a tyrant to marry the Duchess of Ashley Young. Callan assumed he was asking because he knew nothing. On the one hand, he was the most valuable and capable person, loyal to the empire since its founding. On the other hand, he was the illegitimate son of a tyrant and the mistake of a millennium of the scholar house. He asked if it wouldn't be better to use and discard someone who is nothing without his appearance. The Duke was surprised, and the Empress asked him if he meant anything else. Callan asked him if he thought it would be wise to marry 2 of the 3 dukes in the empire. He also asked if the Duke was going to go against her wishes. Kadrik asked if the lady knew how hard it was to refrain from making a scene, a moment in which he clenched his fists until they bled. The Duke has spent the last few years looking for his distant relatives. He did all this because he wanted to give everything, including the title, to achieve the title of Duchess of Ashlian. But the Empress did not allow it. Kaina stated that she did not want to lose such a significant figure. However, the Duke asked Her Majesty to tell him the real reason. Callan replied that he was her dearest subject. Although his family was murdered by a tyrant, he remained defending the border until the end for the sake of the people. Ljubljana confused him with a man who gave up after setting his eyes on Kaelina. But in reality, He gave up because he realized that what he had in front of him was a true traitor who was unwilling to make a truce with the tyrant. The uprising having failed, the people who joined him were destroyed. Based on this, we can conclude that he is truly a virtuous person. Among other things, he developed unwanted feelings for his subordinate, for whom he was willing to go to the ends of the earth. If he marries Ljubljana, he will be faithful to her until the end of his days. However, Kalna hated him for hurting her older sister. The Duke asked if the Empress knew why he lost his eye. Kalin replied that it was due to an arrow shot by her older sister, and asked if she should explain it more clearly. The Empress asked him if he knew how her sister was fighting with an injured shoulder. She could no longer use the bow, so she rushed onto the battlefield with a sword. However, Feltarg simply smiled and was happy. While his sister suffered such a great injury, he said it wasn't that serious. But whatever the case, this injury destroyed Ljubljana's body. Kalna asked him how he dared to want to marry her, even after leaving so many scars on her body. The Duke replied that it was a fair duel. He also pointed out that he had already paid for this by losing his eye at the hands of the Duchess. If he hadn't resisted then, the Duchess probably would have killed him. At that moment, the man began to realize everything that was happening. The man asked if Kaina expected him to die that day. He also knew that if he hadn't counterattacked Ljubljana, he would have died. The Empress knew that at that moment it was only self-defense, but because of this, she cannot marry her. So the Duke asked what he should do. Cullen turned around and said that he must die first. He also said that now she must understand why the Empress does not bless their union. Feltzark asked what was wrong with the tyrant's illegitimate son. This scoundrel is simply using the Duchess to save his own skin. Then the Empress took a scarf out of the closet and asked the Duke if he knew what it was. He replied that it was a shawl. Kaina noticed the beauty of the fabric and told the Duke that her older sister received it as a 15th birthday gift. She kept the shawl in the closet, but Kailna took it out a couple of times to touch it. The shawl was so beautiful, and Kailna simply begged her sister to give it to her. The Duke supposed that the Empress herself had stolen it, but Kaina said that Ljubljana herself had given it to her. Kaina explained that since her sister liked the shawl, then obviously she found it beautiful. So every time she saw it, she asked to be given it. However, Ljubljana liked it so much that she didn't even dare to wear it. She continued to refuse and got angry when Kaina touched her. But in the end, she gave the shawl to her sister. In the end, it turned out that she never wore it. Her sister Ljubljana was one of those people. Then the Duke asked if the Empress was implying that the illegitimate son was similar to this shawl. The Empress was happy that Feldharg, as expected, quickly understood, and asked how this would benefit her sister. The Duke asked if he should try to earn pity and steal her heart. However, Callan didn't care. The point was that, after all, if she had asked her sister to kill him, she would have done it. The Duke himself realized this, because the Empress never allowed him to confess or openly show his feelings for the Duchess to Ashlian. The Empress always watched him from afar and got rid of anyone who dared to approach the Duchess. Then she asked if Callan would sit down this time. She observed that all this time he had been very careful when addressing the issue, but now everything was left to fate. He supposed there was a reason for it. Kaina noticed that he was very smart, and that was what she liked about the Duke. Meanwhile, the heroine returned to her mansion. Ljubljana thought that Kaina planned to kill Louis anyway. She wondered if she could get pregnant before that date. When the Duchess entered the estate, she noticed that the maids were running around looking for something. Ljubljana asked what happened. However, the maid didn't know what to answer. The maid tried to say something, but the lady-in-waiting interrupted her and told her she was distracted, and that her fiancé had disappeared. The Duchess remained calm and asked when he was last seen. They told her that a colleague came to see him and stayed in the room for a short time. Ljubljana asked which colleague she was talking about. The maid said it was an official from the Empire. She studied with him at the House of Scientists and is called Peony Lauren. She recently received the title of Baroness. The main character realized that it was a woman. The maid said that she introduced herself as a close friend of Lewismond, which sounded convincing. Ljubljana realized that it seemed Count Graham had not kidnapped him, but she didn't understand why he had run away, and asked the maid if they had searched the estate. The woman confirmed it, but said they searched everywhere except the West Wing. Ashley Ann didn't understand why they didn't search, and then the maid said that he asked her not to go to that part of the building, and he promised not to. The woman said that such an elegant and dignified man did not seem like someone who would break his promise, and the maid confirmed it, because his smile did not look like that of a liar. Shortly after, Ljubljana moved to the West Wing. The guy was lying on the floor, and next to him were many books. Ljubljana didn't understand what it was. The woman noticed that, since he only studied purely scientific works, perhaps that literature could hook him. Ljubljana decided that, in this case, she needed to replenish her library with those books. The woman asked if the Empress approved of the Duchess's union, and began to persuade the Duchess to get married as soon as possible. But Ljubljana covered her mouth and asked her to wait, because she was not ready to do it so quickly. But there is no need to wait long for Her Majesty's decree. Then she said that there were things from the imperial palace outside, and Ljubljana asked for them to be brought to her. The woman asked if the Duchess was going to stay here. Ljubljana noticed that Louis was too deeply asleep to wake him up. The Duchess decided that she, his wife, had returned from work, and he was still sleeping. Realizing that they were completely alone, she turned to the man who was still asleep, awkwardly scratching the back of his neck. The girl wondered what to do next. Her hand in a thin glove carefully touched the man's cheek. The woman promised herself that she would do what she wanted and try to please the Empress. If only this carefree love lived even longer than the 3 years originally discussed. In any case, nothing could be done, because being the head of the family was still difficult. The sister decided to take a firm step, and in the morning approached a carriage where it was indicated that if the resolute-haired woman settled all matters, she would receive a marriage license. Most of the important documents could not be stored anywhere, so they all remained in this office. The girl was worried about getting into trouble, but she didn't expect anyone to be able to sleep peacefully on the floor of this room. Sitting on the floor and leaning back in her chair, Ljubljana sighed and turned her languid gaze to the man. Her thoughts returned to the first impression she formed as soon as the lady arrived at the estate. She was very angry, thinking that her future husband had abandoned the estate. It seemed like he just wanted to laugh at her, leaving her alone after asking for help himself. Now everything had dissipated. Looking at that cute face with closed eyes, Ljubljana wondered why everything was happening this way. The boy never gave any reason to doubt his devotion, but strange doubts still crept into her head one after another. The man was distinguished neither by strength nor by firmness. For some reason, the girl was so worried about someone who had nothing more than fragile beauty. He really seemed too calm, and it was clear that Louismond felt safe here. That's why he fell asleep. She immediately remembered the moment she brought the boy home from her grandfather's estate. He was terribly scared and visibly nervous. Closing her eyes and sighing deeply, the girl realized that it was absolutely impossible to hate such a person. However, the point was that the Duchess was no longer the young and weak girl she used to be. Time passed and everything changed. At least there was more meaning in her life. Ljubljana had a husband. If everything went well, she would be able to protect him. There was only one problem left that had been haunting her since the announcement. The boss's words that Louis's visiting friend was a woman still echoed in her head. A strange colleague named Peony Lauren inspired no confidence even with her name. Ljubljana trusted her future, but still, curiosity took hold of her. In the end, after checking, she didn't find a single woman with whom he had any relationship. This could be explained because the boy lived in the House of Scientists, where they probably met. Perhaps that's why the young man insisted on signing a marriage contract. But 3 years later, he decided to run away and leave his legal wife. Ljubljana's hand touched his silky hair again. She couldn't believe that the man simply decided to run away with Peony, who was his intimate friend, of whom absolutely nothing was known. Meanwhile, the story goes back a few hours. When Louis was left alone with himself, he began to think about his behavior, and he was horrified. He became too bold. It seemed that immediately after his arrival, something had gone completely wrong. The couple even spent the night together. Everything was going wonderfully, and Louis seemed to be handling it well. Considering that, after all, he even prepared a beautiful bath for the Duchess, which surprised her very much. It seemed like nothing had happened, but the lady was not embarrassed at all. From her face, one could understand that all this was becoming quite boring. Louis decided that most likely the girl simply didn't like something. He didn't say anything, word while leaving the imperial palace. Horrified, the man put his palms to his face. He realized that he had miscalculated somewhere. Maybe she just needed his body. However, his self-flagellation was interrupted by Miss Lemons. She said that Miss Lauren had come to visit the boy. The maid seemed to ask a silent question about what she should do next. Louis, not wanting to give any answer, quickly jumped out of bed and headed towards the exit. Barely opening the door, the young man jumped into the hallway. He believed that his girlfriend should give at least some answers to the endless questions that every day became more and more. His joy knew no bounds, because the girl was already in the room. Drinking tea, it was Peony Lauren, the royal conservator of the House of Scientists, who now possessed an even higher status. No longer restraining himself, the man hurried to the meeting and rushed to hug the woman, telling her how long it had been since they had seen each other, but Peony asked him to step away. Sitting on a chair, the boy asked how the girl knew he was here. She replied that she found out when she came to work in the morning. Remembering this, Graham scratched the back of his neck. He forgot to warn everyone about his vacation, but Peony said that she formally requested time off for a friend. She explained that she was not here out of gratitude, but because of the rumors. In the House of Scientists, everyone was talking about Lewismond and how the Duchess fell in love with a handsome man. She stole him from the Count's hands and took him to her estate. Lewis understood that it sounded funny, but to some extent it was still true. Grabbing the cookie and chewing it slowly, the brunette listened to her friend's excuses. It turned out that the Duchess simply found out about his terrible situation and decided to help. However, the man had to give an answer about work, although he would not return there in the near future. He asked Peony to convey his apologies to his superiors, saying that he somehow had to get through this because he couldn't help himself. Peony nodded and got up to leave the estate, having heard everything she wanted. Just as she was about to leave the door, Peony suddenly froze, as if an unexpected thought had occurred to her. Turning back to Lewis, she warned him to be careful, telling him that this whole mess was definitely not for her, but that it was worth following the events. She advised him not to go too far in search of answers, because there is only one truth, and there is no way to find out what interests many people. These were not her own words, but the words of a professor from the House of Scientists, who knew that Peony was visiting an old acquaintance. After a few seconds of hesitation, the boy suddenly grabbed the girl's hands, declaring that this was an answer that would greatly help him. It now became obvious to Lewismond that the answers didn't need to delve too deeply. They were already on the surface. The boy had knowledge from the books he had read in a past life, which would have been of great help in such a difficult matter. The hero went straight to the forbidden section, believing that all the necessary answers were probably hidden there. The walls, lined to the ceiling with bookshelves, contained the information he needed. Past lives had taught the prince a few things, and he was no longer going to miss any opportunity to survive. The man always read several novels that only featured two main figures: the cold-blooded emperor, the cold northern duke, and the cursed werewolf duke. All of them were on the side of evil, but only for a while. After spending the night with the protagonist, these men became obsessed with her, turning the story into a romance. So Lewis thought that maybe there was an exception when something went wrong, and the hero managed to fix it. He flipped through the pages one by one, realizing that there must be an answer somewhere. While flipping through another book, the young man fell to his knees, frantically checking the sheets scattered on the floor. For some reason, nothing was written anywhere about the fact that other options for the development of events exist. For some reason, the main character always fell in love immediately after the first night spent with her. Lewismond realized that his efforts were simply not enough. He couldn't deny that he enjoyed being with his lordship that night. She was beautiful, incomparable to anyone else. The situation itself put pressure on the man's brain, slowing down his line of thought. It seemed ridiculous to him that Ljubljana was pretending that everything was fine. So Lewis just stared blankly at the ceiling. He supposed that he was just going to be used for one night, and then he started making sure that he was simply in a hurry. After thinking about it, he realized that the Duchess hadn't told the lady-in-waiting anything when they arrived at the estate last night. After everything that happened, the boy wanted the girl to give him a concrete answer that would clarify everything. The feeling of uncertainty became the most terrible torment for Lewismond. He thought that the Duchess, as Lewis knew her, was definitely not like that. She went against her grandfather just to save the boy, and even covered him with her cloak. Covering his eyes with his palms, the boy took a deep breath. It seemed that he was the only one who felt feelings. Turning on his side and closing his eyelids so as not to see the blinding sun, the man sighed. It seemed that only a few minutes had passed, although in reality everything lasted much longer. Upon opening his eyes, the man noticed a blurry silhouette with red hair standing in front of him. Getting up from the floor, the boy realized that Ljubljana was sitting next to him. A gentle smile lit up her face. She looked calm, not angry at all. She asked him if he had slept well. Louis looked up, trying to understand what was happening. He didn't expect to be noticed. The boy stared at the Duchess, who was sitting a few inches away from him. He didn't understand what she was doing here. The woman noticed with a smile that Louis was sleeping so soundly that she didn't want to wake him up. She noticed that the girl even covered him with her cloak. The young man looked at the floor silently, extremely annoyed, and then Ljubljana interrupted his thoughts, offering him something and asking him not to be surprised, but to accept and read the contents of the document. In the end, it turned out to be a marriage contract, almost bursting into a shout. The boy asked what it was, remaining unwavering. Ljubljana said that this was the marriage contract she wanted to receive. Louismund, blushing, looked down at the floor, understanding. The girl extended her hand to him, straightened his cloak over his shoulders, and told him that they had obtained permission. Today, at the imperial palace, she received the empress's blessing for their early wedding. She remembered that it was Louis who proposed the contract. Without going into detail, Ljubljana nodded, saying she was satisfied with everything. She thought to herself that in 3 years, the lady might kidnap him from Kaina again. Handing him a piece of paper, the girl asked him to review the articles and sign them. It contained all the information about their marriage, including what they would need to know after the divorce. The man would be considered a member of the Ashleyan family. Even if he remarries, his identity and status will remain intact. And he will also be paid alimony and a pension. The girl wanted to get something in return, that is, fidelity to the marriage for 3 years, as well as the deprivation of parental rights over children who would be born in the near future. If you think so, it can be considered cruel. Louis's hand clenched into a fist in indignation. The girl didn't want to talk about it, but the boy himself suggested they be together for 3 years. The last clause was added, only so that the man could not later say that he could not leave because of the child. They signed an agreement designed so that Louis would leave the estate without painful feelings for his loved ones. Addressing her interlocutor, the lady urgently asked him to read everything carefully to add or change something, but in response he only received a refusal. The girl said it was for security reasons because it was a contract with restrictions and conditions that the boy had to fulfill for the next few years. The pen was in his hand in a split second, ready to sign the paper. He said that his lordship would not allow clauses that could cause problems for her future husband to be included in the contract. Approaching the girl, the boy smiled and stated that he fully trusted his beloved, believing that he had no reason to doubt it. This made the heroine freeze in shock, taking a piece of paper. The girl turned around, agreeing with him since he said so. Meanwhile, the boy only thought about the Duchess, which is exactly what he should have expected, since she never behaved differently. Ljubljana was responsible for her words until the end. She helped him, even when he was locked up on the estate. The one with whom the hero spent the night placed this burden on his shoulders. Looking again at the interlocutor sitting next to him, the young man looked at her with love in his eyes. He will be her husband, who will also try his best to earn her trust. Meanwhile, the girl signed the contract. Louis felt like something had changed because he immediately relaxed and his anxiety disappeared. It seemed to him that everything was swimming before his eyes. The man could no longer restrain himself and fell to the floor unconscious. Everything around him swayed, making it impossible to see anything. But the last thing before his eyes was the figure of his wife, who was trying to scream, calling him Louis, which was very pleasant to hear, until he suddenly felt dizzy. Several hours passed. The young man lay unconscious on the bed, completely unaware of what had happened, and not knowing that the Duchess had been sitting near his bed all this time. The man looked peaceful yet anxious at the same time. His eyelids trembled, as if he was about to wake up from a nightmare. Ljubljana looked at her husband with warmth in her eyes. His body was too weak due to constant overwork and fatigue, which was definitely taking its toll. A few hours ago, a doctor arrived at the estate and made an accurate diagnosis. He said that it is difficult for a young body to withstand so much stress, but Louis will recover quickly if he rests and receives the necessary care. This situation did not suit Ljubljana at all. The girl was given a wonderful bath for complete relaxation, and the boy himself slept on the floor all this time. If you think about it, it turns out that not everything was all right with the man afterwards, because he had to go through a lot while living with the Count. Probably even being here, he got stressed, making him nervous. The girl thought about what this reminded her of. The young man was completely helpless and behaved like Callan when his parents died. Suddenly, the girl's attention was drawn to some strange movements from the side of the bed. She realized that the boy had finally woken up. Running closer, the Duchess leaned over the boy, who seemed to be barely breathing. Uttering the only words, the boy leaned back on the pillow and held out his hand to the girl. He told her that he didn't want to die at all. To silently calm Louis, the girl promised him that he would not die and that everything would be fine. Getting down and pressing her face against his chest, she said that everything would definitely be fine. The young man's eyes slowly opened, trying to look around. The ceiling looked familiar to him. Looking down, the boy saw the Duchess, who was sleeping peacefully, holding his hand. Then, the hero tried to reconstruct the chain of events in his head. The last thing that came to mind was the contract they signed in the office. After getting up and sitting on the bed, the boy still couldn't concentrate. He didn't understand why the girl was waiting for him to wake up. For some reason, she did everything for him and tried to show him that she was not indifferent to him. No one had ever done anything like this, which clearly fascinated the young man. Approaching the heroine's face, he examined her. Their lips were very close to each other. It seemed like something was about to happen, but everything was interrupted. The whole idyll was interrupted by Luviana, who suddenly woke up and asked if Luamint had finished admiring her. Jumping aside, Louis looked with horror at the girl, who was smiling. She said that with such strong breathing and movements, absolutely anyone could catch him. Getting up and placing her hand on the man's, the girl smiled sweetly. And she asked Louis if he would like her to show him how to properly pretend to be asleep. The hero blushed and asked what he had just called him. Lubiana said she didn't know what he was talking about. Then Luamint asked her what she had just called him. Awkwardly scratching the back of his neck, the girl remembered that they would get married very soon, so she thought about how best to address him. She had a nickname she could use, Luby, so she decided she could call him Husband Louis. Interrupting the girl, the boy said he wanted to call her Bia. He wanted to call her by that name, and not by the name that other people came up with. In a past life, the young man heard Duke Feltarg call his future wife. One day he asked Louis why Luby might have wanted him, but now nothing mattered as much. Even if the Duke cut off his head, Lubiana would remain his way. After thinking for a few moments, Lubiana said that she had always disliked her previous nickname, which was irritating. The Duchess smiled back at him, looking happy. She clearly liked the man, who was still quite cute. Trying to choose what to say next, the girl laughed and noticed that she felt surprisingly awkward, even considering that she had never experienced such feelings before. Thoughts ran through Louis's head. He wished he could stay with her longer, perhaps even forever, because he truly wanted to be with his beloved. His hand went up to her face and rested on her cheek. The next thing the young man did was bury his fingers in her blonde hair. The couple could no longer restrain themselves so close to each other, and soon they pressed their lips together in a kiss. 3 days had passed since the boy got sick. These days passed unnoticed because of the time spent together. But immediately after, something unexpected happened. Louis's temperature spiked. The doctor was extremely worried. He insisted on bed rest, which must be observed. Meanwhile, rumors spread throughout the castle like a snowball, attracting as many people as possible. Among all this nonsense, the funniest rumor was that the Duchess fell in love with the tyrant's illegitimate son and spent 3 days in bed with him. Anger at everything that had accumulated filled her head. She pounded the table with her fist. She hadn't slept for the 3rd night due to the mountain of work Callan had dumped on her. As she reviewed another pile of documents and reread the reports, the girl sighed. No matter what she had done, this punishment was too cruel even for her. It wasn't so bad at first, but over time the situation worsened so much that she wrote a letter. But this made no sense, because the message would not have reached the addressee. The Empress would have thought it was probably due to Lubiana's unwillingness to work, and she wouldn't have had to read it. Count Graham, believing that relations with the Empress had deteriorated, visited the palace to complain and express his deep indignation. Not wanting to listen to all this, Callan simply patiently tried to calm the entire conflict. Everyone was tired, but this was no reason to give in to emotions. As it turned out later, everything started when the Empress sent the Count a letter with permission for Luamin's marriage to Luviana. But the heroine was forced to pay a large monetary compensation. Otherwise, the decision would have been revoked. In the end, justice prevailed. Early in the morning at the Imperial Palace, a meeting took place between Lubiana, Luaman, and Graham. The future husband and wife remained silent, not wanting to start this unpleasant conversation. Earl Graham was not going to say anything either. Not very happy to see this couple again, His own servants were on his left and right. It seemed as if lightning would soon flash in the room due to the growing tension. Stepping forward and no longer able to remain silent, the man looked threateningly at the couple and declared that, despite the agreement approved by the queen herself, he was against this marriage. He was not going to hand over his Louis to the Duchess, even if he had to fill his eyes with sand to do it. This whole situation was already quite irritating for Luviana, who made it clear that everything was wrong. But giving up and handing the boy over to his grandfather's clutches was definitely not part of the plan. Determined to try to smooth over the conflict, the girl nodded, thanking him for raising his grandson to be a worthy man who knows a lot about everything. There was no regret in her voice when she stated that she was offering a generous reward in return. With permission, first there will be a diamond mine in the west and a salt cave in the south. The Ashleyan mine had the highest profit margin in the empire, making it an even better business. The salt cave was not inferior. They said its size could cover the area of several villages. Such dimensions seemed very impressive. This brought the girl no disappointment or loss, because all this property was presented to her by the Empress after she ascended the throne, and she settled in a new place. When the empire gets rid of all the rebels, all properties will become national treasures, so there will be no problems. Her thoughts were interrupted by Louis extending his hand, trying to get her attention. Tilting his head, he asked her not to give him so much property. He said this made no sense. Knowing his grandfather well, the young man could confidently say that this was not a deal worth accepting. However, Ljubljana tried to calm her husband, assuring him that it was nothing and nothing to worry about so much. Turning around, the man sighed convulsively. His beloved did not understand the gravity of what was happening, because all this could be used for an uprising, thus ruining everything for the empire. Turning around again, Ljubljana noticed Louis's depression. Reaching out, the Duchess took his hand in her palm and squeezed it tightly, trying to calm him with her caresses. She said she understood what he was talking about and what bothered him, but she promised him that everything would be fine. No matter that, no one knew what could happen by chance in the future, but Ljubljana, who had calculated everything in advance, counted on a good outcome. After all the hardships experienced in life and devotion, Callan only gave away the crystal mines and the salt mining sites in the north. It seemed unfair, but there was a certain reason. The point is that these places could be used for riots. Whatever the strength of the uprising and whatever the outcome, it would not change the villagers. Not even the spies serving the empire could be driven out of there due to the attack. Looking at her lover, the heroine felt sad. He again started apologizing too much. She knew that in everything there was a hidden plan that would someday be implemented in the right direction. Deciding to cheer up the boy, the lady leaned close to the prince's ear and asked him to raise his head higher. She reminded him that he was no longer subordinate to the count's family, which means he could enjoy freedom. The man must sit up straight and look directly at his grandfather. He wouldn't do anything to someone who was no longer in his power, because status and power were only in his inheritance. Following the advice, Louis turned and raised his head. Nodding slowly in approval, the Duchess turned to her grandfather, who was clearly ready to give. Smiling falsely, the Count expressed his surprise that the girl loved Louis too much, which means he cannot interfere with them. He added that an old man like him cannot interfere with the love of the young. Spreading his arms to the sides in a hospitable gesture, the brunette intended to forget all old grievances and seal the friendship between the two great families with a marriage, which will conclude in the very near future. Papers were handed to the man, which he had to sign. Frowning, the heroine crossed her arms over her chest, noticing how greedy this count was. Grabbing the pen, she signed everything necessary. He thought that if the rebellion succeeded, he might be appointed grandfather of the king, which would be a great honor for him. Even if he failed, it would be possible to use Louismond and hide in the shadow of the Ashleyan family without experiencing any emotion. Louis still looked silently at his relative. It seemed that he liked the idea that by selling him, he would gain more power and money. Picking up the paper, Ljubljana read everything carefully and nodded. Now everything was becoming official, and she only had this person left. The Duchess's assumptions turned out to be correct. Graham was just the tail of this uprising, not the body. Behind him there was someone else, more powerful, who managed the whole affair, planning every next move for each of his pawns. If they really wanted to make Louis their king, they would surely have done everything possible to avoid the marriage, whose consent had just been signed. Their goal was much more primitive. because the people simply wanted to revive the past kingdom that existed. With a tyrant at the head, Louismond was just another pawn who had a blood connection to the royal family. Even the boy himself did not matter much, because for a sufficient reward, they were willing to happily transfer him into someone else's hands, all that the rebels were waiting for. It was the division of the Duchess and the king through this marriage due to disagreements. Ljubljana understood that this man only had blood ties to the previous government. In fact, he would have been a worse king. Given his governing ability, Louis was treated completely differently almost all the time. If they really considered him their king and had devotion to him, the boy's life would have been completely different. Getting up from his seat, the count interrupted the heroine's thoughts. Leaning over and asking her to leave, he said they needed to talk with Louis for a bit. He said that the woman worried enough about the boy, but family conversations were another serious matter. About to say something, the Duchess turned to her future husband. He interrupted her mid-sentence, telling her that it was better to do what the count asked. Ljubljana tried not to comment on this matter, only throwing a cruel look at her interlocutor, which made it clear to him that he should shut up. Turning her gaze back to her beloved, the girl asked him if everything would be all right. Smiling, Louis assured her that everything was fine. He added that he also had something to tell his grandfather after everything that had recently happened. Nodding and turning around, the girl headed for the door, opening it. She asked him not to be shy and to call her for help if necessary. Just as she was about to walk a little further into the hallway, the girl froze when she realized they were talking about something related to her. The man announced in a sharp voice that he was no longer Graham. Turning around and hiding behind the door to continue listening to the conversation, Ljubljana glared at Louis, who remained silent, and then continued talking. The grandfather was no longer allowed to visit his grandson or appear at the Ashleyan house. A smile appeared on the heroine's face. The boy behaved like her husband, showing himself in all his glory. Not intending to listen to anything else, Ljubljana turned around and headed for the other rooms. Already halfway there, the Duchess noticed something or someone. In the distance, the worried face of Duke Feltarg could be seen. This man had never been known for his kindness, but today everything was even worse. Turning in another direction, the girl tried to avoid the annoying man, but the boy got ahead of her. Calling her by name, Ljubljana thought that even with one eye she could see perfectly. Turning to her interlocutor, the girl smiled warmly and greeted the young man. The blonde bowed his head and stared fixedly at the girl. He needed to find the right words. Not understanding what was happening, Ljubljana stared fixedly at the boy. There was no way he would do anything bad again, because they hadn't even started a conversation. Closing his eyes so as not to reveal his negativity, the boy sighed, making it clear that everything turned out better than expected. Sighing in relief, the heroine realized that the boy had become like this not because of her. She nodded and confirmed his words, because everything turned out for the best. According to the agreed arrangement, they were given the property of the crystal mines and the salt mountains. The blonde clenched his teeth tightly. He seemed too annoyed, and again asked if she had really given up all those possessions. He said that Louis must have fallen deeply in love for him to have so many jewels. This comment was unexpected, so Louis's eyes widened. Apparently, Codric was too sensitive to money. Or when someone from the lower class took possession of this wealth, Ljubljana asked him what his problem was. He couldn't openly say that the problem was that the heroine was getting married. He said that this problem was tearing him apart inside. Still not understanding anything, Ljubljana kindly asked him if he needed her to decide this for him. Codric snapped and said that everything would be much simpler if he could do this. The girl, even now, did not realize the truth that the problem would remain the same if it was not resolved, and the heroine understood it very well. Her eyes widened in surprise, because the man really couldn't articulate his thoughts. Then Codric frowned and spoke. He said that he promised to help her always, and as much as possible, he did. But even with time, nothing changed. Ljubljana looked with interest into her interlocutor's eyes. She wondered what exactly he was talking about. She thought this matter might be related to Kaina. She was always on the Duke's side, even if he did something wrong, because he was quite a valuable person in the kingdom. With the Empress, everything was simple. She had one goal she was completely focused on. She focused on the construction of the Eastern Platinum, which consumed most of the Empire's funds every 10 years. The words spoken by the Duke a few minutes ago could be deciphered as a hidden meaning that should have been conveyed to the girl. Apparently, he wanted to help her with a dam that she herself would never have completed. Numerous indications that he wanted to help meant that the Empress successfully ignored all the Duke's offers. Who was probably more than persistent? An incomprehensible place could mean the house of a scientist, which was recently destroyed. Someone grew up in poverty. It concerns mentally weak officials who came from there and entered the state. The heroine realized it like lightning. Only one question remained. Why did Callan exclude Cadric? Cadric, Duke of Feldharg, held the greatest power among the 3 duchies of the empire. Everyone in the kingdom knew this from the start. He is deeply involved in state affairs, which are gaining momentum every month. It is possible that the man has loyal vassals who are always ready to come to his aid. Along with the support of the Western territories, he gains more and more allies. The Duke's business continues to develop and remains more than successful, considering he started it not long ago. There are even more questions, because for some reason Callan pushes the boy away for such trifles. But since this has not happened yet, one must conclude that something unpleasant happened between these two. When asking him what Cadric thought about this, the heroine expected to hear a reasonable answer. But everything lost its meaning because she did not understand everything. The boy, not expecting such a question, asked why she was interested in his opinion. Ljubljana said she was just curious. This question cannot remain without detailed details, because the Duchess must tell her sister everything. At that moment, Cadric froze and looked around nervously. Finally making up his mind, the man sighed deeply and said that if Ljubljana was so interested in his opinion, so be it. Approaching and leaning towards the girl, the man exhaled silently, intending to kiss her. At that moment, a white-gloved hand penetrated between their bodies, putting up a barrier that did not allow the young people to get close. Ljubljana carefully examined the glove and realized to whom it belonged. Muttering under his breath, Cadric stepped aside, realizing that his plan had failed. The heroine, paying no attention to the strange behavior of her interlocutor, turned to her beloved and looked into his eyes with surprise. The blonde remained silent, not daring to utter a word, his cheeks covered with a slight blush, making it clear that he was clearly embarrassed and his heroism was over. Smiling, as if nothing had happened, Ljubljana asked him about the conversation with the Count. She didn't believe everything would end so quickly. However, the boy was not going to tolerate such an attitude towards the woman he loved. So, without answering the question, he carefully pushed her aside and took a step forward. The Duke smiled and asked what Graham was doing here. The prince frowned and accused him of crossing the allowed line. They stared at each other, almost shooting rays, which apparently led to an inevitable conflict. Ljubljana watched them intently. Her husband was in no way inferior to Cadric. The boy almost shouted, saying that he always knew this could happen with such a person. He insisted that Bia stay away from him. The Duke suddenly froze and asked if he had heard correctly. No one had ever called the girl Bia before. Not understanding why everything had suddenly changed, Cadric asked about Luby's nickname. He was the one who invented it. Without allowing the heroine to answer, Louis took a step forward and asked Feldhark not to call his wife that again. Anger invaded Cadric, preventing him from concentrating. Instead of a fight between the men, a verbal duel began, which gained dangerous momentum. Each of them insisted on their name for Ljubljana, who simply watched silently what was happening, wondering what to do next. Unable to stand it, the heroine grabbed Louis and told him it was just a misunderstanding, and that it was better to calm down. He whispered his beloved's name, and the girl hugged him, telling him there was no need to worry about such a trifle. This scene was interrupted by a voice from behind, Cadric sarcastically calling the boy puppy. The Duchess lost her patience, angrily looked at the Duke, and declared that Louismond was her future husband, and that it was unacceptable not to show him respect. The interlocutor hesitated, unable to believe that he was Ljubljana's future husband. Then the girl said that the Empress had given her blessing, and the conversation with Count Graham had just ended. So now everything was definitely decided. What bothered her was that Louis was surprised by the Duke's behavior. Cadric was furious, because the woman he loved was talking about marrying another man in his presence. Ljubljana was about to answer when Louis stopped her and asked them to finally leave. He lifted his wife in his arms and walked quickly towards the exit with a determined look. Louis knew they needed to get out of here as quickly as possible so that this monster couldn't look at them. Suddenly, Ljubljana raised her hand and grabbed the man by the neck. The girl squeezed him slightly, causing a slight fright to both of them. The Duke smiled triumphantly when he saw that Ljubljana's reflexes were still sharp. Understanding came quickly, and the girl froze in horror. She lowered her hand and immediately started apologizing and examining the boy's neck. Despite wanting to say something else, she headed for the exit without further ado. Ljubljana thought that Louis looked like a jealous dog on a walk who didn't like the other dog trying to get attention. The Duchess found this amusing, but she understood that she urgently needed to say something to Feltarg. Turning around, she said that she was leaving, or rather, that they were being taken out of this place. Waving her hand, she invited her friend to the wedding, but she didn't expect him to come. She expected at least a gift that, according to the prince, they also didn't need. The Duke shouted the Duchess's name one last time, looking increasingly irritated, but she and Louis were already gone. Only a few weeks had passed since the incident in the castle. As usual, silence reigned everywhere, except in the main office, where important state matters were discussed. Callan, in his letter, said that he did not know that a man was so interested in the Eastern Dam, that his sister approached him and asked him not to exclude the Duke's help. So the Queen decided to appoint Feltarg as the chief administrator of the Eastern Dam. In addition, he contributed the bill for the construction of the waterway as a donation in Cadric's name. This greatly angered the man, who was not prepared to take on even greater responsibility. Tightly grasping the paper with the contract, he shouted how badly Ljubljana had treated him. Meanwhile, in her office, the heroine was sorting through some papers, signing an official document. Louis was sitting silently in front of her. Putting everything aside, the woman smiled and said that very soon they would begin actively preparing for the wedding. They were waiting for the exact date from the Imperial Palace and the Empress, which should be finalized soon. Lemon will take care of all the preparations, so there is nothing to worry about. She is no stranger to organizing important events. Looking at the first document in the pile, Ljubljana read the blueprint, which showed the office located in the western part of the mansion, and the bedroom in the central one. The eastern part could be used for personal purposes. Louis listened with interest to everything that was said, feeling the familiar fatigue. Everything was swimming before his eyes, indicating that he would soon fall into an unconscious sleep. Villa's voice was too soothing to resist. The professor at the House of Scientists was the same. He always told interesting stories, and, despite the fact that Louis slept 20 hours yesterday, he was still drawn to sleep. A loud voice prevented him from falling asleep. The girl turned to her beloved and asked him to sign at the bottom of the required document. Despite the years spent in the House of Scientists, he was not foolish and would not sign a document without knowing its content. However, after quickly signing, he returned the paper to the Duchess. Ljubljana handed the letter to Limons and asked that it be accepted as soon as possible. The personal budget should be available to Louis in the coming days. Frozen, Louismont pointed to the side, asking if this was really everything for him. The amount was huge. Bella blinked in surprise and asked if this was not enough, or if something did not suit him. Calling Miss Lemons, the girl promised to make adjustments without listening to Louis's protest. But her words did not help. It was already too late, everything was decided, and this year the kingdom will allocate the same amount. And next year it will double it. A maid approached and offered to accompany Lord Louis to his dressing room. The woman took the boy to his room, leaving him alone. Louis still looked around distractedly, with slight confusion. The numbers he heard surprised him, but the money was a great opportunity for Louis. Approaching the table, the young man began to make a list. With so many funds, he could bring all his ideas to life. The first on the list was a plan to overthrow Duke Feldhark. Realizing that it sounded ridiculous, he quickly crossed it out, not understanding the concern for a person who did nothing to deserve it. It would be best to write about how to become a good and worthy husband to the Duchess. A good start would be to buy popular items and support the nobles. Utilizing the wealth accumulated by Cadric could also benefit the people. And the future, he planned to buy back the diamond mines and the salt mountain, promising to shower the whole world with rubies for Villa, who deserved much more. Several days passed since that moment. Wedding preparations continued at full speed. However, a letter arrived saying that the event would take place in 3 weeks. Lemons clutched her head and trembled in horror. They had been promised a month or more. However, the Duchess suggested from the beginning a simpler approach, to call a priest to say the vows and exchange rings. If the heroine could choose, she would have done it, even if the maid had ordered a wedding dress from the most famous designer in the empire. Approaching the sofa, Lemons fell to her knees and begged Ljubljana to ask Her Highness to do something about it. Ljubljana immediately refused and explained that she could not do it. She added that even if Ljubljana wants to change something, nothing will turn out well, because the Empress will thwart their plans. According to the Empress, it was not a royal wedding, but just a family game. So everything had to be completed as such, as quickly as possible. Raising a glass of wine, exactly halfway, the girl took a sip. On the one hand, nothing could be done even if necessary, but on the other hand, she could try, having rested from her thoughts, the girl, as she did. If nothing happened, she asked for more drinks to be brought. The maid, almost crying, exclaimed that ordering wine at such a moment was inappropriate. Louis's reaction to this statement was no less violent. He didn't understand why they were given only 3 weeks, when normally they took longer. Miss Lemons, who no longer expected support in this matter, took a handkerchief and wiped the tears from her eyes. This man was completely different from Ljubljana, who was not at all interested in the wedding preparations. She remained firm, taking care of her usual business. Starting to fuss, Louis began to ask about every little detail, asking what flowers would be needed to decorate the ceremony. He suggested that lilies would be the best. As a symbol of the family, he promised to provide information on where to buy fresh flowers. Lilies in bulk. The next request was the rejection of the symbols of the Graham family. The woman could no longer remain still and listened to all these details. She expressed her respect for Sir Louismond, pointing out that he always knew what he wanted and how to achieve it. She mentioned that in the future, the man would go through difficult times because of Ljubljana, or rather, because of her character smiling. The boy admitted that he always respected Madame Lemons for managing the mansion. He couldn't blame Bella, as he understood that the Duchess wasn't interested in such matters at all. Ljubljana looked around the corner and smiled upon seeing the sweet exchange between her husband and the maid. She observed their good relationship, which contributed to the progress of her castle. The next day, an even more active phase of wedding preparation began. Louis oversaw all the preparations, along with Lemons. The first in line were the lilies, which had been mentioned more than once, and both organizers agreed that they would be the best choice for the wedding. The man took one of the flowers in his hands and carefully inhaled its pleasant scent. He had seen many weddings in his life. He had even helped in some of them, but this was his first wedding, especially with his beloved. As his hand tightly squeezed the flower, thoughts swirled in his head, making concentration difficult. At that moment, he wanted to hug Ljubljana just like that. A servant girl, who was observing what was happening nearby, called the prince, who seemed lost in thought. She asked him to be careful and look at his hand. The boy looked down at his palm, which began to bleed due to a thorn. However, it was only a small prick that meant nothing. The girl disappeared, promising to bring medicine. The lily fell from Louis's hands. It seemed that everything was fine, but a strange and anxious feeling remained in the hero's soul. That did not allow him to relax. Sitting in the office, Ljubljana was ready to sit down and forget about work. Now, in addition to sending wedding invitations to all the nobles, Ljubljana could stay close to Louis, which was good news. On the agenda was an invitation to Marquis Odell. Perhaps he wouldn't come due to their differences, but his family came from a good family, and letters had to be sent to Duke Feltarg and the dominant one, as they would surely want to attend. A maid appeared out of nowhere with an urgent letter addressed to the Duchess. The girl carefully opened the sheet of paper and read it line by line. The number of attacks in the country was increasing, which greatly worried the commander. Despite the normalization of events, the man asked about the return of Duchess Ashley Young. Sighing, Ljubljana refused to send a reply letter, although the matter was important. It was not the time to return to the north. Everything would change with time, but for now everything had to be left as it was. Night soon fell over the kingdom, and complete silence reigned. A man in a black cloak jumped from the other side of the palace gates. Ljubljana got up from the ground, carefully brushing off excess dust and dirt from her clothes. She pulled back her hood and looked at the sky. Upon reaching the road, Ljubljana moved forward, trying to reach her destination before dawn. Almost no lights were visible in the city. Only in one house were the lights on all floors. The man at the bar took out 2 empty glasses made of a durable material. The bar owner was plotting something, offering bets that could influence the course of events. The dispute was over who would wear the wedding dress at Duchess Ashley's wedding. Some bet on the illegitimate prince, who was more beautiful than the woman. Others on the Duchess, who was with the Beast King in the north. A second later, one of the containers filled to the brim with coins. The brunette looked at him surprised, not understanding why everyone was betting on Louismond. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to start a discussion, because at least one person was needed to balance the argument. Taking a mug of beer, Ljubljana brought it to her lips and took a sip. These gamblers sometimes completely crossed all limits of what was allowed, without thinking about the consequences. The bartender, seeing the heroine sitting in a corner, hurriedly approached her. Hoping this was his last chance, he tilted his head to the side and asked if she would like to place a bet. He brought the empty mug to the heroine's cheek and continued announcing his bets, stating that if the Duchess bet the money now, she could win 100 times more. If the guest wins, he will sell the apartment and pay 100 times more. Suddenly, a young man in a dark cloak appeared behind Ljubljana and, smiling, he asked the owner if he was sure of his words. The person offering the bets was displeased with such an unknown person. Suddenly, a coin flew with a clatter into the empty jar. It hadn't happened in this house for a long time. Behind the young men, conversations and whispers began that made the heroine sigh deeply. People couldn't believe that someone had just put gold into a cup, something that ordinary workers and currents don't usually have, especially for betting. Unable to restrain herself, Ljubljana turned to the boy who had approached and asked what those shenanigans were. Smiling, the interlocutor asked what was irritating the Duchess so much. Grabbing the boy by the neck, the girl headed for the exit, dragging the Duke with her. Every time he opened his mouth, he ruined her cover. This was not desirable under any circumstances. After walking far enough to turn a corner where no one could detect them, the heroine finally let go of the man. Not wanting to waste precious time, Ljubljana asked with a smile about the stupid suit the young man was wearing. Lifting the hood, the boy, who turned out to be Duke Dominant, asked what was wrong with his appearance, since she herself asked him to dress like this and hide his face. So, Ljubljana said that there was no need for them to meet, if several pressing issues are not to be taken into account. She sighed, realizing that there was no point in arguing. They needed to go to a quieter place where no one could find or hear them. Turning towards the sounds coming nearby, Duke Dominant quietly asked if they would really leave a group of people aside. Addressing them, one of the men said that they had to leave while their older brother was away, that they had nowhere to run and apparently had money, which meant they could profit. Laughing vilely, one of the gang assured that everything would be fine. They were not going to kill anyone. On the contrary, the young men needed to take off everything they were wearing and leave as quickly as possible. Smiling in response to these words, the Duke drew his sword. Sighing deeply, Ljubljana asked him to do everything without bloodshed. Paralyzed, the man turned to his interlocutor and asked why he couldn't use a weapon. Ljubljana said she was going hunting and couldn't afford to have her family life ruined even before it began, because a few drunks attacked them. Not understanding what was happening, the men raised their eyebrows, asking what they were talking about. At first glance, it seemed that the couple was playing with them. Not wanting to wait any longer for the rich ones to agree to the deal, one of the group pulled out a knife and shouted that he would take everything himself. Unaware of what was happening, Ljubljana raised her head looking at the starry sky, which was simply beautiful in its dark colors. Staying calm, the woman closed her eyes. There was no need to register such a dirty show happening behind her. Everything went smoothly, and quickly, with a slight smile on the corner of her mouth. Ljubljana nodded encouragingly, admitting that the boy did a great job. Ludante slung his sword over his shoulder, returned her smile, and thanked her for the compliments. Bowing respectfully, he thanked for the compliment and assured that he was always ready to fulfill any request. Ljubljana had known the Duke for a long time because he was none other than Ludante. Smiling again and closing his eyes, the young man asked what happened. Duke Dominant Ludante, the youngest among the dukes supporting the empire. Despite his age, he possessed unimaginably strong skills, being the best knight in the entire empire. Many envied his swordsmanship. Putting his hands behind his head, the brunette invited the girl to put on a wedding dress to win money on the bet. Although he was handsome, he was just a shell, as inside he was bloodthirsty. Ljubljana smiled sarcastically. Even if she had to put on the dress with someone's help, it definitely wouldn't be for Ludante. Nodding his head, the knight mentioned that he came for a reason unrelated to the dispute. Due to lack of time, he could not attend the wedding, so he had to immediately hand over his wedding gift, about which the necessary information was given. The success of the event depended on it. Ljubljana assumed that the young man wanted to cheer her up with words. The Duke, no longer joking, shouted that he had truly important information. The heroine froze, not fully understanding what he was talking about, her eyes wide with fear. Stepping back a few steps, the lady swallowed loudly. A strange feeling tormented her, as if someone had put the tip of a sword to her throat. Every time a man approached, a feeling of uneasiness arose. Even with Kodrik it was the same. Even though they were friends or at least not enemies, she felt it. It wasn't just that Feldhark was the best knight. This feeling and this look made her tremble. Now she realized that this was why Kodrik advised her not to approach Lou Dante. The Duchess, not understanding the hint, frowned. She could never get close to someone like a dominant one. In fact, they had been communicating lately, but it was Dante who insisted on meeting. Not understanding, Kodrik asked why Dante was bothering her. Pointing his finger forward, the girl listed the reasons why he could do this. Since she is His Highness's sister, and he could influence matrimonial matters. They had discussed this recently, and now every line passed through their heads, making it clear that Kodrik was right. The gray eyes looking directly at her lowered, noticing how Luviana's hand tightly gripped the hilt of the sword, which remained in its scabbard. Lou Dante raised his head again and smiled. Seeing Luviana's nervousness, he seemed to enjoy it. The girl wondered what to do and realized that if she did something wrong, she could lose her life. Leaning closer to Luviana's ear, the brunette quietly said that the rebels were targeting her wedding. They planned to seize Louismond first and interrupt the event to make it easier in front of a full house. The thing is, this will not just be Duchess Ashley's wedding. The entire kingdom's attention will be focused on them. Having calmed down, the heroine lowered her voice, asked for clarification, put her hands behind her head. The man smiled. The woman took everything too seriously. He said there was another force among the rebels, seeking to restore the old kingdom of Aden. Luby didn't know about the other rebels. She only knew about a few who were poorly hidden. Smiling, the young man noted the amazing nature of this event. The restoration of what had long been destroyed seemed futile. The kingdom was destroyed not in the best position, which put it in doubt. Nobody knew why the rebels needed this, and who would become their new king. The empire was a new country, founded less than 10 years ago. Despite the adoption of a new government, people clung to old memories in the hope of returning to something familiar. The girl thought she shouldn't pretend to have a bad relationship with Callan because of a man who was the son of the previous ruler. This could affect her reign. To destroy as many rebels as possible, she needed to act quickly. The dominant, running back and forth, asked the girl about everything, noticing that something was wrong with the expression on her face. He thought she would understand that the illegitimate son of a tyrant would become her husband, which would undermine her reputation. Losing self-control, the heroine shouted, begging him to shut up. Sighing deeply, the young man nodded, saying that Ljubljana was thinking foolish things again. He noted that nothing could penetrate the armor that protected her feelings, as she only became serious when talking about Her Majesty. Of the three, Dante was the closest to the Empress, and now boasted about it. But the Duchess was his older sister, which made all these experiences useless. Ignoring her request for silence, the man mentioned that he was already thinking about getting married, which Ljubljana found foolish, because no woman would want her husband to come home stained with another person's blood. The dominant said that for the empire to be stable, it was important for Her Majesty to quickly find a husband and firmly secure an heir. He was sure that he would marry first when the empire was formed. But everything went wrong. The Duchess remembered Kodrik. He could have been the first because he was also a duke, and better than Ludante. The dominant, hearing this, turned to his interlocutor with wide eyes. Suddenly, he let out a laugh echoing in the alley. It seemed that Ljubljana hadn't said anything funny, but his reaction said otherwise. Wiping his tears, he asked if the heroine had said this to make him laugh. And grumbling, the girl said that after the hysteria the boy threw, she would promote Kodrik to become emperor. Objecting, the young man mentioned that he was trying to help her and save her wedding, forgetting that it was a wedding gift. To quickly save the situation, Lou Dante came up with an idea. He offered to protect Ljubljana's future husband, which he couldn't always do himself. Laughing, the heroine asked why he needed this, since she herself could provide protection. But the man said this couldn't be reality, unless she planned to take the prince from the House of Scientists to the north. However, she had a plan to make everything perfect by taking him with her. Louis could be wrapped in thick fur clothes to maintain his temperature. The dominant recalled that he couldn't be with him in the capital all day. No one could protect the Duchess's husband better than him. Ljubljana thought about it. This man was the head of the intelligence service in the empire, so it would be good to protect Louis with his help. However, this would result in additional problems. Turning around, she announced that she refused. A place next to Her Majesty could not be exchanged for anything. He believed in his sister's intuition. Even if she takes a gardener as a husband, the Duchess will support her. If he is someone abnormal, then he can be dealt with without Kaina knowing about it. Snorting loudly, the young man turned away, complaining that he had shared everything in vain. Then, the heroine asked if the Empress knew what would happen at the next wedding. Turning around, the boy smiled and said they were close sisters and should sort things out on their own, without external help. Having said the last words, the young man simply headed towards the exit of the dark alley. It was safe to say that he was not serious. Upon returning from the capital, another incident occurred at the ball when Ljubljana met the dominant. She asked him why he was making so much fuss lately. He didn't seem to be joking, but she simply didn't understand what the problem was. He suggested that it would be much better and easier for her to stay at the mansion, because it was inconvenient to see each other all the time. This didn't suit the girl, because at such events she was looking for a worthy husband. They argued again, each working hard on their own affairs and completely reluctant to acknowledge the efforts of the other. But Dante, as usual, offered to approach Lena, but Ljubljana refused and left him. Swirling the champagne in his glass, the man joked that the girl left too early. He raised his standards, so finding a worthy man wouldn't be easy. Smiling as if nothing had happened, the boy promised that if something went wrong, she could always turn to him for help. Stopping and turning around, the girl asked him in surprise if he was offering to help find her husband after just a minute ago he didn't want anyone but Lena. Bringing the glass to her mouth, the brunette replied that as soon as the Duchess becomes Empress, he would be happy to help in this matter. The young man won't like it if he doesn't get the best, and since he himself was wonderful, then his partner should be the best in everything. Raising his glass again to examine the beautiful whitish color of the drink, Dante continued to list the virtues a future bride should possess. The list seemed endless. Through the transparent liquid, the young man noticed the Empress sitting on the throne. She was, and remains that very goal, a wonderful match for him. The Duchess will never be able to become like her sister, because she is too lazy. He wasn't interested in what would happen next, but if the lady decided to go for an audience with Her Majesty, he would be happy if she was properly praised, and even better if the maid of honor said all sorts of unpleasant things. About Codric, the story moves on to the next morning. Ashleighan Castle shone in anticipation of the mistress's arrival. Entering the hall silently, the girl began to look around carefully, as if someone could grab her hand because she had been out all night. Things didn't start as planned, because lemons appeared on the stairs. She adjusted her glasses and asked where the lady had gone, not wanting to alert anyone. Trying to find the right words, Ljubljana smoothed her hair, saying she had woken up early and decided to take a walk. But the maid said that today there was a dress fitting, so the Duchess had no right to run off somewhere. It completely slipped her mind, because she had already planned her day, forgetting the appropriate date that Louis and the boss had set on their own. The girl asked if she needed to wear a dress for this wedding, throwing everyone around. In a stupor, from which the maid came out in a few minutes, she was speechless for a few minutes. The servants behind began to whisper triumphantly, because they knew this would happen. 2 of them bet their 3 months' salary on this, and another even bet all his savings, confident in victory. The maid, indignant, raised her voice at them and threw them out of the room. Then the woman asked why Ljubljana didn't want to try on the dress. She asked if this might be related to the strange rumors spreading through the streets in anticipation of the upcoming wedding. Smiling, the girl nodded vaguely. Nobody knew what was going on in her head, not even herself. The skirmish was interrupted by a male voice coming from somewhere above. Louis asking if his beloved slept well that night. She instantly sided with him. The girl smiled, said she had slept a little, and then asked him how he had spent the night. Rubbing his eyes, the man replied sleepily, which was good because he also slept well, even though he spent almost the whole night alone. Something told her that his words were not true because he looked too drowsy. This could only be assumed because the woman did not sleep next to him and could not control how he slept. She had urgent matters that could not be postponed. So before going to bed, Ljubljana expressed her desire to sleep separately, and instead went to sleep, meeting with Ludante, which was a mistake. Breakfast, as usual, was quite normal. Each person at the table sat in complete silence, as if wondering what to do next. Clearing his throat, Louis decided to start the conversation by asking about an urgent matter that had arisen the day before. He was very worried about his wife because she returned late, which meant she needed a good night's sleep. Louis reminded her that he was fast asleep, so if someone came in and lay down next to him, he wouldn't notice. Smiling, Ljubljana noted that the matters of the Eastern water supply had been transferred to her. So many documents had accumulated. One of the maids clearly couldn't hear all this, because she hoped the heroine didn't think her husband really hadn't waited for her before going to bed. Lemons interrupted the conversation, announcing that the costume designer had arrived and was waiting in another room to try on the options and choose the best one. Nodding, the girl got up from the table and headed for the exit. Upon leaving the room, Ljubljana abruptly closed it, not allowing the maid to follow her. She believed that Louis needed this woman much more than anyone else. Madame tried to object to the Duchess, saying that Louis Monde could handle all the preparations himself, but Ljubljana said she didn't need the woman's help. If the groom saw the bride in her wedding dress, the marriage would be unhappy. Madame Lemons made a surprised face. She hadn't heard such nonsense in a long time, realizing that this was a clear excuse to leave her with her future husband. Shouting that everything would be fine, Ljubljana closed the door in the maid's face. Entering another room, the girl looked around, wondering what to do first to quickly finish the preparations and move on to other more important matters. Curiously, the girl was stunned by the fact that there was no one with her who could help her choose and try on a decent outfit. Turning towards the exit, the lady was about to leave, but suddenly heard light sobs, making it clear that someone was there. 3 girls were sitting in a corner, huddled together, trying to calm down. They were trembling as if someone had scared them. Noticing her gaze, one of them quietly asked what would happen to them, promising to do whatever the lady wanted to stay alive. The Duchess smiled and nodded, offering them an interesting idea. One of the ladies shouted that Ljubljana could tear as many dresses as she wanted. Not wanting to cause more panic to the poor girls, Ljubljana offered with open arms to start trying on outfits for the wedding. This simple piece of information made the maids shriek in surprise even more than before. There were terrible rumors about her that made others afraid. Sue, the maid took a handkerchief from her pocket, wiped her eyes and nose. She seemed very upset by what had happened and needed to try to calm down. Her gaze turned to the Duchess sitting in front of the woman. She didn't look as scary as the rumors said. As she approached, she tried to convince herself to calm down and not cry anymore, because respect for Her Majesty was necessary. Smiling, the heroine mumbled the usual phrase about the weather, pointing out that the weather was unusually nice today. The nerves reminded themselves when the lady turned to the window. It was raining with thunder and lightning today. Ljubljana smiled slightly. She didn't want the servants to be afraid to even speak in her presence. Ljubljana said she didn't know the woman liked such gloomy weather. Usually everyone preferred sunshine, but here it was the exact opposite. Leaning back on the sofa, the main character thoughtfully examined the interior. And the lighting. She didn't seem very interested, but at such a pose, everyone else was speechless. Covered with a light blush, they didn't expect the Duchess to be so beautiful. Instead of rumors, they met a wonderful person, looking at Luby with a loving gaze. The dressmaker admitted that her heart was already beating fast at such beauty. Ljubljana lightly tapped her finger on the nearby table, and without saying a word, ordered the file to be placed in front of her for further study. The girl brought a folder and placed it in front of Ljubljana, who first had to carefully examine every image and detail before giving an answer about the dress she had chosen. The Duchess opened a notebook with many sketches. She had already paid a decent amount, so she could choose any design she wanted. She pointed to the sketch and asked the designer for her opinion. She said that classic and elegance were in fashion. Then she described the last design as bolder because of the open back, but no less beautiful, and mentioned that a hat covering the face would add elegance to the look, attracting more attention. Looking up, the heroine kept a shy silence and then said that they all looked exactly the same to her. For a person used to normal clothes, especially in the form of a uniform, there could be no difference in the dresses. Trying to immediately correct the situation, the heroine said that all were equally beautiful, which complicated the choice between them. She would like to choose one where the width of the skirt, although voluminous, did not look strange. The dressmaker immediately understood what was needed and offered an excellent option that seemed ideal to Ljubljana. The wonderful dress looked fascinating. The long sleeves and neckline led to a long skirt that exactly matched the description the heroine had given a few minutes ago. The girl thoughtfully examined the dress, intending to understand exactly what was wrong with it. The girl turned to the maid, and asked if it was possible to inflate the skirt more so that it would look exactly as needed. The woman, without wasting a minute, asked what the volume should be, already knowing approximately what was needed. Ljubljana extended her finger and pointed to one of the sketches on the pages. It turned out that the Duchess had many wishes, which was completely unexpected. After looking at the necessary images, the woman immersed herself in the process with complete confidence. But Ljubljana quietly asked if it would really be easy to do, to which she received an immediate answer. Smiling, the woman nodded and said they would manage it. The woman recalled a method, which a noble lady probably wouldn't like. To inflate a skirt, commoners used ordinary paper, which had recently become cheaper. The effect lasted only half a day, but the dress turned out to be very light. A smile instantly lit up the heroine's face, and she nodded, agreeing with this proposal. Taking the notebook in her hands again, the girl added some sketches that could be included in the design. It wasn't difficult, but nobody understood why something like this would be necessary. Having finished with the changes, Ljubljana asked to keep the dress a secret from Mrs. Lehmann's. If the bride was seen before the ceremony, the marriage would not be happy, and this remained a powerful argument. Sighing, the heroine prepared to hear many more reproaches that could rain down at any moment. As was the case with Madame Lehmann's, not a second had passed when the dressmaker fell to her knees, shouting that she would keep this secret until the grave, protecting him with all her might. Meanwhile, the maid of honor remained inactive, so it was best to follow the Duchess's words and take care of Louismond, who entering the room asked if she was all right. The man, dressed in a nice white suit, adjusted his cuffs and nodded because he was truly fine. He just had to choose a design that would fit him perfectly. Fortunately, the boy had lived here for 8 years, so he knew exactly what he needed. After resting from the preparations, he asked how Ljubljana's fitting went. The hostess said she would do everything herself, but from the woman's face, it was clear she was worried about Bella. She looked around the interior, trying not to show it, no matter how difficult it was. Louis was thinking about how he could get out of this situation. It would be good to do everything possible to help the maid, but Ljubljana never let anyone meddle in her affairs. The woman distracted the man from his thoughts and reminded him that the doctor had arrived. Entering the waiting room, the young man sat opposite the doctor and extended his hand to check his pulse. Smiling, the doctor nodded cheerfully, saying the interlocutor was completely healthy. There was no longer so much need to worry that something would go wrong before the wedding. The blonde thanked the doctor for the work done. Getting up from his seat, the doctor was about to leave the estate, however. Remembering some important matter, he began rummaging through his briefcase for some medicine. In his hand was a vial full of pink pills, designed to help a man feel more secure without any problem that might arise. Since the doctor learned that Louismont would become the Duchess of Ashley's husband, he intended to tell him, but still couldn't bring himself to do it due to lack of time. He felt sorry for the young man because he passed out from exhaustion. Trying to object, Louis intended to return the pills, but the doctor disappeared behind the door. Wishing the prince health and strength, sighing quietly, Louis nervously smoothed his hair. In his 8 lives, the boy had never needed such medicine. Realizing it was useless, the man handed the vial to the servant, who happily nodded and accepted the gift. If a man intends to have children, he needs to watch what enters his body. He was supposed to give birth to 2 children in 3 years. It was advisable to start preparing in advance, so the first attempt would happen very soon. Children are the cutest creatures in Lou's eyes. His first child should be a girl similar to Ljubljana in character and beauty. They can only hope that the baby will have red hair and beautiful eyes that will amaze everyone around her. The boy is sure that he will make his daughter as beautiful as her mother. He was not going to part with the girl for even a minute. He did not want to let her out of his arms. Usually a nanny does this for aristocrats, but Louis, as a father, wants to do it himself. He was glad that he would finally have a family. The family would be real and sincere, not like those who use the prince only as an instrument of power, not wanting anything to do with him in the future. Happiness will make a man complete, because in the past, he had never dreamed of anything like this in his life. It would be wonderful, but even such a family would have an expiration date, and Louis understood this. It was not possible to terminate the marriage contract, so all that remained was to follow the book, which describes a similar situation. This novel describes in too much detail everything that needs to be done, which makes the young man believe in himself. First of all, he needs to show his good side, help others believe how wonderful she is. Perhaps, if everything goes according to plan, he will be able to melt the ice in Ljubljana's heart, and she will fall in love with her husband. Bowing his head over the table, the boy thoughtfully looks at the novel's cover. He wanted to see Ljubljana, but nobody knew if the woman was busy. It would be good if at least today the mistress did not spend the night in the office. Giving himself a chance to rest, the girl couldn't even imagine how much Louis missed her. Without her, he feels lonely and cold in the bedroom, which is destined for the two of them. Meanwhile, Ljubljana thought that the most important thing that all brides with handsome grooms should do, and available, is to ensure the safety of other girls. No one can resist the beautiful shell that will stay with Louis forever. It was for this reason that the Duchess arrived at the imperial palace, which, as usual, was full of urgent matters and issues that needed to be resolved. Once inside, Ljubljana went straight down the corridor. She wasn't sure, but apparently that's where Louis's mistress worked. A middle-aged woman jumped out of one of the offices located in this room. She blinked in surprise, not believing that Duchess Ashlyan had already arrived at the estate. The Minister of Internal Affairs leaned against the wall, almost sliding down it. She had too many things to do related to preparing a project in the East, which became known not long ago, so the woman asked to save her by allowing her to resign. Smiling, Ljubljana said that Her Majesty promised a good pension, which, of course, made the worker jump up and quickly flee. The woman led the Duchess to one of the rooms where the conversation would take place. Nodding, the girl moved on to the topic that interested her. She needed to know where Peony Lauren was now, who had visited them at the estate recently. Smiling, the minister said everything was in order, because she would arrive soon. They should wait for her here, because the lady was called by the Duke for a private conversation, the content of which was forbidden to reveal. However, the Duchess could wait for her here. Then Ljubljana asked why the woman was not hiring more people. She said that this is also a lot of work, but nevertheless, she is glad that His Majesty destroyed the scientist house. If not for so much staff, everything would have been wasted. She couldn't handle all this. So at that time, Kaelna passed judgment on the house, which was destroyed. Ljubljana thought that it was this man who forced Luth to leave the tower, where he had hidden for a long time. As if by chance, the heroine asked the minister about her husband, to which she, looking around, replied that she hoped he hadn't run away and still remained in place. Turning around, the gray-haired woman headed for the exit. She promised to bring Miss Peony as soon as she returned. Looking at the watch on her hand, the lady noticed with horror that more than enough time had passed. Maybe she will have to cancel the next meeting on the list to discuss everything with Peony, who should appear any moment now. Her thoughts were interrupted by persistent knocks coming from the other side of the door. Realizing exactly who had come, the Duchess allowed the girl to enter the room. The door opened, and a middle-aged woman in formal attire appeared in the doorway. The girl carefully studied the image of her interlocutor. The girl's glasses concealed her eyes, which were difficult to see because of the sun. Suddenly, the scientist greeted her interlocutor, bowing her head and introducing herself as a secretary of the Office of Internal Affairs. Ljubljana looked at Peony and was surprised. Surprise slipped into her mind with a slight note of doubt, as the woman did not seem like a bad person. Peony was an excellent leader, which means she had a good character that helped in difficult situations. Understanding the situation left Ljubljana perplexed. She came here to meet the woman who loved her future husband, but the first impression turned out to be quite good, which was clearly scary. Deciding not to insist on this, Ljubljana pointed to the sofa opposite and invited Peony to sit next to her. Peony looked very pleased while looking at Ljubljana. Her eyes literally shone with the light of her soul, making Ljubljana uncomfortable. Ljubljana guessed that Peony did not think they had been called because of Ljubljana. The expression on her face spoke of joy or excitement that a distant boss had called her to talk about a promotion. Putting down her teacup, Ljubljana chuckled. She noticed the division between public and private affairs, even for a simple secretary who carried out her duties so carefully. Knowing that Ljubljana was a duchess, clearing her throat to get attention, Ljubljana asked Lauren about the kind of work she did last time. Smiling broadly, Lauren said she was always happy when asked to tell everything in detail. She thanked Ljubljana for the honor and began by saying that she was preparing to repair the road west of the capital. The water pipe was being repaired, and the road was being repaved with bricks. Making a confused face, Ljubljana tried not to get nervous, as Lauren explained everything naturally, as if preparing for a presentation. Lauren really cared about maintaining waterways, making this task a priority. It couldn't be denied that Lauren was very smart. If she had been involved in the Eastern Waterways project, she could have used the knowledge gained from her current work in repairing the canals. This question had not yet been answered. Lauren had ambitions that made it clear how serious she was. Ljubljana believed it was not a sin to take such a talented person north, but this would be considered exile. It seemed that everyone here was interested in the Eastern Water Project. The people in the palace worked many nights to get everything they needed for construction. Historically, rulers of the new generation were supposed to participate in these works. Many believed this was done only for entertainment, but this also consolidated dominance in a major undertaking. Everything resulted in a grand panorama, and it became clear why Kaina promoted her project to the highest authorities, trying to interest as many people as possible. It was impossible to deny how brilliant the Empress was, because all her decisions were correct and chosen in the best way to help herself, her state, and her people. Ljubljana's thoughts were interrupted by a woman's voice addressed to the Duchess, hoping to attract her attention. Peony suggested that Ljubljana came to Lauren because she had important intentions regarding the secretary. These words pierced Ljubljana's conscience like an arrow, because the reason for the visit was completely different. No one knew that Ljubljana came here to see her husband's mistress. Clasping her hand in a pleading gesture, Peony asked to use her for nobler purposes. Not wanting to bother her interlocutor, Ljubljana smiled and nodded, although in her head it sounded more like nonsense. Jumping up from her seat, Peony was ready to hug the Duchess. She knew that if she worked hard, she would be noticed no matter what. Lauren did not want to do what everyone else was doing. Other people wanted to leave the East because of the troubles, but Lauren saw things differently. She studied history, and fortunately was given the opportunity to live while her new chapter was opening. She was given the chance not only to observe from the sidelines, but also, perhaps, to participate in the project, remaining at the center of the events of this story. Lauren was just a scientist, which means it would have been difficult for her, but this was not the case. In their house of scientists, there was always a sign above the entrance to the dining room that read, "A sound mind in a sound body." Ljubljana realized quickly, but thinking about such things in an office with another person was not a good idea. All that remained was to agree, because Peony could talk to Duke Feldhark, who was responsible for this matter as a whole. The girl thanked the Empress, smiling widely. Ljubljana thought that if Lauren was tormented by her wedding to Louismond, then she shouldn't worry, because the Duchess would leave the country in 3 years. Peony looked much better than expected. If she worked with such motivation, she would quickly be promoted, noticing her unusual skills. They needed to leave the country quickly before the rebels killed Louis. Maybe she could exchange her skills and ambitions for love. However, Ljubljana, of course, could not do this to get Louismond. Ljubljana admitted to herself that she lost, because clearly everything ended not in her favor. Nothing could be changed. As much as she wanted it, they just had to wait 3 years, which she had to wait for, after which Ljubljana would not interfere. "Anyone, and I will return Louis to this girl." Late in the evening, it became clear that Ljubljana was clearly late. Upon entering the estate, she was greeted by 2 maids who greeted her without paying attention to anything around them. Ljubljana, turning from side to side, asked where her future husband was. One of the maids bowed respectfully and said that the owner was in his room after the doctor's visit and did not dare to leave. No one knew the real reason, so Ljubljana decided that the man must be very tired due to the wedding preparations, which he entirely assumed. Nodding, Ljubljana went up the stairs, thinking there was no point in disturbing him. He should be well rested before starting a new day. The maid, who turned out to be the bravest, stopped Ljubljana and asked if she wanted to change her mind and quarrel with the young man. Turning around, Ljubljana raised a surprised eyebrow, not quite understanding what they wanted from her. The maid sent her to Louis's room, assuring her that the owner would not be disturbed by his beloved, even if he was resting now. Ljubljana did not like the fact that common employees thought they knew her man better than she did. She noticed that the brunette's hands were frantically clutching the hem of her dress. Awaiting a response, she looked at the maid, who was trembling with fear but still insisted, showing incredible courage. Paralyzed on the step, Ljubljana leaned toward the maid and asked why she thought so. Having gathered her strength, the maid finally said that last night the prince could not sleep without his wife, who left his chambers. He waited for Ljubljana's return almost all night, doing various things, and the maid brought him candles so he could wait for dawn. Now everything was clear to the Duchess. In the morning, the man looked completely sleep-deprived. He yawned constantly and assured that everything was fine, but it turned out he hadn't slept at all. Almost crying, the maid begged Ljubljana not to leave the master alone. Perhaps today, he also decided to wait for the bride, and 2 sleepless nights would not benefit his body. Another maid ran up to her and asked why she was crying. The girl said she felt very sorry for the master. Ljubljana turned around and noticed 2 boys whispering in a corner. One sent the other to call the cleaning lady boss, because it was obvious these girls were in trouble. Approaching, Ljubljana tilted her head to the side, looking at the brunette. The maid noticed the gaze and pulled her hands away from her face, trying not to cry anymore. Horror was reflected on her face, as only a few inches away from her was Ljubljana, resting her cheek on her hand with boredom. Sighing, Ljubljana asked if the girl had been crying. Such a reaction was strange, as instead of aggression there was a calm question. The maid started complaining again, but she was interrupted. Ljubljana, not wanting to seem rude, suggested that the maid first answer the question, and then cry as much as she could. She said that Mrs. Lemons was supposed to arrive very soon to save her children. Smiling, Ljubljana said she should have left before arriving. The maid was no longer sobbing. She just looked at Ljubljana's eyes with interest. Both maids seemed ready to say something, but neither dared to utter a word. It seemed that after the maid broke down in tears, things finally calmed down. Now the maids could explain what had happened, while Ljubljana was away from the estate. They said that Mr. Lewismond did his best for Ljubljana and the estate. It was very sad to see how hard he tried, but his wife didn't notice. It seems the man loved her very much, but did not receive the attention he deserved. He needed to be given more attention and time so that he would feel like another member of the family. It was strange for Ljubljana that everything had changed so quickly. The maids, who until recently were afraid of her and cried, were now demanding so much from her. Frowning, Ljubljana asked if they really liked this boy so much. Each maid nodded, because Lewismond was very kind and always cared about Ljubljana. He checked how much alcohol she drank per day and told the cook what to cook the next morning. When the head housekeeper showed the estate's budget for the next month, he found an error in the document that saved them a lot of money. Furthermore, this winter was supposed to be quite cold, so Lewismond also planned to insulate the walls of their bedrooms. Ljubljana did not expect this information. She couldn't even imagine that Lewismond was now responsible for all the household affairs. Without giving her time to come to her senses, the maid pointed to the shirt that Lewismond had selected and ironed, preparing it for Ljubljana the next morning. Hearing all this, Ljubljana could only be glad of such progress. It seemed that Lewismond had softened and stopped being sad over trifles. Everything that was said made Ljubljana feel strange. The Ashleyan estate had no owner. It was huge and full of controlled people, but Ljubljana wasn't interested in that. The head housekeeper was in charge of everything. Due to time constraints, Ljubljana decided to hand over control to a maid. Lemons hoped she would at least doubt her abilities a little. But not wanting to hear all this, Ljubljana simply laughed, considering it treason. Mrs. Lemons remained forever as a confidant, who only complained through tears that Her Majesty forced her to live here. Ljubljana decided to marry Lewismond only under a contract that was supposed to end in 3 years. It made no sense to transfer the administration of the estate to him. Although this was exactly what happened in the end, suddenly, Lewismond gained authority among the workers and became him, the boss. Everything went unnoticed. Over time, there was no place he couldn't reach. From the moment the man arrived at the castle, the atmosphere in it changed. Everything became clear after the maid, for the first time, decided to talk to the owner. Although with great fear, the workers always feared the Duchess and were horrified to see the strict Mrs. Lemons. It was a problematic area, but Louis managed to adapt this place for a comfortable life. The wedding was for fun, and although it wasn't true, it didn't change the fact of the wedding. Her heart beat strangely, resonating in Ljubljana's head. Her thoughts were interrupted by the maids, who did not leave her side, again asking not to be rude to Lewismond. Each of them was afraid that he would run away because of everything that was happening. Nodding in agreement, the girl could not refuse the numerous requests of her subordinates. Going up the stairs, the Duchess left 2 girls behind her. The maids, clasping their palms, almost jumped with joy, because the heroine was heading towards Lewismond, who would definitely feel better now. Finally, the girl, without turning around, waved her hand at them. Walking down the corridor, the girl stopped near the desired door. She raised her hand, knocked several times. There was no answer. It seemed the man was not opening the door. Not wanting to delay any longer, the girl slightly opened the door, poked her head in, and looked around the room. She called Luemin's name softly, hoping to attract his attention. Paralyzed with surprise, the Duchess covered her mouth with her hand to hide a loud sigh that could break the silence of the room. Luismund was sleeping soundly at the table, with his head in his hands. Apparently, he had a lot of work to do, and the overwork was taking its toll. Approaching, Ljubljana carefully ran her fingers through his silky hair, deciding that he was too handsome to remain untouched. Managing the entire property was not an easy task, but it was certainly worth it. Luckily, an image popped into her head of how the boy proposed to her. He promised her that he would never love his wife, even if that marriage proposal was not the best. A person who shakes the hearts of others. People also have their advantages. The girl sighed deeply. She never thought she could get married so soon after starting her quest, and even fictitiously leave herself alone for the rest of her life. It is hard to admit, but if everything continues in the same spirit, it will be difficult for the girl to let him go elsewhere. Some time had passed since everything that happened, and the wedding day was approaching. This day was the most beautiful and important in their lives. Despite the rushed preparations, the dressmaker who brought the dress came personally to help the Duchess change, and then evaluate her work. Turning around, the heroine slowly nodded so as not to interrupt the work of the makeup artists and stylists. Madame Lemons seemed overly impressed by the sight. Her eyes shone with a joy that was hard to overlook. The maid adjusted her dress, and the woman exclaimed in surprise, because she expected to see something unusual instead of the dress. With a sincere smile, the heroine said that this is a secret that no one should know. Sighing dejectedly, the head of the maids asked to return the delight she had been able to experience. The maids, who were on both sides to provide total assistance to the Duchess, blinked in surprise. Ljubljana was simply beautiful in that outfit. Her hairstyle complemented only one of the images. Carefully studying her reflection, the heroine tried to assure herself of the veracity of her words. Finally, Ljubljana looked at the other people in the room. She looked beautiful. Her hair and dress matched perfectly. Thoughtfully examining the light dress, the girl admitted that she truly had mixed feelings. It was the first time in a long time that Ljubljana had worn such clothes. The maids did not stop praising the dress and how the Duchess looked in it, which embarrassed Ljubljana a little, who would have gladly thanked them. But it was better not to be arrogant. If she recalled the face and attire of her future husband, she could compare royalty to a squid, which would look just as awkward. Having decided to rest a little before the ceremony, the girl headed towards the exit, hearing the dressmaker's warnings behind her. If you lie down, you will ruin your hair, and if you decide to sit down, you will wrinkle the dress. One must be careful with any movement. Anger uncontrollably took hold of her head. She couldn't lie down or sit, which made it difficult to rest, which she so needed before the next event. Ljubljana, stepping aside, sarcastically asked if Luismund was being tortured in the same way as her. A marriage is a whole, which means they must suffer together. It was decided to hold the event in the estate's garden. Everything had long been decorated for the start of the ceremony. Flowers adorned the path to the arch, which shone in the sun. The guests looked around with admiration, appreciating the interior. Some saw this for the first time, while others enjoyed the scent of lilies. They were distracted from their conversations by a movement near the castle entrance. It was time for the bride to appear, who slowly walked towards the altar, dragging a long hem and a veil behind her. The girl was truly extraordinarily beautiful in her wonderful appearance. The groom's appearance was an equally important part of the evening. The man prepared for several nights, carefully selecting everything he needed. Luismund wore an impressive white suit that perfectly matched the color of the bride's attire and the theme of the event. A few moments after his appearance, the couple met near the altar, looking at each other in complete silence. Not finding the strength to say anything, all the nobles cried out of sorrow. Everyone bet that Ljubljana would not come in a dress. The others also couldn't believe it was really Ljubljana, who usually dressed completely differently than she did now. The heroine's gaze fell on the man, who was very close. A blush filled her cheeks, making it clear that the girl was embarrassed by such beauty. The prince was truly not inferior to a single soul at this celebration. Suddenly, tears began to accumulate in the corners of his eyes and deliberately flow down his cheeks. Ljubljana, rushing over, asked him why he was crying. Unable to help it, the blonde said softly the name of his beloved. The girl was too beautiful. Her hair shone in the sun, and her snow-white dress suited her wonderfully. The woman's eyes widened from the bad thoughts constantly crawling in her head. She thought that at that moment, Louis wanted to change his decision to marry the bride. After looking the man up and down, the Duchess sighed. She gave him many opportunities to escape, but Louisman decided to stay close to his beloved, and even agreed to the wedding, in which he personally worked. Her hand gently fell on the man's shoulder to reassure him. Now, after all, she was definitely not going to let anyone go, even if the boy cried for the next 3 years. This man belonged only to Louisiana, who was no longer going to tolerate anyone. After a while, the girl promised and was going to return him to Lauren, but now it was impossible to provoke people. She thought that if the prince was going to regret this, then he should have done it much earlier. Without offering himself as a husband, he could no longer escape the tenacious control of the Duchess. The guests and servants, who had been watching Louismond this whole time, clutched in horror. One could only hope that the girl in this state would not decide to kill someone. Approaching, the lady quietly tried to calm her lover, asking him not to cry anymore. Smiling despite her anger, the girl repeated over and over how handsome he looked today. Her hand reached for the young man's cheek, and her fingertips caressed the soft skin. Louis sobbed, calling Ljubljana's name. From Louis's point of view, the girl looked too happy, which gave him a confidence he didn't have before. Apparently, the lady truly considered this day beautiful and wonderful. Louis thought about the bride's beauty because of the wedding dress, and was also glad that Feldhark had not come to this event. But the girl didn't understand why he was doing this. First, the man gathered all the people from the estate, and now he is crying because he doesn't want to marry. But it was still useless, because Ljubljana had no intention of holding him back. The guests in the hall began to whisper, because if the groom hadn't been forced to marry against his will, he wouldn't have cried at the altar. They said the Duchess fell in love with the boy and then stole him from Count Graham's house. Then the couple moved forward, trying not to pay attention to the words reaching them. The Empress and 2 counts never arrived at the event, which once again confirmed the guests' conjectures. Approaching the altar, the young couple stopped and fell silent expectantly. Leumann continued to shed tears, which incredibly irritated the woman. The priest, frozen as if chained to the spot, looked at the two standing very close. Despite all this, they were supposed to get married. Without uttering a sound, the heroine, with the power of thought, transmitted everything she wanted to say. It would be great if what was planned happened without delay today. The priest began to read the necessary words, trying not to stutter. The mission had failed beforehand, so his voice trembled, but he continued to conduct the ceremony. After the wedding began, Louismond sighed happily, looking much calmer than before, appearing very tired from waiting. He said he did not expect the consent of the monastery, because he was the king's illegitimate son. It sounded strange, because recently the young man was crying because he didn't want to marry. It seemed he only wanted to run away, and was now playing a simple role. In fact, the monastery was against it, but Ljubljana sent them 2 carts of gold to calm their ardor. Of course, Louis didn't need to know this, so the monks tried to keep their mouths shut. Clearing his throat, the blonde asked the couple to join their hands, saying this was necessary for the next stage of the wedding. Extending her hands, Ljubljana placed them in the prince's palms, which he gently squeezed, with no intention of letting go. Smiling, the girl realized she was blushing. Louis's hands were large and soft, and radiated warmth. Studying Villa's palms, the man felt sad, because his hands were covered with scars and calluses compared to his, which looked soft and unblemished. The red ribbon slowly fell over the clasped hands, symbolizing the shedding of God's blood, and the vow of 2 to create a married couple. After these words, smiles appeared on the faces of both young people. They looked continuously into each other's eyes, noticing nothing around them and enjoying each other's company. Ljubljana couldn't believe that, after all the difficulties she had to overcome during her preparation, she was finally with the person she had dreamed of. The guests watched the ritual fascinated. The girls started whispering. No one thought these 2 fit so well and clearly deserved the attention of others. The blue-haired girl, Lizana, had no strength left to listen to this. She had been sitting directly in front of the couple the entire time, but now her patience had run out. Clasping her hands, the lady frantically fiddled with the hem of her dress. At that moment, the musicians received a signal from the organizers and began to play quiet music, indicating that the most important part was just beginning. The priest raised his hands and placed them over the heads of the young people who were supposed to swear fidelity to each other. Ljubljana was the first to speak. She knelt, closed her eyes, and promised that she would do God's will. and would be faithful to her husband under any condition. At that moment, a dangerous-looking man appeared before the crowd, wrapped in a dark cloak. His hand fell on the sword, and one of the musicians noticed his direct gaze. They were accomplices, and now the most important part for them was about to begin. A second later, screams were heard from all sides, filling the entire space. Swords flew through the air, and the knights set out to save the prince. Several rebels stepped forward promising to save the young man from the duchesses. Clutches, one of the musicians who was closest to the altar, raised his instrument to the sky with the intention of throwing it to the ground to retrieve the desired object. The instrument fell and broke in two, revealing a bundle of arrows and a bow hidden inside it. All this time, throwing supplies to the rest of the musicians, the man provided them with weapons, and they shot arrows, shouting about the Aiden Empire and the glory of the great kingdom. The guests fled in horror, not understanding what was happening. With wild cries, people rushed towards the exit, hoping to open the door. Count Graham pretended that he too did not know what would happen. Not feeling like crowding at the door, he climbed up and hid under the table. Almost crying, the man exclaimed angrily about everything, because it was unclear who dared to do this. To do this without the consent of the new grandfather king. Lizana, who had been observing what was happening the whole time, hid behind a tree, rejoicing at the outcome of the events. Initially, everything was planned this way. Turning back so that no one would notice the body, the girl prayed that everything would go well. Meanwhile, the Duchess remained silent, looking around. It seemed that everything had started too spontaneously. Jumping up from her seat, Luviana was about to rush forward, confident that she could influence the outcome of the battle that was gaining momentum. Louis, who still didn't fully understand what was happening, carefully followed his wife's movements. He quietly asked what was happening, but, having no time for detailed explanations, the girl pushed him aside, asking him to stay away and not go anywhere, so as not to be in danger. Grabbing the hem of her dress, the girl got into the thick of things. Louis looked at his beloved with fear, calling her name once more, hoping she would come back and stay by the prince's side. But the girl skillfully jumped onto the surface of the altar. With a shout, she ordered the boy next to her to lie down, having no time to react. The blonde ducked, trying to figure out what Lubiana was going to do next. The formation, as if in slow motion, flew towards the priest, who took a step back, hoping that someone would save him. The altar fell, covering the boy. He was almost crushed by the enormous weight. Clapping, the girl rejoiced at the successfully completed task. Everything was going as well as possible, and the monk could only stay on the sidelines of this skirmish. Louis's gaze turned to the altar, which lay upside down, tilted forward. A cry for help emerged from under it, because the guy wanted someone to get him out of there. He was distracted from his thoughts by a cry to the side, a voice calling the prince, insisting that he finally accompany them. Stepping back a few steps, the prince expressed all his hostility, having no intention of going anywhere. Approaching Lubiana, the young man tried to justify himself by saying he didn't know anything. Nodding, the girl assured him that everything was fine and he had nothing to do with it. Lubiana was not going to wait any longer, as she needed to know the identity of the attackers as soon as possible and expel them from the wedding, thus completing the ceremony. Remaining in place, the heroine shouted to be heard better, convinced that the attackers had one goal. One of the men frowned and said in the same tone that none of them were going to reveal their names to the traitors. Looking at the crowd, the girl analyzed the situation and noticed that there were 30 attackers, and right behind them, there were another 50 archers. The accusations hurled against the main character sounded too amusing. She was never a traitor. It was funny because the only traitors here were those who attacked her. The man in front, not wanting to calm down, was indignant that she dared to kill the king, destroy the kingdom, and then proclaim herself empress and duchess, whom hardly anyone recognized. It became clear to the girl that their leader was right in front of her. Lubiana smiled, realizing that she hadn't heard anything like this from others in a long time. The boy became bolder. Realizing that nothing would happen to him because of this, he said that things should be called their own. Picking up the bouquet to throw it, Luviana said that the boys who called her didn't survive. The next second, a hidden knife appeared in the heroine's hands, tearing the skirt of the dress with a knife. She thought for a moment about the consequences and slightly regretted the evening dress. Although nothing could be changed, Lubiana dropped to the floor and drew her sword, which was still in its sheath, ready for use. It had been a long time since she had fought rebels, and it was not certain whether she would be able to contain her power. Stuttering, the leader was speechless when he realized that the bride had been hiding the weapon all this time. With no hope of retreat, he ordered everyone to attack, concentrating their forces on the Duchess. Who was the hardest to defeat? Louis, who had been standing aside this whole time, was about to run, but then someone's hand grabbed him by the neck with an iron grip. Pushing him to the side, the young man found himself somewhere behind the Duchess, who intended to defeat her opponents and protect her husband. Holding a knife between her teeth for convenience, the girl asked the boy to be quiet. Jumping, the woman seemed to soar into the sky, raising her weapon above the heads of the men, who backed away in fear. The first blow struck the first guy, who was standing very close, and splashes of blood flew in different directions, turning everything red. The heroine swept past like death, knocking down people who remained only in the past, and falling silently to the ground one after another. Skillfully dodging the blows, Luviana crouched on the ground and pulled out another knife for double protection. Louis, who stood aside, was very worried about Luby, who could get hurt at any moment. Suddenly, one of the opponents grabbed the man by the arms and tried to pull him away. Lubiana turned her gaze towards the source of the sounds. A moment later, the knife, which had been between her teeth the whole time, flew towards the rebel. The knife sank directly into the villain's forehead, and he froze in a silent scream. Louis, still in shock, staggered to the side, trying to regain his balance. Lubiana moved out of her place and ran towards her husband. She grabbed him and pulled him towards her. There were even more opponents, so the lady simply advised him to cover his eyes. The young man, trusting his beloved, closed his eyes hoping everything would end well. Spinning around to change position, the girl threw knives one after another towards the approaching people. The Duchess was truly a monster. It was no longer rumors, but a real reality. The leader, looking around the battlefield, tried to retreat. Too many people died during the battle. Not willing to retreat, the brunette turned to the archers and ordered them to shoot in Luviana's direction. Stepping in to defend Louis, the girl warned them that this would be a wrong move. The men should have realized that their precious prince would suffer because of the bow and the arrow. The leader lost patience and no longer expected victory. He said it wouldn't be a defeat, because there would always be several more illegitimate sons of the king, who would probably be hiding somewhere. The heroine perfectly understood that words wouldn't work, but it was still worth a try. She turned around when she heard they were going to shoot her. Suddenly, the Duchess put 2 fingers in her mouth, and immediately a loud whistle was heard throughout the area, signaling the start of the battle. The arrow hit the leader right in the heart. Making a strange cough, he fell backward. The next in line were the archers, who, not expecting this, had no time to escape. They also received a portion of arrows right in the chest. Realizing the job was done, the woman waved her hand and ordered her people to stop. The hooded men obediently lowered their bows. Thus, only the leader remained, bent over and sitting on the ground, coughing incessantly. Approaching, the lady bent over his face and frowned. She demanded that the man repeat how he called her, because 10 minutes ago, he was completely sure that the girl was a traitor. Seeing the sword in front of him, the man began to cry, begging for mercy. Sighing deeply, the heroine realized that he was faking and knew nothing. Extending her sword, Lubiana turned, knowing that this was the end for him, and all the others saw no need to give their name to the traitors who decided to attack. Having done her job, Lubiana calmly walked away, leaving the place completely stained with blood that stuck to her clothes. Lizana, who decided to look from behind the tree, covered her mouth with her hands in horror. Realizing that they were listening to her, tears began to accumulate in her eyes out of fear. If she were caught, she would have to die, thus completing everything that she had failed to do before. Hiding again behind the trunk, hoping to go unnoticed, she trembled and, as a result, accidentally hiccuped, which almost gave her away. Lubiana, passing by, froze at the unexpected sound. After thinking for a moment, she decided to ignore it and headed to the side, hoping to find Louis. Very closely, she noticed his figure and called his name. The man was still standing in the same spot with his eyes closed, just as the bride had told him before the attack began. His gaze moved downward on its own, examining his palm from both sides. The glove was no longer snow-white, but a dark stain was spreading over it. Louis was trembling either from fear or excitement. Lubiana wasn't sure if she could approach him like this. It would probably be too cruel a sight for a person from the scientist's house. She couldn't predict his reaction, because Louis might get scared and run away. Her thoughts were interrupted by another figure, in a dark cloak that appeared right in front of her lover. The man pulled out a sharp knife, which in a fraction of a second could end up in Louis's body. The heroine's eyes widened. She needed to act quickly. Luviana jumped, heading directly towards the target. The young man heard whistles next to him, but did not dare to open his eyes without permission. Soon the figure fell lifelessly to the ground. The girl, trying to calm her beloved, asked him if he was okay. Upon opening his eyes, Louis looked down, hoping not to betray his emotion. He said everything was fine, but his appearance said the opposite. Instead of continuing what she started, the woman ran towards the man, forcing him to dodge. It seemed the attackers would have no end. Louis only managed to turn to the side, noticing one of the arrows hurtling towards him, about to hit him in the head. While the young man wondered what to do, Lubiana was by his side in a fraction of a second. Intending to save his skin, she grabbed the prince by the jacket and threw him to the ground. The arrow whistled past the target and hit the asphalt a few centimeters from the body that had just been in that very spot. Evidently, it was again the work of the archers, as they decided to kill the young man with an iron arrow taken from a taut bow. Looking around, Lubiana stopped at the roof, where 3 of her archers were located. She ordered them to shoot the enemy, and then a bunch of arrows rushed towards a dense tree, hoping at least one would hit the right spot. But Lubiana realized that the enemy would not kill. About to run, Lubiana changed tactics. Turning around, she noticed a bow and arrows not far from her. Turning around, she aimed at the man. The girl hit the enemy's body, knocking the man to the ground. The cloak enveloped his lifeless body, lying on the ground. Sighing deeply, Luviana was glad that everything had finally come to an end. Louis, finding strength within himself, slowly got up from the ground and quietly called his beloved. Things were bad because Luviana had become violent again. She decided to start this conversation and slowly turned to the boy and asked if he was okay. In a fraction of a second, Louis ran towards the heroine, grabbed her face with his hands, and carefully examined her all over. There was a wound on her face, which made the man worry too much about the girl's health. Not wanting to delay any longer, the blonde sat on his lap, forcing Lubiana to get on his back. It was necessary to visit a doctor as soon as possible so that he could examine the Duchess and report on her condition. The girl looked at the groom in disbelief, trying to understand what was happening. He did not relent, begging her to accompany him to the doctor. Giving up, Luviana admitted that no one had worried about her like this for a long time. A long time, her hand reached out to the back of her lover, who was still standing, frozen in one spot, hoping Luviana would accept his proposal. Louis froze. He no longer expected agreement. He nodded his head. Luviana pressed against Louis's back, inhaling his scent. An extraordinary warmth emanated from the boy. Burying herself in her husband's clothes, Luby quietly reassured him, telling him that she was not injured anywhere, and that all the blood on her clothes was not hers. Suddenly, silent words of gratitude escaped her lips. Louis wanted to ask why he was receiving gratitude, but the girl anticipated him. Finishing her sentence, she was glad that the young man was not afraid of her, even after everything that had happened. Extending her palm, the hero squeezed the Duchess's hand, reassuring her in a low voice. The young man said that he was the one who should be grateful to Luviana for the protection she had provided him. If this hadn't happened, it wouldn't be clear if he would be with her now. Kissing the back of her hand, the blonde repeated how grateful he was that the Duchess could protect him and remain completely safe. Luviana could not utter a word. She froze, looking at the boy who kept kissing her hand. Confusion clouded her mind, but she was still clear that she wanted to be with this man, preferably for the rest of her life. Sighing, the woman offered to continue the wedding ceremony. The young man froze. Complete chaos reigned around him, which would definitely be an obstacle. Trying to convince Luviana, Louis offered to arrange everything for another day, but he received an objection. The girl wanted to do it now, and no one could convince her otherwise. If the ceremony was interrupted at this moment, the Duchess would have to make another request to the Empress, and then wait for the appointed date before the wedding preparations could start again, which would negatively impact their 3 years of marriage. The man could no longer argue. He just quietly asked if the lady would regret her decision a little later. Extending her hand, the girl asked Louis to continue the ceremony and keep her company. The man looked fascinated at his wife, who looked too beautiful, even in a dirty dress. Taking her hand in his, the hero got up from the floor. This was what he himself wanted to do. But in the course of events, he did not dare. He simply didn't find enough courage in himself. Smiling, Luviana nodded, pleased to hear that Louis agreed with her. no matter how absurd the idea seemed. Looking again at her servants, the Duchess carefully examined the newcomers, and the smile disappeared from her face. The two attackers were different from the rebels. The men first tried to kidnap Lund, and the latter had the goal of killing him. It was obvious that there was a third person in the chain who was trying to kill Louis. However, the ceremony had to continue as quickly as possible. The servants approached the altar, rescuing the monk from under the heavy object pressing on him. The people around who were asked to return looked extremely concerned. No one understood why they decided to continue the ceremony if it didn't end well. Lizana, standing far away, stared blankly. Everything she had to do failed. The altar was put back in place and cleaned. Their clothes were straightened, and the couple headed to the ceremony. If they simply signed the marriage contract, then everything would have been over. No matter how the ceremony turned out, they should not miss the opportunity. Taking a pen, the girl carefully wrote the required signature on the paper. But she noticed drops of blood that seemed to appear spontaneously next to her. Turning to the priest, the Duchess asked him what had happened. The priest assured her that it shouldn't be a big deal, even if things turned out this way. And he promised her that everything would be fine. Louis was next in line, smoothing his hair. He also took a pen and carefully wrote his first and last name on the paper. Now the marriage of these two was officially recognized, in heaven and on paper. The boy, impressed by what they told him, extended his hand towards Ljubljana's palm. But raising her hand, the girl avoided Louis, who was looking at his beloved in bewilderment. Placing her palms on the dress, which had red marks, the girl angrily shook it off, reminding him that after the fight, her clothes and body were covered in blood. However, a second later the Duchess found herself in her lover's arms. When trying to pat the boy on the shoulder, the girl became indignant. It seemed to Louis that the woman was avoiding him. Then, Ljubljana saw that his snow-white suit was splashed with scarlet stains. But the boy seemed completely oblivious to such nonsense. She asked him to look at her, so it would be easier to say what she wanted. Approaching Ljubljana's face, the man seemed ready to kiss her, but instead, he tried to calm the Duchess. Louis swore to be the most faithful husband, who would always take care of his wife. Gently stroking her cheek with his fingers, Ljubljana also promised to do her best to remain faithful and kind to him. Having a name that belongs to God and a name that belongs to the earth, they swore to be only for each other. The people in the hall blushed and turned away in embarrassment. That moment seemed special, even to those present. Lizana, standing aside, trembled with indignation. Even in such a situation, everyone found a reason to rejoice and smile. This couple was simply made for each other. Not wanting to endure anything else, the girl turned around and ran as fast as she could towards the exit, making tears fly in different directions. Louise treated her in the most terrible way, by falling in love with Duchess Ashleyane instead of her. Soon her carriage stopped at the estate. Lizana's cries could be heard even outside. The butler approached, opened the carriage door, allowing the heroine to step outside. She had already arrived unannounced, as she had done much earlier. Wiping her eyes, the girl tried to hide the red marks of her tears. Having stepped outside, the lady headed to the estate. She would really like to snuggle up and cry to the nanny, or at least the maid. But due to her status, this weakness was not allowed. All this was because this palace has its own rules. Soon the girl stopped in front of a door covered with writings. Upon entering, Lizana curtsied, informing her father that she had returned. Indeed, only 2 hours had passed since her departure, which could not help but be alarming. Looking out the window, the man quietly recalled what happened at the event. Colonel Gale had already begun to act, even if the entire plan had failed. Lizana flinched in fear, staring intently at the floor so as not to provoke her father's anger, which usually had no end. Addressing his daughter, the man pointed out that she was a good choice for him. The colonel had always been a radical, which is why everyone thought he would stay. As you know, the family was deprived of influence, but even in case of defeat, this would bring them no harm. Everything turned out well, only if Lizana didn't leave a thread that could serve as a clue and lead to unpleasant consequences that could be considered treason. Hiding her identity, the girl headed to the capital and conveyed the message through an unsuspecting maid. This was not the worst option, although she said nothing. Ljubljana flinched in fear, trying to compose herself, but all attempts were unsuccessful. She was trembling a lot, and her father noticed it. Unable to tolerate this attitude towards his person any longer, the man began to shout, ordering her to calm down. Lifting her head proudly, the lady looked directly into her father's eyes, in which anger shone, and she believed that she only needed to stop being afraid. With a fake smile, the man said that this was exactly what he needed. Only the future Queen of Aden could lead this way, so perseverance was worth practicing. He cited the example of Queen Elena, who was able to protect her first prince from her tyranny majesty. She, like Lizana, was elegant and unwavering under any circumstance. To become a princess or empress, the girl had to take care of Luiman, who turned out to love the Duchess very much. Lizana informed him that he had married her. The man asked quietly again, trying to understand what his daughter had just said. Having ignored everything, the father returned to the fact that, even despite his admiration for Luiman, Lizana was not allowed to cross the line of what was permitted, which was clearly outlined. The count then sent her to her room to rest. Looking quite tired, she was bothering everyone. Without ceasing to look out the window, the man thought about his plans again. The girl was supposed to become queen, but if he had known that everything would turn out like this, he would have started training her from an early age. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, and then the butler entered the room and said that Graham had given them a mountain of salt. Turning around, the count hummed thoughtfully. Evidently, no one in the count's house suspected that Odell knew the entire content of the deal. Graham mistakenly thought that he was the center of the rebellion, so he feared that the cohesion of the rebellion would weaken if this man turned his back on him. The servant asked about the mine, which could be extracted with the help of force and threat, but the count was not at all interested. The mountain of salt also had to be returned because it had no value. Butler said that it could generate a lot of money, that the mountain of salt could improve the financial situation, and it could also be used as a training ground where many troops could hide. So the count suggested that perhaps this was simply an insidious plan. Most likely, the castle wanted to assess the financial situation and the number of attacking forces. Some of them had already placed a spy there, designed to transmit as much information as possible. Having sent the butler to do as he said, the count leaned back in his chair. He smiled, realizing that everything was going according to plan. Bursting into laughter, the man realized that Duchess Ashley was only joking. And after what happened, she suddenly decided to change. Luiman was a descendant of the Anos family. He was completely unsuitable for Ljubljana, but for some reason she chose him. The count was surprised to learn that the prince, to avoid death, fled to the House of Scientists. The empress destroyed the institution, which forced him to suddenly marry Ljubljana. The survivor decided to escape danger, but now, for the sake of salvation, he went to the most dangerous place. Duchess Ashley was that boiling point that would definitely not give him peace. Seeing such courage and wisdom, the count's determination grew stronger. Prince Louismond would definitely become the king of Aden under any circumstances, even if it cost everything in this world. He had no other choice, even if the man tried to flee or hide again. Meanwhile, the Duchess approached Count Graham, who had been hiding under the table this whole time. Laying his sword at his feet, the heroine looked at her interlocutor with a murderous gaze. No matter how much she liked this wedding, he had no right to hire a murderer. Crawling backward, the man tried to object, saying that it wasn't true. But Ljubljana was very angry that the wedding was ruined. The man could no longer dream of meeting Louis, because if something went wrong, the woman would try to send him straight to the north. The count's reaction simply irritated her to the core. His mind refused to accept someone so cowardly and helpless. Turning to the man, who was still sitting in the same place, the heroine thought of something. Although she knew that the count had nothing to do with it this time, it would be nice to take revenge on him once more for his mistreatment of Louis. Suddenly, Louis interrupted his wife. He suggested continuing with the wedding banquet, and the girl agreed. Already in the middle of the banquet, members of the imperial administration of the House of Scientists arrived. They wished Louismond a happy family life and fun days ahead, and they also presented a gift to the newlyweds. The next question incredibly irritated the Duchess. The husband asked where Peony was, to which they replied that she was too busy working as a caregiver on the Eastern Roots project. Louis would have liked his girlfriend to at least come to dinner, but this did not happen. Turning, Louis looked at his wife, sure that a few seconds ago she had felt his gaze upon him. Night soon arrived, so before leaving, friends promised Louis that they would find him a place if he suddenly expressed a desire to return. All the guests left the wedding venue, except for a few, which embarrassed the groom a little. Looking at the aristocrats, he wondered why they suddenly decided to stay here. With an extremely worried look, because nothing had been given to them, they stared intently at Louis. Everything as if one wanted to obtain 5 colored stones on the wedding altar. The stones were a symbol of the close connection between the newlyweds and their family. This custom, passed down from the ancient kingdom of Aden, carried many others. According to beliefs, guests who received a gift could have the right to help if people went through difficult times. They could always keep the item in a box, and the family would be obliged to do everything possible for their well-being. These prizes were a great opportunity to receive the support of Duchess Ashley Young. One of the men, not wanting to wait a minute longer, approached the Duchess and called her. Turning around and looking at the man with penetrating eyes, Ljubljana asked him what he needed. The man, almost crying, stepped aside saying he didn't need anything. Pointing to the boxes, the heroine said that she had prepared small gifts. The aristocracy whispered about what kind of girl the Duchess was, calling her a tyrant, and noting that she seemed to have no concept of noble manners. The woman carefully watched the guests, who never tired of what they were given. She knew that the real altar that Louismond had made remained in the mansion, since the lady had not planned to distribute the stones to the guests from the beginning. No one responded to the call for help that day. A little earlier, the Duchess took out the 5 colored stones that the family treasured so much, and sent each one a letter asking for help. There were more than 12 stones. They were supposed to somehow cheer up the requests, but no one responded to this call. Everything went exactly as planned. The wedding and then the buffet, which remained in the memory of the dukes and aristocrats. Finally, the time for the wedding night came, but Louismond, sitting in the warm water, looking embarrassed, he gently asked if they needed to go that far. Bending over, the servant nodded his head, saying that this is necessary, because no matter what they say, the first night is very important for a married couple. Louis's cheeks were covered by a slight blush, which made it clear that the young man was too embarrassed even to think about it. It wasn't that scary, because the couple had brought their bodies together long before the wedding, but what was happening still bothered him. To him, coming out of the bath, wrapped in a terry robe, the boy walked down the hallway. He was going to do what needed to be done, but upon entering the room, he only exhaled in disappointment. Falling onto the bed and rolling on it, he noticed that all the suffering was in vain, as his wife didn't even come. Turning to the side and looking at the floor, Louis wondered why she hadn't come. Maybe the lady still had work. Meanwhile, the girl was in her office with one of the knights. She ordered an investigation into who the attacker was, later discovering that it was Gail Audric, who was assigned to guard the outskirts of the capital. However, Ljubljana thought he had capitulated after the battle at dawn, where the tyrant was beheaded. His subjects said that after what happened, the man had no choice but to follow the new queen. They said that when he was drunk, he always glorified the kingdom of Aden. It seemed that he managed it without outside help. Duke Dominant continued his investigation, but for the moment, no further information could be obtained, even by force. Getting up from her seat, the Duchess ordered an investigation into the 2 who attacked Lou. The knight could start the investigation without Lou Dante's intervention. The girl said that if they didn't use the Dominant's intelligence, it would take longer. At that moment, Miss Lemons, who had been standing outside the door the whole time, entered the office calling for Ljubljana. The Duchess immediately asked about the maid's condition after what happened that day. Bowing her head, she assured that everyone in the mansion was unharmed, but mentioned that it was more important for a lady not to leave her husband unattended on the first night. After the whole discussion with Lemons, the Duchess was incredibly tired. Realizing what this promised her, the woman offered Ljubljana a silk shirt, which she refused because it was transparent. Walking further into the hallway and stopping near the desired door, Ljubljana hesitantly extended her hand and placed it on the handle. Upon opening the doors, the girl peeked her head in and quietly called out Louis's name. The boy lay on the bed with his eyes closed and snored peacefully with his mouth open. Approaching, Ljubljana quietly called her husband again, but received nothing in response except snores. Her hand clenched into a fist, trying to contain her anger. The young man fell asleep, despite his promise to wait. However, seeing the peaceful expression on Louis's face, the girl calmed down. His sleeping appearance was too cute to be angry at. Carefully tucking herself under the blanket next to him, the woman tried to turn to the side as quietly as possible and hug her sleeping husband's body. Feeling movement on the side, Louis suddenly turned towards the Duchess. She was still asleep, but now in a different position. The couple lay in the same bed, not even knowing what luck they had to be next to each other. After everything that had happened, every moment became more precious than ever. This wedding night also seemed quite ideal. The girl found it more comfortable to fall asleep. Listening to the breathing of the person next to her, She was always afraid of such a cozy feeling that hadn't existed before. The only one awake seemed to be Duke Feldhark. He was sorting documents with some charts in his office. As if out of nowhere, a cloaked man appeared before him, kneeling in gratitude. Tired, resting his head on his hand, the blonde reminded him with disappointment that the people's plan to kill Luomin had failed. The stranger said it was extremely simple, but when the Duchess was near, it was almost impossible. The man asked if anyone had managed to uncover his plan, but the interlocutor shook his head. At the same time, a group of rebels burst in, and it seemed to help them go unnoticed. Everything ended better than expected, as chaos clearly worked in their favor. The Duke sighed, asking if Duchess Ashley, who was also there, was all right. He replied affirmatively, and then the Duke asked him to go to his chambers, and not to irritate his already annoyed master anymore. A complete silence fell in the office, which helped the Duke concentrate on the new plan, which had to be implemented as soon as possible. Balling up the letter, the Duke angrily glanced aside, not understanding how this could have happened. The next day, rumors spread in high society and among the servants. Some thought the Duchess would bring beasts from the north to destroy the capital. The woman remained silent throughout this, giving no sign that anything was wrong. Perhaps she was just being cautious due to the Empress's hatred. After all, she had married the illegitimate son of a tyrant king. However, while rumors swirled around her, Ljubljana fell asleep again. She woke up too late to find Louis hugging her. Sleepily, he asked how the girl slept. However, his answer was interrupted by a kiss, and her eyes opened in surprise. Stopping the kiss, the boy pulled away, softly speaking his beloved's name. Instead of reacting to this impulse, the girl jumped up, pushing Louis further away. She said they had something to do and needed to get out of bed as soon as possible. They couldn't continue in the same spirit. Otherwise, everything might not end very favorably. The girl hadn't been able to get out of bed for 2 weeks. Having gathered strength, the couple went to bed last night, and perhaps it was an energy reserve for the following nights. Louis had an excess of adrenaline in his blood, which made him do strange things. Sitting during breakfast, the heroine looked at a cup of tea and asked Madame Lemon about her husband and what happened to him. They had lived together before, but perhaps something changed when they got married. Louis seemed to be head over heels in love, to which Ljubljana had to reciprocate. Trying to justify herself, the heroine said that she was also in love with her husband. It wasn't a strong feeling that could be described with a few epithets. The maid smiled, asking the Duchess not to get tense, but to simply enjoy the moment they managed to reach. That was the most important thing. Turning around, the lady headed for the exit and promised to bring more tea. After taking a break from the conversation, Ljubljana moved on to the message from the north. The number of animals grew rapidly. Presumably because winter arrived early this year, the knights asked the Duchess to return quickly. Dropping the paper, the girl exhaled loudly. It was about suitors who, most likely, simply didn't want to work. The door opened again, and Louis appeared in the room, beaming with joy. Approaching, the man squatted next to the sofa, asking his wife about work. Ljubljana had not yet finished filling out all the documents, leaving some for later. Looking down sadly, the boy said that if it was urgent, there was nothing left to do but dedicate time to solving the problem. Realizing she had no other choice, the girl promised that everything could wait until tomorrow at least. Joy immediately appeared on the boy's face. Approaching, the man hugged the girl, asking if she really didn't need to deal with this now. The girl understood that she just needed to ignore her sister's instructions. Smiling, Ljubljana moved away from her lover's kisses because they tickled her. Louis believed that, since they were newlyweds, they had the right to have some fun. Suddenly, Miss Lemons appeared in the room with a tray. Louismond didn't know the maid was there, so the best he could do was leave the room. Ljubljana waved her hand towards the exit, and the maid understood everything perfectly, as she was about to leave. The last thing she wanted was to disturb the newlyweds, who deserved the time they spent together. Bending towards the girl's lips, the boy spoke about how much he loved her. The Duchess was incredibly happy and would like to spend every day like this. The whole idyll was interrupted by a crowd of servants who rushed into the room. Ljubljana was furious, because they had arrived an hour ago, and she heard that she would do her best. But they still crawled backward. They rushed towards the heroine, asking about the assigned task that the Empress had set for herself. They demanded an answer today, and not to delay it, not paying attention to the fact that it was physically impossible to complete so much work in one day. Stepping back, the servants stopped near the table. Callan ordered them to wait here until all the work was finished. A few hours later, everything was finished. The boy with glasses announced that tomorrow they had to go to their monthly meeting, so Ljubljana had to make sure to attend. Pounding the table with her fists, the lady ordered to tell Lena that she had no right to load her with work after her sister had just gotten married. No one knew the Empress's deep plans, so she had to agree. All this tired the heroine very much. Turning her gaze to the window, Ljubljana noted with disappointment that it was already completely dark. Louis, who hadn't been seen or heard from for almost the entire day, burst into the room again. He knew that Bia had spent almost the whole day in the office, so she probably had time to get hungry. Sighing, the girl asked for something to drink to relieve the fatigue, but this was forbidden on an empty stomach. So a plate of food appeared before her. Taking some soup with a spoon, the young man brought it closer and asked his wife to try the dish specially prepared for her, assuring that it wasn't cold yet. This day was difficult and too exhausting for the Duchess, but Louis's care completely saved the situation. The food was truly wonderful. Thanks to her husband, Luby ate and felt much better. Bowing, the man promised to try to relieve all the fatigue that had accumulated in Ljubljana's body, assuring that it wouldn't take long. After carefully unbuttoning the clasps and removing her shoes, the boy freed the heroine's feet. His hands reached her foot and began to massage it gently. The young man's heart broke every time he saw the many scars on her legs, or body in general. He kissed her foot, hoping to relieve the pain. Ljubljana attentively followed the man's movements, who tried to do everything as quickly as possible. But at the same time attentively, her cheeks flushed. Her hand reached out on its own, grabbing Louis's wrist. The woman pulled her husband towards her, looking him in the eyes. Bewildered, the young man asked what happened. Her body pressed even closer, causing the boy to fall onto the Duchess, who passionately kissed him on the lips. Slowly sinking into the sofa, the girl dragged the boy's body with her. She deserved it at this moment, after everything that had happened in the last few days. The food plates flew somewhere, crashing noisily onto the stone floor. This didn't bother either of the newlyweds at all. The couple looked into each other's eyes. Being very close and feeling each other's warmth, the man looked at Ljubljana, who was intently looking at her man's handsome features. He quietly spoke her name. The woman always thought Louis was like a rabbit, but her lover was more like an animal who was waiting for this very moment to rage and start doing whatever he wanted, not wanting to endure it anymore. Ljubljana grabbed Louis's head and pulled him directly towards her, realizing that a little more, and she would explode from the overabundance of emotions that had flooded her. The next morning arrived completely. Maids knocked on the Duchess's chambers to bring water for washing. Once in the room, the girls covered their faces with their hands from the blinding light that seemed to spread throughout the room. The couple lay on the bed, completely disheveled from the pleasures of the previous day. Ljubljana looked happy. She felt full of energy after moving so much that she had really missed physical activity. Moving to his wife's cheek, Louis carefully kissed her. Such a sweet sight seemed too wonderful to the maids who witnessed all this. After the wedding, the lady changed for the better, especially when she spent time with Lumen. It became obvious how happy she was. Standing in front of the mirror, Ljubljana began to get ready. Today, she was going to her monthly meeting, which was supposed to take place in the Empress's palace. Nodding, the man offered his help, carefully tying the girl's tie. Ljubljana shyly said that she didn't get married for a boy to do such simple things, but she was glad to see her husband in a shirt he ironed and a tie he tied himself. The girl turned around and nodded, allowing the man to do what he wanted. At that moment, Louis realized how much he didn't want to let Villa go, even if she returned to the palace very soon. Seeing the carriage, which was inexorably moving away into the distance, the young man waved his hand, hoping the girl would return home as quickly as possible. The meeting room always gave Luana a strange feeling in her body. It was too large to be used for meetings between the Empress and the three dukes. Turning around, the girl noticed the men. Louis Dante waved his hand in greeting, rejoicing at Ljubljana's appearance. And Kadrik, as usual, grumbled something in a low voice. The dark-haired man looked at his friend in surprise, noticing that she had blossomed, probably having fun during her married life in the castle. It was clear from Felthark's face that he didn't like this kind of conversation. Scratching the back of his neck, the girl decided to tease her friends, hinting that if they wanted to feel better, it would be best to get married as soon as possible. The dominant took offense and said that this is exactly what he wanted, so he asked for help with Kaelna. Unable to bear it anymore, the blonde raised his voice, asking what he liked so much about a marriage that didn't judge her well. The girl said that if you think about it this way, you won't even be able to distinguish anything unusual, because she liked absolutely everything. Stepping aside, the guy hit the table located in the middle of the room with all his might. Looking surprised into the Duke's eyes, Luby tried to understand what was happening. Apparently, the young man had complaints about the goods supplied for the negotiations. Dante patted the table, as if it hurt after being hit. And the lady asked, what went wrong? Well, it's made of stone, so Cadrick's hand probably hurts. She elbowed the man in the shoulder. The girl laughed. She said they were just joking, and if he was that bored, he could let her hit him for her total happiness. The dominant realized that this is how a big boil sometimes begins. Her Majesty entered the room almost silently. It seemed that the people left alone here were having a lot of fun even without her. She would suggest starting the meeting she had been waiting for backstage for the whole month. The dukes respectfully bowed their heads to Cayenne. As the Empress walked towards the table, Ljubljana watched her. Sitting at the negotiation table, those gathered began to discuss the project for installing structures in the east. The Duchess provided information about the rebel forces, which also remained significant. They came from the former kingdom of Aden, thus trying to seize power through Leuven. The words seemed to fall on deaf ears of the blonde, who said absolutely nothing while announcing the end of the meeting, saying they would see each other in a month. The queen continued to ignore her sister, who was already shouting, demanding an audience with her. Callan informed that Ashley'n was forbidden from coming to the imperial palace until the next meeting. Ljubljana tried to understand what was what. Almost begging her sister to talk to her, she received another refusal. Approaching the exit, the blonde called the dominant, who looked surprised at the people remaining in the room. The boy happily announced that he was leaving with Her Majesty. He left the girl alone with her aggression. Pounding the stone table with her fist, the girl shouted at them that she wanted to reduce the amount of work sent. That took her almost all day. Smiling, Cadrick decided to use the Duchess's technique and asked why she wanted to break her own hand bones this way when there were many others. Walking down the hallway, the girl headed for the exit, thinking about what she should do next due to the current restrictions. If she left the property now, he wouldn't be able to appear here next month, which meant everything was over. She could hide here and come with her sister in the middle of the night. Stopping in her thoughts, the heroine didn't immediately notice the figure a few steps away from her. Ljubljana jumped up and extended her hands in a protective gesture. Cadrick startled Ljubljana, who was so lost in thought that she didn't even notice his approach. Moving down the hallway again, she heard his reproaches that after the wedding she had completely lost her vigilance. In this situation, she wouldn't be able to return north and fight the beasts. The man suddenly realized that this was not at all what she meant, but Ljubljana replied that the presence of animals was much more noticeable, which meant the girl could defeat everyone without any problems. At that moment, Cadrick didn't know what to answer. He said he didn't understand why she could sense them, but turned a blind eye to other things. Turning to him, the Duchess menacingly asked him why he was next to her. In the eyes of others, they looked like people who had a good relationship. The servants could only guess what they were talking about so friendly. Grabbing Ljubljana's hand, Feltark approached and asked where she would go first. Perhaps the girl would decide to return to the mansion immediately. Smiling, Ljubljana remembered her husband. Louis was waiting for her, and she promised to return as soon as possible. Frowning, the Duke noticed that Ljubljana clearly liked this relationship. The man also noticed that the heroine's face was now shining, replacing the usual frowning expression that had become familiar to everyone for the last 10 years. If you think about it, she, of course, looked happier and more cheerful, but this didn't change anything at all. Despite this, the Duke was angry. His Luby was happy, but all the changes happened thanks to some other man. Approaching the horse that was supposed to take the carriage home, the woman offered to introduce her friend to some beautiful lady he might like. A beauty with a dragon heart on her head came to mind, sitting on a throne made of dragon skin. Frowning, the man tried to contain his new bursts of anger, asked not to say such things, not even as a joke. Jumping onto the horse, the girl laughed. Perhaps it wasn't even a joke. Ljubljana remained serious. Sighing, the boy realized he shouldn't say anything. Nothing could be done, because in reality, Ljubljana had not the slightest interest in Feltark. From the outside, he probably looked funny trying to win her love. Just as she was about to leave the palace, Ljubljana froze, remembering an important thing she had completely forgotten to mention. She said that at the wedding, there were forces trying to kill her husband, trying to hide the nervousness that made cold sweat run down her back. Kodrick asked why she was telling him all this. However, Ljubljana ominously said that Kodrick should be asked about the forces that had nothing in common with the rebels. They were two different groups that had nothing in common with each other. The blonde froze, realizing that perhaps he had made the most fatal mistake by giving that reaction. He said that he also has his own ears. He checked everything, finding out even the smallest detail. It seemed strange to Ljubljana that Kodrick knew everything long before the Duchess announced it to everyone. Even Duke Dominant did not know. The man was stunned to realize that hiding his motives would be much more difficult than it seemed at first glance. Ljubljana said that initially she didn't think about the fact that they were some kind of mercenaries. It was worth assuming that there were other forces using this for their own ends. Colonel Gale was trying to capture Louismont and another group. He was going to kill him. Everything was done with very hard-to-get weapons, since a crossbow with iron arrows was extremely expensive on the black market. It would be difficult for an ordinary person guarding the borders to obtain such a thing. The assassination attempt was carried out for other purposes. The girl had no intention of pressuring the Duke in any way, and there was only one goal for this. She trusted him from the beginning of their work together. The man asked her about suspicions that might make sense. From the beginning, he thought that this is why the conversation started. However, the Duchess didn't seem to be trying to threaten anyone at the moment. Turning to leave, the main character exhaled slowly, saying that she believed in Kodrick. That so far everything he had done honestly and fairly. When she said that this was all she wanted from now on, the man didn't know what to answer. After that, the girl said goodbye to him and thanked him for seeing her off. Ljubljana thought to herself that she had heard a report that the assassin was in the carriage that entered the palace, and they couldn't even find out who the assassin was, let alone the person behind it all. She was surprised how well everything was thought out. When she got into the carriage, she asked how many forces there currently were in the Empire that knew how to raise such assassins. The maid told her that there were only two, not counting the Duchess, and the remaining two were dukes. The heroine thought that one of them really could be Kodrick, but she didn't want to ask him or figure it out. She had already warned him once that this should not happen again. Meanwhile, the story shifts to the royal library. While Ljubljana was away, Louis went there because he didn't know what to do. He noted that it had been a long time since he was last here. Then he chuckled, thinking that the time spent with his wife was like a dream. Days and weeks passed in the blink of an eye. However, he soon decided that this should not continue, as he was doing nothing but managing the mansion. He realized he needed to get back to his senses, because 3 years would pass quickly, and having achieved nothing, they would divorce by mutual agreement. At that moment, his beloved's face appeared before his eyes, and she thanked him for everything she had given him during this time. The man decided that he had to become such a useful person that Villa wouldn't want to leave him. He clenched his fists, intending to make sure that their divorce would be annulled in 3 years. Then he turned to Miss Lemons and asked what he had to do. The woman did not expect the man to be there. After a while, she noticed that the ledger corrected by Mr. Louismond was perfect. She praised him for being an incredible person, because even nobles who have been doing household chores for decades cannot be as attentive as him. The boy thought that living the same life over and over again is not so useless. Then, the maid said that she had collected many gifts sent by the nobles for the wedding. But the Duchess wasn't interested in them at all, and she decided to ask the man what she should do with the gifts. Louis replied that he would do it, a list of valuable items, and put them in a safe. The maid said that in that case, she would start with Duke Feltark's gift. However, at that moment, Louismond stopped her. He took the box in his hands, not believing that it was actually a gift from Duke Feltark. It turned out that inside there was a precious ring with a bright red stone. At that moment, Louismond remembered the Duke's words and how he called Ljubljana his woman. He decided for himself that this would never happen in real life. He turned to the maid and told her that this box should be placed in the farthest corner of the storage room. The woman realized that Mr. Louismond was also aware of everything that was happening. It turned out that, until Mr. Louismond arrived, Duke Felthark came to visit. There were times when he jokingly told the maid not to open the door for him, and then he would jump the fence on horseback and enter the mansion. He always looked at his beloved with a warm and loving gaze, but she always treated him only as a close friend. However, the woman realized that there was no need to talk about this now, since one of the maid's duties is to help the owner's hearts be at peace. At that moment, one of the maids burst into the library and turned to Mr. Louismond. She said that Countess Graham was in front of the mansion. It turned out that there was indeed a woman sitting near the mansion, crying bitterly, and there were suitcases with her things around her. She said that she had brought things that Louis had treasured so much before the wedding, and asked to be allowed to see his face before leaving. The man watched the woman through the window. He thought about the fact that Count Graham had failed, and that's why his wife came now. She was a woman who always looked at him like a worm, so Louismond only had negative feelings towards her. However, he understood that, nevertheless, they would have to see each other. The thing is that their families are related by marriage, and if they were kicked out for no reason at all, it would damage the reputation of Duchess Ashleyne, and even if he hated her, he should behave like an exemplary husband. The boy exhaled in disgust and told the woman to let her in, but at that moment the maid interrupted him. She said that, when she first arrived at the mansion under Her Majesty's orders, there was one thing that was harder for her to deal with. She said it was visitors, a crowd gathered around the mansion. People came every day to establish at least some connection with the Duchess, so the mansion was very noisy. So the Duchess said they had to be thrown out, as they bothered her very much. The maid repeated Ljubljana's manners and behavior, trying to recreate that scene. The boy laughed and said that it was very similar to Villa. The maid said she was so dumbfounded that she still remembered her words. She said that if from now on, Louismond throws out all the guests coming to the Duchess's house, no one will dare to compromise the reputation of Duchess Ashley. The man laughed and asked if he could really fall any further after this, and then he thought that the maid was right. It would be more correct to follow his wife's path, and then quietly thank the woman, because thanks to her words, his soul calmed down a little. Then he turned to her and told her that he didn't want to see the Countess, and asked her to politely escort her out of the mansion. The maid bowed and said that she definitely would. When she reported Count Graham's decision to Louis, the woman became enraged. She didn't want to leave, shouting that they were connected by the same blood and that this couldn't be changed. Then she pointed to her suitcases and said that if she couldn't see it herself, she should at least accept it. However, the servant said that the master ordered them not to bring anything into the house. Louismont thought that if there was any false evidence in the box that he was colluding, Villa would be in a difficult position. When Earl Graham was a vassal of the Kingdom of Aden, this is how he harmed many loyalists of the kingdom. However, this dishonest move would not work against him now. After that, the young man moved away from the window and sighed tiredly, because he missed his wife very much. The more disappointed he was with the Count, the more he missed Ljubljana. He began to think that if he focused on work, he could forget about his sadness. Then he turned to the maid and asked if there was any other work for him. He told her that anything would do. The woman said that there was some matter that was not urgent, but still needed to be sorted out. She led him to a room with high black doors. When the guy opened the door, he saw something resembling a letter sticking out of the crack. At that moment, one of the servants shouted to Louis not to open the door. However, the young man did not hear his words and opened the door, after which an entire mountain of letters flew towards him. That barely held the doors. One of the servants barely managed to push his master away so that he would not be crushed by such a large amount of letters. When the boy was safe, he asked if all these letters were invitations after the wedding. The servants apologized and said that the number of people coming every day was severe. They didn't have enough strength to sort everything out, so the letters kept piling up. The maid said that it was also because the Duchess had ceased all social life since the wedding. She said that the person who was always present everywhere didn't come, so everyone continued to rush with letters. Louismond knew that Ljubljana often attended social gatherings to find a husband, and to propose a marriage contract to him, he persistently looked for a social gathering that she could attend. However, after the wedding, she didn't go anywhere with him, and this really warmed his soul. After that, he turned to Miss Lemons and asked her to bring as many workers as possible. He said that they would start by sorting the letters and then decide which ones need a reply and which ones do not. After this, he and his servants began sorting this huge pile of letters. After a while, someone entered the room and asked what was going on here. When Louis turned around, he saw his wife standing in the doorway. He was very happy to see her. He greeted her and told her that he was focused on this, so he couldn't go out to greet her on the street. So Ljubljana told him to rest and asked him again what kind of work he was doing here. She asked him why he was doing this, because he could have sent Miss Lemons, and she would have done the work for him. The boy laughed and said that, having checked everything personally, the answer to important letters should have been sent by Ljubljana herself, or by him. Then he asked his wife if she had time to eat, but the girl replied that she had arrived just in time for dinner together. Louis laughed and said that he was also waiting for her, and their thoughts matched. At that moment, an awkward pause hung between them. When the newlyweds calmed down a bit, they abruptly moved away, and their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The guy reproached himself for saying so openly that he was waiting for his wife. The girl at that moment thought that in the future, she should never come to dinner outside the mansion. Then she headed for the door and called her husband to dine with her. At that moment, Louis took her hand, telling her that this would be his late greeting. Then he smiled and asked how his wife was and if anything special had happened today. The girl laughed at this. She was very happy to see her husband in a good mood. She took his hand, and they walked down the hallway together. Soon the newlyweds sat down at the table. Louis informed that all letters were resolved. He said there were also signed letters for the owner of the Ashleyan duchy. He asked his wife if it was really addressed to him. The girl suggested that maybe it was. Then she asked him what he was going to do with the invitations that had arrived. Louis understood that these were famous places where they got married, and noble men and women spent time together. They were no longer needed, so it would be better if the girl told him to take care of them. He awaited a response from her and looked at her eyes impatiently. He wanted to hear that she was now married and wouldn't go to any event. The girl noticed her man's look and realized that it seemed like he wanted to say something. Luviana wondered what he must have been doing while she was alone in the mansion, and most likely, he wants to take care of the outside matters. Meanwhile, the sweet honeymoon came to an end after the wedding. She asked him if he wanted to take a long vacation from royal administration. She thought everything was fine, but in reality, it turned out that he was sad the whole time. Moreover, the girl feared that when she returned after the vacation, she would run into Peony. So she sent a maid in her place. She made sure that the lovers couldn't meet, but to her surprise, it was quite a cowardly thought. Noticing the strange expression on her lover's face, Louis asked her what she was thinking about. The girl told him not to worry about what they were sending him and that he should take care of what they sent him. The man was dumbfounded. He said that if in the future she needed to go somewhere, then she didn't have to ask his permission. He wasn't going to interfere in her life to that extent. The heroine said that the streets could be dangerous, so she asked her husband not to go out late. And if he has to go out, he must take people he chooses with him. This is necessary for his safety. Ljubljana thought that even during the day, if she stayed locked up in the mansion, there would be no danger, and women and men would probably be fascinated by Louis's beauty, so he would have to assign a eunuch to accompany her. The girl smiled, realizing that if this was enough, she could endure it. Meanwhile, Mrs. Lemons didn't understand what was going on with the expressions on the two people's faces. That same night, Louis said that, according to Ljubljana herself, if she was going out somewhere, then she needed to quickly read the invitations and reply to them. Since he himself was about to take a nap in his office, he said that while he was reviewing the invitations sent to him personally, he told his wife she could sleep soundly in the bedroom without him, and then left the door. The girl wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. She didn't understand why he was angry. The heroine thought that her husband's anger would pass soon, but the next day he behaved the same way, without letting her touch him and saying that he hadn't finished sorting yet. The next day, the same thing happened. Louis refused to sleep with his wife, saying he hadn't finished the work yet. On the third day, the heroine couldn't stand it and hit the wall hard with her fist, which caused a huge dent with cracks to appear. It bothered her that this boy slept separately for 3 days because of sorting her invitations. She herself couldn't sleep alone in such a spacious bed. She couldn't believe that Louis was going to a social event today and wished they would make up as soon as possible. When she came out of the bathroom, she saw her husband ironing his clothes on the ironing board. At first, she thought she was hallucinating. However, at that moment, her husband ran towards her, took her by the shoulders, and asked her what she was doing. He asked her how she had lived all this time, because she could catch a cold if she walked around the house with a wet head. The heroine looked offended at her husband, thinking that if he was so worried, he could have slept with her last night. Louis caught her gaze, but did not answer. Then he began to quickly rub her head with a towel, saying that this way it would dry faster. Louis thought to himself that a little more and he would have kissed his wife, because after 3 days, Ljubljana's eyes looked very beautiful. But in any case, she was the person who hurt his heart. So he silently took a lock of her hair and brought it to his nose, inhaling the scent, and realizing that he would have to put up with it. He was angry because Ljubljana said she would take care of everything herself, and he didn't understand why she decided that. If she really wanted to secretly go to a social event and seduce someone without his knowledge. In the banquet hall, when Ljubljana coldly sighs and drinks alcohol, leaning in as if a man or a woman was looking at her, everyone will want to talk to her. Louis understood that he himself was one of them, but he forgot that he was also quite notable. However, he understood that he could not let Ljubljana go to that place. First of all, there were several ways to warn. 3 days ago, a maid approached Mr. Lewis while he was sitting and didn't know what to do. She said that in the mansion, everything that happens must be reported to the owner. As before, she will always act according to the master's instructions. The man smiled. He realized that, knowing Ljubljana's character, the maid would leave all her invitations to him, and he would make sure that she couldn't secretly go to the event without him. Then he turned to his wife and told her that he had ironed her jacket since she was going to work today. The girl couldn't believe that he had actually stopped being angry with her. Soon she dressed and saddled her horse, wished her husband good luck at the meeting, and asked him to inform her of everything that happened there. The man smiled and told her that she had nothing to worry about, and also asked her to return on time. And without delay, Ljubljana smiled and said that they would definitely have dinner together tonight. Meanwhile, the story shifts to Duke Feldhark's mansion. The servant told him that a guest had come to see him. The man was very surprised, as he did not expect guests and was currently on his estate dressed in house clothes. Then he suddenly got angry, because he didn't understand what kind of rude person dared to approach them at such an early hour. However, when the servant told him that it was Duchess Ashley, he immediately came to his senses and shouted in surprise. He couldn't believe that Ljubljana had actually come to his estate. He immediately got up from his chair and asked where she was now. The servant replied that the girl was outside. First, he accompanied her to the entrance of the mansion, and then the Duke asked to bring her inside. And then he suddenly changed his mind and said that he would do it himself. He thought that if he asked her to come in, she obviously wouldn't want to. Before leaving his office, he suddenly turned around and asked his servant how good he looked in the suit. The man replied that the Duke looked perfect, then asked what was wrong with his face and his hair. He also noticed his eye and asked if his scars were visible. The servant bowed to him and said that the man looked perfect. After this, the Duke said that it was not a normal situation for this woman to come to visit early in the morning. He supposed that something had happened. Taking care of him, the servant noticed that the man really looked good. When the Duke left his office, he immediately ran through the corridors to meet his beloved. Soon he ran out into the street. He ran so fast that he began to feel out of breath. However, when he saw the girl, a smile immediately appeared on his face. He straightened his shoulders in an instant and tidied his clothes, which might have looked careless due to his quick run. Then he turned to her and asked what she had been doing since morning. He smiled and said that today, apparently, the sun had risen in the west. Ljubljana was a little displeased with his mockery and said that she was very happy to hear sarcastic remarks early in the morning. In his mind, the Duke wondered why he couldn't speak beautifully when standing in front of Ljubljana, but he quickly recovered and said that they should go inside first and they would talk there. However, Ljubljana said that she had nothing special, so they should talk here. Besides, she still needed to look around somewhere. The Duke was annoyed and asked if she didn't even want to have a cup of tea with him now. Ljubljana was not happy that he was bringing up this topic again. Then, Feldhark asked her if her husband had forbidden her from doing this. Ljubljana shouted, asking why the conversation suddenly turned to her husband, because she had always been like this. Then she thought that if she behaved rudely now, Louis would be scolded along with her. Then she dismounted and realized that she couldn't let her husband get the same treatment. After that, she approached the Duke and saw that his face was red with shame. She walked past him and told him she was going into the mansion. The Duke said nothing, and there was a bright pink blush on his cheeks. When they entered, the servant served tea and refreshments to the guest and the mansion owner. The girl asked the Duke if it was true that he had been assigned responsibility for the Eastern Water Supply project. The annoyed Duke asked her if she had really come to receive his thanks. Then Ljubljana chuckled, saying she had no reason to thank him, that she was only hinting to the Empress, since she didn't know about his enthusiasm for this project. Realizing that because of this project, he had to leave for the East, while his beloved remained in the capital. He asked her if she hadn't come to say thank you and why she was here. Ljubljana said she came to recommend a talented person. She said that this person is Peony Lauren. She is still an employee, but she is very smart and has a strong desire to participate in the East Water project. Then, the Duke said that he had already heard this name from her lips. He had looked closer at this girl and noted that she was doing a good job. Ljubljana thought to herself that this man was so scrupulous that he even looked closely at the administrative workers. If both eyes were well, he would be twice as scrupulous. Then, the Duke asked her how she found out about the existence of Secretary Lauren, and quickly noticed that he really didn't care. However, he understood that Peony was from the House of Scientists, and the person next to Ljubljana also came from the House of Scientists. Then, he suggested that Ljubljana had been advised by her husband and had asked him to push her friend into that position. However, the girl replied that she was just her friend. The Duke pointed out that they must be very close friends if he asked something like that for her. When Ljubljana said that they truly loved each other, the Duke choked on his tea in surprise. He asked what Ljubljana had just said, but she confirmed that it was about the woman who loved her husband. Although she married him under a contract to save his life, once the contract ends, she will return to Peony. The Duke couldn't believe this was actually true. Then, Ljubljana asked him why he was joking with her like that. Feltark asked her why she was telling him this, as she had come to him this morning on purpose. Ljubljana said she had already said she trusted the Duke. When the man heard this, a bright pink blush appeared on his face again. Ljubljana then asked him to take Peony with him to the east and let her discover her abilities. She wanted to be treated only by her abilities and not by her patrons. However, the Duke stopped her, saying that she was talking too fast and that he didn't have enough time to understand everything. He asked her if she was asking him to take care of Peony to unlock her abilities. Ljubljana said that this girl is so capable that even if her lover committed treason, Her Majesty, the Empress, is willing to forgive him once. The Duke asked his beloved what she was thinking about, to which the girl replied that she was thinking about wanting to save her husband. Then she walked to the door and said she hoped the Duke would help her. When she left the room, Feltark put his hands on his head, not knowing what to do in such a situation. He was upset because she only came to him to save her husband. He shouted so loudly that he could be heard outside the mansion, but at that moment, Ljubljana was already riding her horse on her errands. Soon she arrived at another place, where another meeting awaited her. She was greeted by a merchant named Fymans, who said he was expecting the Duchess's arrival. The girl asked him how he had been all this time. The man said that everything was always fine for him, thanks to the Duchess. Although it was late, he wanted to congratulate her on her wedding, and he also said that he had sent her a gift, and asked if it had reached her soul. Ljubljana said that it was no longer her responsibility to decide if she was happy or not. But still, she thanked the man for the gift. She said that now her husband was in charge of all household matters. After the wedding, he took care of everything. Hands, and even today, she came only after getting permission. The merchant couldn't believe that this unique ability of a married woman was to embellish. He couldn't believe that Ljubljana was saying all that about herself. But the girl said she had no need to lie. Then the merchant realized that the rumors about the kidnapping and that she was forced to marry against her will were false. Then, Ljubljana said that this time, she came to check the list of goods they were sending to the north. The merchant immediately gave her the list she needed. He said that in order for the Duchy of Ashlian to send the necessary supplies to the north, large transactions were being carried out with 2 trading points. Merchants from Felting, governed by the Duchy of Feldhark, supplied horses and weapons, and food and clothing were bought from merchant Fymans. If food and clothing are not supplied to the north in time, the northerners will suffer a harsh winter. So Ljubljana bought a large amount of food every year and sent it north. She thought they should make sure that people could settle down well and live there. Only then, the north would become the true land of the empire. Then she told the merchant that the price of wheat had increased significantly this year. The man said that this was due to 2 major floods in the east. Ljubljana stated that, because of this, Her Majesty is paying great attention to the flood control work in the east. The man was happy that after much discussion, they had finally decided to start this project. Ljubljana thought that this man was really smart, as expected from the leader of a merchant guild. The Capital Merchants Guild is an association of small and large merchants that opposes the gigantic trading company of the Duchy of Feltark. Since the Duke was now in charge of the water supply project in the east, his trading company was monopolizing large contracts to curb it. Now they revealed this information. They believed Kodrik was loyal to the empire, but they should have been afraid that his power would become too great. It is necessary for the empire to strengthen quickly, and for such troublesome things to no longer be necessary. After that, the man said that work was ending early today, so he was going to his wife. With his gaze, he begged Ljubljana to ask him what was wrong with him. However, since the girl already had enough problems of her own, she decided not to. Instead, she walked past him and wished him good luck. But the man decided to tell everything on his own. He said that he actually had a big fight with his wife. It had been a week since they had spoken to each other. The girl stopped and asked him indifferently what he meant. The merchant said that today during breakfast, he muttered that he was going to meet friends. And after 20 years of marriage, he knew exactly what the sign was. Ljubljana turned to him and asked what he meant. The man replied that this was a sign of reconciliation. What he really meant was that if he wanted to talk to her, he had to come to the meeting, pay for all the food, and give gifts to his friends to cheer her up. Then, Ljubljana thought that Louis was signaling her in the same way. But she didn't understand anything. Now that I think about it, Louis, who was acting strangely today, chose his clothes himself, as if he wanted to introduce her to other people. The man smiled, saying that if he went, then the gifts would already be an offense, because it had been a week since he was kicked out of her bedroom, and now they were slowly moving towards reconciliation. Besides, he earns well and can afford it, presenting gifts to his beloved wife at meetings. If he misses this opportunity, he obviously won't be able to talk to his wife for another month. Then, Ljubljana asked him if he traded in luxury goods for aristocrats. The merchant said that he really said that. Then, Ljubljana clearly asked him to bring out all the things that are fashionable now. First, she needed the most expensive things. The man said he needed to leave right away. But the girl stopped him with words that she would buy everything at once. The merchant was surprised by this behavior and did not know how to react. However, when the Duchess shouted at him, he immediately ran to fulfill her request. Meanwhile, Louis stood in front of the mirror and adjusted his tie. He understood that he was about to meet, where he would appear for the first time as the husband of Duchess Ashley Anne. He thought that the first way to win Ljubljana's heart was to increase the reputation of Duchess Ashley Anne, strengthening her position in the secular council. For the first stage, he chose the Minister of the Interior's husband, the chief accountant Rhys Seymour. The hall is run by his younger brother, Eric. There is nothing to see there now, but soon it will be the best social gathering in the empire. The poor and unknown artists discovered by Eric caused a renaissance in the art world with their magnificent masterpieces. Imperial nobles come from all over to see creators like Jirazan, even though he is only the brother of an administrative official. But this Eric was the first to send an invitation to Louis, and now is the time when no one yet knows the value of this invitation. The man was delighted to realize that this was what he needed. He decided that he needed to reply now that he would definitely be there. On the day of the hall's opening, he, as promised, arrived at the designated place. After befriending brilliant artists in a quiet and comfortable hall, he will have to make a donation, and later the Duchy of Ashley will have great glory. At the entrance, one of the servants greeted him, bowed to him, and asked him to come in. However, what Louis saw inside truly astonished him. Inside, there was a large number of people dressed in rich clothes. He was surprised that there were no poor artists here. Instead, all the aristocrats of the capital came here. In a corner, he saw a man sitting on the sofa and crying. It turned out to be Eric. Louis didn't understand why he was sitting in a corner, while it was his own event, because he was its organizer. However, a woman's voice distracted him from his thoughts. When Louis turned around, he was horrified to see the same blue-haired woman in front of him. Ljubljana smiled widely and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Louis didn't understand why this woman was here. However, he quickly realized that he should have seen it coming. After all, as soon as he prepared to go to Eric's hall, rumors about it immediately spread throughout the city. It is obvious that people who have power in secular circles will come here. It is quite natural that among these people is Ljubljana from the Odell marquetry. The girl held out her palm to the man and asked him to walk with her. However, Louis silently walked past her. The girl was extremely annoyed that he was behaving this way in public. The guests were surprised that he openly ignored Lady Ljubljana, who is the flower of the social world. And now he dares to show off, as he has the support of Duchess Ashley. Louis understood that he was now the husband of Duchess Ashley, and that, if he backed down, Bia's reputation would be affected. Then he approached Eric Seymour, who was trembling with fear. When Eric heard his name, he immediately covered his hands and said that he was sitting there. and without touching anyone. However, Louis extended his hand and said that he was happy to meet him. He introduced himself and thanked Eric for the invitation. Eric couldn't believe that this man actually approached him without ill intentions. He immediately rushed towards him and shook his hand, saying that he didn't know the Duchess's husband would come here, and that it was a great honor for him. However, when he saw Lizana standing behind Louis, he immediately trembled with fear. Louis said that for a long time he had admired his hall. However, he understood that they could not enter into a dialogue because Eric was afraid of Lizana. The man was really very afraid of this girl and even moved away from Louis. At that moment, Louis covered Eric with his back and turned to Lizana, asking what she needed. The girl was annoyed, but she didn't show it, smiling and saying that she was happy that he had finally noticed her. Louis said that, for the sake of etiquette, he should first politely greet the owner of the hall. When the girl heard this, anger appeared on her face, but she tried to hide it. Louis thought that she did look quite intimidating. He was afraid that she would hit him again with her pile of rings on her fingers, or that his servants would attack him like last time. At that moment, he didn't even realize that his hands were also trembling with fear. However, Eric noticed this and realized that Louis was holding back his fear to protect him. Lizana said that the owner of the hall ceded his rights to her. It was a burden for him to meet a guest like the husband of Duchess Ashley, so she decided to help him. She said that today she could rightly be called the owner of this hall. Then, Louis said that in that case, there was no reason for him to stay here any longer. Lizana wanted to stop him and grabbed his sleeve, but the man immediately pulled his hand back and looked threateningly at the girl. He told her not to dare to touch him when she wanted. Lizana was extremely dissatisfied with this answer, but she didn't know what to say. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted that this was not a gentlemanly act at all. Others began to say that Louis's behavior changed after he became the Duchess's husband. Since Lady Lizana approached to make friends, but her background is showing, the girl smiled, implying that the man who took the title of Duke was at the same time the illegitimate son of a tyrant. He should know that the people gathered there hated him. Then she put on an innocent face and said that she was very sorry for what had happened, because she had really prepared this place to get along with the Duchess's husband. The crowd immediately began to defend the girl, saying that he really acted too rudely towards her. Louis thought about the fact that the young men who pursued him changed their behavior upon seeing him as a strong person, in such a situation that if they met elsewhere, they would flirt with him again. However, only Ljubljana was not like that. She was always honest with him. She was the only person who cared for and fully supported him, and that made Louis incredibly strong. Then, he decided to turn to Lizana and ask if she had said she came here to befriend him. The girl said yes, and now he knows her true intentions. Then, the man said that if that were the case, then she shouldn't have subjected Eric's hall to such destruction. He wanted to visit the hall, not the Marquis's party. If he had wanted to meet Lizana, he would have accepted her invitation. Then he turned to the crowd and asked if they really thought he had changed since the wedding. Then he asked if any of them had visited this hall before getting married. After this, Louis thought that these people would not dare to say anything if Ljubljana was here. He approached Eric and said that he was very sorry that this lovely gathering had been ruined because of him, and he promised to contact him again soon. After that, he headed for the exit, realizing that because of such a situation, this was all he could promise, but first he left his mark here. Behind him, people whispered that the illegitimate son of a tyrant considered himself superior to others because he married a monstrous duchess. However, when the hero turned towards them, the people immediately fell silent. However, Louis paid attention to one of the men who was whispering behind his back. He ran towards him, roughly grabbed him by the jacket, and lifted him off the ground. He asked him to repeat what he had just said. The man didn't understand what Louis was talking about, and then the hero again demanded that he repeat what he had just said. The man said that Louis should let him go first. The hero said he would gladly do so, and in an instant he let go of the man, making him fall to the ground. The man was extremely annoyed that he was insulted in this way in front of people. The hero thought that he saw nothing wrong with being insulted, but he didn't understand how they dared to say such a thing about his wife. He knew that her body was completely covered in scars. He even felt sorry touching her, so he barely touched her with his lips. Even though she wasn't hurt now, he still felt bad for her. To fulfill her duty, she was tied to the outskirts of the north from an early age. Ljubljana fought potentially deadly battles with an endless stream of beasts every day. The reason she also sacrificed herself was for the safety of the empire's people. And that's why he didn't understand how they dared to slander their savior, calling her a monster. Then he addressed the man and said that he couldn't wait to see what would become of him after calling him a bastard husband, and his wife monstrous duchess. The man immediately crawled to his leg, saying there had been some kind of misunderstanding. However, when he saw Louis's threatening gaze, he immediately began to tremble with fear. He tried to stop the man, but the hero headed for the door, not wanting to hear his excuses. There were whispers in the crowd, saying that Louise resembled Duchess Ashlyn. Apparently, they had become one, even though they had only recently married. The hero heard this and replied that it sounded like the greatest compliment he didn't even expect. As he walked down the hall, he wondered if his wife had returned home, since he missed her very much. However, at that moment, a girl in a blue dress appeared behind him. It was Lizana. She grabbed his hand and forced him to stop. The hero pulled his hand back again, but the girl said that she realized that he was the only one having such a hard time. She said that even if he married the Duchess of Ashlyn, it wouldn't change anything. Lizana actually argued that Louis should return with them. The hero didn't want to admit it, but he understood that the woman was right. He felt no relief and didn't know if Count Graham would abandon him or join Marquis Odile. He also remembered the Empress's order to kill all the illegitimate children of the tyrant. He remembered his end in one of his past lives. He remembered the Duke's words that the tyrant's children were actually dirty bastards. The hero trembled with fear when he realized that they could kill him again. Seeing the fear on his face, Lizana smiled. She approached him and held her palm towards his face, asking him if he realized all the reality of what was happening. However, at that moment, she noticed something in the garden. Lizana immediately shouted at the person there to show themselves to her immediately. When the hero saw who came out from between the bushes, he was very surprised. It was a young man in expensive clothes and pink hair. He smiled slightly when he saw Lizana and Louis. The girl recognized him as Duke Dominant. The boy smiled and said that he was surprised to see the Marquise here. Then he jumped over the bushes directly towards them, saying that he got lost on the way to Sir Eric. The Marquise asked if he really didn't have any servant with him who could accompany him. Then, the Duke said that he didn't know where the servant went. That's why he got lost. However, he was more interested in why Louis and Lizana were here together. He also asked why their faces suddenly became so stony after his question. The Marquise said that he behaves very rudely and eavesdrops on other people's conversations. The Duke apologized, saying that he hadn't heard anything they were talking about here. He added that only God knows the whole truth, and everything depends on the honesty of the Duke himself. Then he thanked them for forgiving him, although neither of them had mentioned it yet. After that, Lizana turned around and walked away, saying that since the Duke was looking for Eric, she would go inform him that he had arrived. However, she said that she would continue their conversation next time. This encounter greatly scared Louis. When he was alone with the Duke, he didn't know what to do. He knew that this brat had decapitated him in a past life, and now his eyes were burning. Louis was afraid that he was thinking of cutting off his head again. When the Duke turned towards the hero, Louis's heart sank. Dominant said that he didn't know that Ljubljana had such taste. The hero felt a little offended by such words and didn't know how to answer. Duke Dominic was known as the head of the intelligence service. He was the Empress's eyes and ears. Originally, he was supposed to lead a hidden life, but Ludante proved to be the best swordsman in the Empire without hesitation. Nobles feared him because he has a dangerous character and only follows the Empress's orders. Louis was even more annoyed that even the Marquise fled in such a situation. Then, the Duke said that Louis could simply thank him for his help. He asked him if he didn't know that he had just saved him from the Marquise. Louis wondered if he really didn't know. He was already glad that at least she hadn't cut off his head. Then Dominic laughed and said that this was really interesting, that he had no idea that Ljubljana had such taste. He laughed and said he hoped Her Majesty didn't have the same taste, but Louis thought to himself that he knew nothing about it. The Duke then said that, in any case, although he could not attend the wedding, he would like to congratulate Louis on such an important event, and also asked him to be careful about Cadric, and not believe his congratulations. He said that perhaps Cadric had sent him a large wedding gift, but asked Louis not to touch it. Perhaps an invisible and odorless poison had been applied to it. Then the hero shouted, saying that this ring was also dangerous for Ljubljana. But the Duke said that it was not dangerous for them. By subjugating dragons, they used dragon blood, so they were more resistant to most poisons. Then the hero breathed a sigh of relief, glad to have thrown away this gift that day. He said he didn't come here to see Eric. It turned out that he came here to meet Louis. The hero didn't understand why the Duke wanted to meet him. Instead of answering, the young man handed him a letter. Louis took it in his hands, and what he saw greatly surprised him. It turned out that the letter bore the Empress's seal. The Duke said that if Louis dropped this letter, he might break his neck due to his carelessness. The doomed Louis asked the Duke why he had given him this letter. The man said that His Majesty was interested in him. Besides, Ljubljana didn't even bring him to the palace, so his younger sister was curious about who this man was. Louis was extremely surprised that the Empress wanted to see him. Then, the Duke added that at the right time His Majesty would call him, and then he could enter the palace. Showing her this letter, he also said that the Empress wished that his sister didn't say anything about him, not knowing this. Then, Dominic chuckled and said that even after receiving the report, he couldn't imagine that she would actually call her Bia. Suddenly, the Duke noticed something in the garden and cursed it under his breath. He immediately jumped back into the bushes and told Louis to pretend he wasn't there. At that moment, the hero heard someone approaching him from the other side of the garden. It turned out to be Ljubljana. Seeing her husband, she smiled sweetly at him. Louis was also happy to see his wife and immediately ran to meet her. However, he suddenly remembered that Her Majesty wished that Ljubljana knew nothing about this letter. So he hurriedly hid the letter in his jacket, trying to look as bewildered as possible. Then he came out with his wife and asked her why she was here. The girl replied that her visit ended early, so she came here. However, she suddenly felt something strange. She said she smelled an unpleasant odor and asked her husband if someone had been here before her. She said she felt like Duke Dominic was near. At that moment, a girl in a blue dress appeared behind Louis. When she saw Duchess Ashley, she was as surprised as the people behind her. Eric was also surprised that it wasn't Duke Dominic who came, but Duchess Ashley. But Lizana tried to assure him that it was the Duke who was there when she left. The people behind her began to laugh, saying that Duke Dominic had appeared so suddenly that Lizana had mistaken him for Duchess Ashley. And despite her attempts to convince them, no one believed her words. She wondered why the Duchess had suddenly come here. However, the people decided to greet the Duchess. Eric introduced himself to her and told her that he was very happy to meet her. It was a great honor for him, as he had heard a lot about the Duchess through her brother. Other people immediately rushed to the Duchess, trying to meet her. Ljubljana thought that, apparently, Eric's hall was a gathering of poor artists and independent ones, but now all the nobility of the secular society had gathered here. Then she turned her attention to the blue-haired girl and realized that all these were tricks by the Marquise Odell. She thought that Louis must be very disappointed, as this was the first time he had gone out in a long time. She turned to her husband and asked him if he was okay. The hero nodded and smiled at his wife. Then, Ljubljana thought that apparently something was really wrong. She decided that the best solution would be to calm the situation. She ordered her servants to bring down all the things they had brought. Louis paid attention to the carriage and realized that it was indeed full of chests with various things. Ljubljana said that she chose all this herself, and therefore she would like to hear her husband's opinion. She brought one of the chests closer to him, opened it, and asked him what he thought about it. What Louis saw inside truly astonished him. Inside were cones with multicolored potions. It turned out that they were paintings. The hero smiled enthusiastically and looked at his wife. Ljubljana said that this was exactly what he was thinking, that he couldn't come to his first debut empty-handed. The hero didn't know how to respond. His cheeks flushed slightly with embarrassment. Then, the girl decided to turn to Eric. She pointed to a mountain of black boxes and said that those were the gifts she would give to the members of his hall. She said she was very sorry that the people who were supposed to receive these gifts were now absent, so she decided to give all the boxes to Eric himself. The man was extremely surprised that the girl was actually going to give him all this. He rushed to the box and realized that it contained paintings made of precious stones and art tools. These things were incredibly valuable. Ljubljana said that she was giving them these things so that they would treat her husband well. When Eric heard this, he immediately nodded, accepting the conditions. The rest of the guests came closer and asked if the Duchess had brought anything for them. One of the girls said that such valuable things should be used by those whose merits corresponded to them. Louis looked hopefully at his wife, hoping that she was not going to give gifts to these nobles. However, he didn't want to tell her that those people despised him and insulted her. However, Ljubljana roughly understood what her husband was thinking. She turned to Eric again. She said that she did not want the gifts she had brought to fall into someone else's hands, thinking to herself that she knew what those people had done to her husband. The guests were shocked to feel the Duchess's gaze upon them. Then, the heroine turned her gaze to Lizana, wondering how this woman was going to continue walking with her husband after the wedding. She thought she would find out how to get away from him. At that moment, the heroine decided that she needed to do something so that rumors would spread that she had treated the whole world peacefully. Then she invited Louis with her. When the newlyweds got into the carriage, Eric saw them off and wished them a good trip. When Louis was finally alone with his wife, he thanked her for today. Ljubljana chuckled and asked if they could stop using separate rooms. Louis's face turned red at these words. Then he covered his face with his hands and said that he wouldn't mind at all, but that he was embarrassed to say it. Ljubljana chuckled, seeing how red her husband's face was. Then she asked him why he was looking at her with those eyes. Then Louis got up from his seat and approached Ljubljana and asked her what she meant. Ljubljana looked at her husband's face and realized that his cheeks were now covered with a blush. Louis then asked her if he could kiss her. The girl replied that she would be happy to do so with him, and then their lips intertwined in a kiss. The newlyweds spent this night together. However, neither of them was asleep yet, so Louis turned to his wife. He decided to ask her what kind of person Her Majesty the Empress is. He himself didn't understand why he was interested in the Empress. He thought that she had done something to him and hoped that his wife would understand. However, Ljubljana asked him what exactly he wanted to know about the Empress. The hero was very upset when he realized that his wife hadn't guessed anything. He said that he was just wondering how Ljubljana viewed the Empress. At that moment, the heroine thought about this question. She said that the Empress is very selfish. If she has something good, she will definitely take it away, but she is still very smart. The man thought that this was the undeniable pride of his younger sister. The Empress was the person who killed him several times in his past life, and Ljubljana was the only one from whom he received love and trust. He knew that he should not be jealous of her family or anyone else, but it bothered him that he couldn't be the person she loved most. At that moment, Ljubljana noticed a strange expression on her husband's face. However, instead of answering, he just approached her and kissed her gently on the forehead. He said that when she is with him, she should only look at him. Ljubljana didn't understand what was wrong with him, since he himself asked to talk about the Empress. She wondered if she had said something wrong. However, instead, she simply hugged her husband and held him tighter. A few days later, Eric sent a letter to Louis. It is said that the day he saw Louis suppressing his fear and defending him, he understood many things. Although they are not blood relatives, he would like to consider him his respected older brother, and he asked to call him simply Eric. Louis couldn't understand the meaning of his words and realized something when he saw him. However, he decided that he needed to reply anyway. He said he looked forward to the day they would meet again. However, Eric changed so much that the rumors reached Louis, who did not leave the Duchess's property. After his visit, Eric's hall became famous in social circles, and interested nobles wanted to be invited there. Eric announced that his hall is intended only for people who understand and love art. People with other intentions are forbidden to enter here. He added that from now on, only the husband of Duchess Ashlyan will be able to attend his hall. The guests were surprised that this timid man dared to refuse them. Eric's appointment by the Empress to the position of administrative official caused discontent among the nobles, while rumors about Louis claimed that he charmed both men and women. He was considered responsible for winning the Duchess's heart first and now Eric's. The nobles ordered their servants to kidnap Eric, lock him up, and threaten him to obey them. Late at night, one of the nobles' servants approached Eric, who suspected nothing. When Eric turned around, he saw several men standing in front of him, protecting him from the attack of strangers. He realized that he should have foreseen this turn of events. The fact is that Louis warned him about this in advance in a letter. Louis said that, thanks to him, his hall attracted people's attention. The problem was not only in the hall, but also in Eric himself, who is now in constant danger. Louis warned that these people would definitely try to kidnap Eric and threaten him to get an invitation to the hall. Eric had to be prepared for this. Thus, thanks to pre-hired mercenaries, advice from a friend, and his own vigilance, Eric remained safe when his older brother and chief accountant, Rhys Seymour, found out about the incident, became furious. With the full support of his wife, the head of internal affairs, Rhys took an extended leave. and placed mercenaries around the mansion. Louis also helped Eric with his personal budget. The situation escalated and turned into a fight between the old and new nobility. The capital was finally divided into two factions, those who protected Eric and those who wanted to kidnap him, and soon the capital was invaded by mercenaries. People said that thanks to the mercenaries, sales had increased in recent days. Even though the mercenaries had harmed common people, the empress punished them severely, and there should be no security problems. Common merchants said that the fight between the nobles did not concern them, and they hoped that this conflict would last as long as possible. Domingo relayed to the empress that this was the prevailing opinion among the masses. The empress thanked him for his excellent work and asked him to continue monitoring public opinion. She added that if the nobles were going to fight, then her sister's side should win. Cayenne admitted that she was surprised by her sister's reaction, but said that she must not come to the next meeting. She was afraid that Ljubljana would really not come, and she noticed that she had changed a lot. And she started to obey her, but one of the servants reported that Ljubljana had always been like that. However, Kaelna remembered that in the past, even if she was ordered not to come, she would still show up at events. The chamberlain was always on her side. The empress turned to the chamberlain and asked him if he really wanted to serve not her, but her sister. The chamberlain replied that he had been Count Luxem's butler since before his sisters were born and, regardless of whom he served, he would remain loyal. Cayenne said she was curious how the man who had captivated her sister with his face and caused such a commotion could provoke such a reaction. Then she took the letter that Louis had stolen and read it. It described the nobles who were trying to kidnap Eric. She was surprised that it could be used to predict future events. However, Domingo said he didn't know how to react to this. He didn't like that the empress was interested in another man, especially a married one. To Domingo's surprise, the empress tore this letter in front of his eyes. She said it was too much for a man with tyrannical blood. After a month of fighting, the empress's patience with Eric's situation ran out. She was annoyed that the illiterate chief accountant couldn't manage in the run-up to a major government project. But he was stuck protecting his little brother. The empress wondered whose fault it was that the head of the accounting department could not get back to work. As a result, his wife, head of internal affairs, stepped forward and arranged a reconciliation between the two parties. The Seymour family was the first to apologize to the nobles. The nobles did not agree on compensation for the losses of the Seymour family. Some felt that simply reimbursing the sums spent was not enough. To demonstrate the generosity and composure of the new nobles, they had to return double. When a huge pile of papers was placed on the table, the nobility was surprised. Seymour explained that these papers recorded the cost of hiring mercenaries, their food, clothing, and cleaning. Then, the nobility realized that it was deeply mistaken. Finally, the nobles emptied their pockets and paid double the damages, making Eric's hall one of the most famous and hard to find in society. Meanwhile, Louis gained involuntary fame as the Grey Cardinal in the fight between Eric and Seymour. He not only recognized the value of the hall and captivated Eric with his appearance, but also took revenge with an invisible hand on the nobles who despised him. Louis himself couldn't believe this had actually happened. However, Mrs. Lemon said there were rumors that the Duchy of Ashley was enormously indebted. Louis replied that it was the other way around, because the money invested in the fight for Eric was returned in double quantity. The woman said that the Duchess, having completely fallen in love with Louis, said she didn't care about the debts. Louis was surprised and asked how the woman could remain silent after hearing such rumors. Seeing Ljubljana laugh, Louis said it was no time to laugh. Mrs. Lemons explained that it was a compliment because despite the growing debts, they still have a good relationship. Louis promised that he would succeed and make the Duchy of Ashley richer than the Duchy of Feldhark. Ljubljana thought that it was not necessary to earn money, but it was nice to see that her husband had his own business. She supported his proposal and added that a man should not work too hard. Louis noticed that Ljubljana could support him more sincerely and that he would definitely achieve success. Then, the girl decided to express her sincere pleasure. She realized that she hadn't laughed so much in a long time. In her hands was a letter saying that she had been asked to return before the beginning of winter, since the animals' actions were unpredictable and her subjects feared she had abandoned them. The sender of the letter was Dominic, who said he planned to spread rumors that the Empress was very angry with Duchess Ashley and her husband for this incident and asked Ljubljana to stay near the capital for some time. Ljubljana thought that the world was still too cold to take a step from here. However, the estate where Louis was staying was the only place where she could take shelter from the cold wind. She realized that it had been a long time since her home was so cozy. Eric's fight with Seymour came to an end, and peace came to his hall. However, Louis was exhausted by everything that was happening. He didn't understand why the two important creative figures he needed were nowhere in sight. These were the two most popular creative figures in Eric's hall, the cheerful artist Orca and the silent sculptor Paul Nerio. Although they were little known and poor now, in a few years they would become the pride of the empire. Orca was an eccentric, capable of creating unique works that no one else could create. She rejected the offer to become an artist for the imperial palace, made at the request of the empress herself. Her fame was that she could have sold her paintings for gold and silver, but she chose to sell them to ordinary people. She said that she would not take anything from them, but that they should resell at least one bag of gold, because this was the only opportunity to change their lives. She sold her paintings for a silver coin, and eventually her works ended up with the empress. Orca was indignant to discover that her paintings were monopolized by the empress. So, to prevent the empress from seizing them this time, she painted a picture on the wall of an old orphanage on the outskirts of the capital. She painted it day and night without stopping. Soon, Eric approached her and told her that he had found a good cure for her illness. However, what he saw greatly astonished him. Orca lay unconscious in front of her creation, a fresco that rose above her, and which depicted divine wings embracing the entire world. She said that she did not sell paintings at high prices, because in that case, only a small number of people could enjoy them. She wanted more people to be able to see her paintings. Then, Eric realized that the words she spoke became her last will. After this, he approached the empress and asked her to make sure that all people, regardless of their class, could enjoy Orca's paintings. He asked for one last wish on behalf of his close friend and artist. The empress, deeply moved by the will of the deceased, turned the orphanage where Orca's last work was painted into a national gallery, and donated all the acquired paintings there. Along with Orca, the most famous creator was Paul Nerio. A silent sculptor received this nickname because he never spoke a word in public. Unlike Orca, he sold his sculptures to people who paid more money and lived in abundance. He basically sculpted women, so tender and beautiful that it is said that a young man fell in love with his sculpture, and forgetting to eat and sleep, he died. He had the talent given to him by God, that of infusing the light of life into stone. But both masters, who were supposed to be representatives of Eric's hall, disappeared, and Louis thought that all this had happened because he interfered, and they would have held on. A little longer, they could have become creators known to everyone. The hero decided that he would first ask Erica about it. The boy said that no one would recognize their creations now, but someday their works would definitely impress the world. He said he recommended them to visit the house and come back to the hall from time to time. But it wasn't that simple. Then he said that if Louis wanted to go with them, he would give him the address. The hero thanked the man for his help, as he understood that this was a great opportunity for him. After that, he returned to the estate to inform his wife of everything. When he arrived, she was drinking tea and invited him to join. However, the boy cheerfully shouted that he needed to leave for a while. Ljubljana was puzzled, not understanding what he meant. Louis thought about what he should say, because he was going after the artists who left the hall to bring them back, because they would definitely become famous. Ljubljana thought that her husband had an expression on his face, as if he were making up an excuse. And then she asked him if he was going to a place he couldn't tell her about. The hero didn't understand why his wife was angry. Then he said it was no secret. He was just embarrassed to say it. He said he was trying to find artists to sponsor. Ljubljana didn't understand why he wanted to hide it. She asked if she could join the cause. Louis said that it would be even better for him. Then, suddenly, he realized that it would be the first time they would leave home together, and he wondered if this could be considered a first date. Then he started thinking about whether he should change his clothes and put on something else, and also thought about what to do with his hair. Meanwhile, Ljubljana said she would get ready to leave and went to Mrs. Lemon's to help her. Soon Louis entered the room and called his wife. When the women saw him, they were surprised. At first, the maid thought he had vision problems. It turned out that Louis was dressed like a commoner, deliberately smeared with mud to look like a homeless person. Ljubljana asked why he looked like this, to which her husband replied that it was a disguise. He said this was necessary so that people wouldn't recognize him as a noble, because the artist he wanted to visit hated nobles to death. He explained that it was a disguise from a book called This Young Lady Runs Away Again Today. It was so impressive that he wanted to try it once, but Ljubljana thought that in that form he, on the contrary, looked like a noble who was doing everything possible to hide his real appearance. Then she took a napkin and walked quickly towards her husband. She began to wipe his face and asked Mrs. Lemons to bring him some clothes so he could change. Louis was very upset. He asked her why she was doing this, because in this case they wouldn't be able to leave the palace. Then Ljubljana said that in the old kingdom of Aden, sponsors often cheated and exploited artists, so it would be better if he didn't use this trick, because the relationship between sponsors and artists must be based on trust. She didn't think that an artist who hated nobles would be fooled by such a disguise. So, the hero thought that he really didn't know what he was going to tell the artist if he approached her in that outfit. He couldn't just say that he fell in love with the painting at first sight and wanted to buy it with his own money. He apologized to his wife for being too narrow-minded, but Ljubljana said that was not the case at all. However, the hero stated that her words were true, because according to her, he must win the artist's heart with the right method, and that will be the behavior worthy of the Duchess's husband. Soon they arrived together in the city where the artist lived. At first they couldn't find her. Although Louis was sure that this was the correct address, Ljubljana suddenly saw a small note nailed to one of the doors. This note was written by Orca herself. She said not to bother her, even though she was in this room. However, Louis knocked on the door anyway, and a second later a young green-haired girl flew out, saying that she had already said she would pay this month before the end of the week. Then she turned to Louis and told him to fix her bathroom, as she couldn't even wash her face. However, she immediately recognized them as nobles and asked why they had come here. Ljubljana took off her hood and said she was Duchess Ashleyan and her husband was next to her. When Orca heard this name, her eyes turned red. At that moment, Louis realized that they had definitely left. However, the girl suddenly smiled and asked why the Duchess and her husband had come to her. She didn't believe that such miracles really happened. She invited them into her house, which surprised Louis. He had absolutely no idea what was going on here. However, Orca went into her house and received the guests in her humble workshop. Then Ljubljana and her husband entered. They were extremely surprised by how beautiful the room was inside. Ljubljana noticed that Orca was indeed a very capable artist. The girl herself immediately sat down to draw, saying that Ljubljana's head was very beautiful and that she would like to draw her. The hero himself didn't believe that the same Orca was really in front of him. Then the girl smiled widely and said that she really hated nobles. At that moment Louis thought that he had read her thoughts. However, the girl said that for her they were an exception. This time, they simply surprisingly wiped the noses of the hereditary nobles. She said that the victory of the Seymour family was a victory for imperial officials who became nobles thanks to their skills, but also a victory for commoners like her. Louis thanked her for thinking so, and thought to himself that he understood why. She didn't chase them away immediately. Then, the girl said that if they pretended to be commoners and came here to trick her, then she, disappointed, would throw both of them out of here. At that moment, Louis realized that real trouble would have happened to them if he hadn't listened to Ljubljana. He thought that from now on he should believe what she said, even if she told him to make bread from earth. Orca then continued, asking why they had come to her. The hero said that Eric was very worried about her and asked if she would like to go to the hall. However, the girl said that, seeing how the nobles entered the hall in droves and chased away, like dogs, the artists who had arrived there earlier, she was heartbroken. Not even under penalty of death would they have forced her to return to the hall. Louis then said that he would like to sponsor her. To this, the girl, without hesitation, replied that she refused. She said that she would rather starve to death hugging her paintings than become a pig raised by nobles. Louis didn't think she would refuse like this, but he understood that there was nothing good in receiving such an answer. At that moment, Ljubljana focused her attention on the canvas lying in a corner. It showed sketches. The girl said that, apparently, Orca doesn't have enough paint to paint the sea. She said that if they sponsored her, she could paint freely using high-quality materials, but she refuses to do so. Then, Louis realized that the desire for good materials is inherent in every artist, and perhaps this proposal will stimulate her. He said that he would give her the best art supplies in the world and provide her with a house better than this one, as well as an independent workshop. Orca became ashamed and lowered her gaze somewhere on the canvas. However, she suddenly shouted and tore the canvas in half, asking if they were really trying to bribe her for money. She said that all nobles were the same, but still hoped they were an exception. After that, she threw them out of her house and closed the door behind them. After them, a torn canvas flew out in which a portrait of Louis was depicted. The boy was very upset realizing that they had completely failed today. He put his hands on his head and cried, apologizing to his wife for ruining everything. At that moment, Orca came out of the house. Louis asked where she was going, assuming she was going to paint more. However, the girl did not answer, and then Ljubljana said that they should follow her. It turned out that she had a plan, since her husband really wanted to have this artist. She decided to do everything possible to make it work for him. Meanwhile, Orca headed to the city center, where there was a large crowd of people. Some of them played the violin, entertaining passersby. Ljubljana thought that if she was not mistaken, this must be the last place they were before refusing the king. And unlike then, now it was a lively place, teeming with art and smiles. She was glad that this was the country ruled by her sister Kalna. Meanwhile, Orca took one of the empty seats and started drawing. When she saw a silhouette in a black cloak approach her, she greeted him and asked if she should draw a portrait of this man. However, she soon realized that in front of her were the same nobles whom she had kicked out 5 minutes ago. She gloomily asked them what they were doing, and then Ljubljana said they were just on a date, and accidentally met the artist. When Orca realized that there was no point arguing with them about the fact that this was actually an accident, she said that she did not draw nobles. Then Ljubljana said she would ask other people to do this and approach the artist who was nearby. She sat Louis on her lap and asked if he painted family portraits. Louis blushed with embarrassment when he realized he was on his wife's lap. Then the artist said she painted family portraits and asked if the clients really wanted portraits with hoods on their heads. But Ljubljana said she didn't care. She also said that her man is the most handsome in the empire, so the artist must keep this in mind when drawing. The artist started drawing them and asked if they were newlyweds. Ljubljana answered affirmatively, and then the woman said that in that case she would try to draw them correctly. A dissatisfied Orca watched everything that happened. She realized that she couldn't even see everything that was happening, and decided that she needed to leave there. At that moment, Louis saw that the artist had gathered all her things and walked away. He immediately told his wife, and Ljubljana, at the same moment, announced that the portrait needed to be finished. She took the sketch from the artist's hands in which she and her husband were drawn. Louis was extremely surprised that the artist could see his face under the hood. Then, Ljubljana said she liked the drawing very much, and then gave the artist several gold coins. The woman was very pleased with such a generous payment. After that, she called Louis to follow her, but the man said that this artist, despite being hooded, painted his face perfectly. He said that this man must be a wizard posing as an artist, since in books fateful encounters always happen in places like this. However, Ljubljana said it was because she asked to draw the most handsome man in the empire. Louis was very confused when he heard these words. Ljubljana then said that they had been chasing the artist all day today, and that now they needed to take a break and enjoy their date. She took her husband's hand and dragged him. Louis was surprised at first, but then smiled widely. He decided that he should really have fun on his first date with the person he likes. After that, they headed to the figurine seller right where Orca was, who had slipped away from them some time ago. Then they went to watch a staged duel between the two men. Subsequently, they went for a small snack, and in the same place they also met Orca, who was hugged by a little girl. Soon night fell and Louis, with a whole bag of food in his hands, said they had had a great day. Then, Ljubljana suggested that they return home. After a while, they got into the carriage, and as soon as Louis was inside, he immediately started falling asleep. Ljubljana supposed that he was tired today because he was very worried. The girl got out of the carriage and asked one of the servants to look after her husband until she returned. Then she headed somewhere back to the city. Meanwhile, Orca was packing her things with the intention of going home. But at that moment, a little girl ran up to her with a paper in her hands. There was a small child with her. They showed the girl their drawings, telling her that they did everything as she asked them. Orca smiled widely at the children and said they did very well. However, when she looked up, she was very surprised to see the familiar silhouette in front of her again. It turned out that Ljubljana was standing in front of her. When Orca noticed her, she hugged the children tightly, who were also a little scared by the appearance of the stranger. The artist asked the Duchess why she had come to see her again. Ljubljana said she would like to sponsor her. The artist again started saying that she was not interested in this proposal, but Ljubljana said that she was not referring to her. She pointed to the children clinging to the artist and said that she wanted to sponsor them. The artist was shocked. She immediately replied that she would not allow this to happen. She assumed that the Duchess wanted to do something with her children, but Ljubljana said that she was going to build a school here and send these children there so they could study. The artist was extremely surprised by this proposal. Then, Ljubljana laughed and said that Orca had very striking hair and would be the right person to teach the children in the school. It turned out that, during her date with Louis, she was paying attention to what Orca was doing. She was looking after the children who were in the square while painting portraits, and the children seemed to have gotten used to her care. Ljubljana realized that this was Orca's weakness, and that soon it would also become the weakness of the empire. In the empire, there will be the luxurious streets of the capital, and behind them, there will be hungry poor people. Poverty and hunger were a big problem in the empire. For the same reason, Callan started a project to build a water supply in the east, and a plan to feed the poor on the streets by producing wheat in the east. The plan also included building schools to feed the children and teach them basic skills. Ljubljana thought that we could try a pilot project here. Then she addressed the artist again, telling her that whether she accepted it or not. That was her problem. But the Duchess intended to support the children of these streets and send them to school. And if the artist was so worried about them, then she should work as a teacher in this school. She said that sometimes she could paint pictures so that everyone would know how the children were doing. Orca asked if the Duchess was blackmailing her by taking these children hostage. But Ljubljana said that the artist seemed to think that she was very valuable. And before Orca could answer, Ljubljana said that she had thought correctly. Ljubljana added that this is not for her sake, but for her husband, because he believes that Orca will later become the best artist in the empire. And although the Duchess herself did not know it, she trusted her husband. She asked the artist not to miss out on the royal support of someone who knows what she is worth for her useless stubbornness. She promised that he would definitely help her later. The children immediately ran to the artist, not believing that they could finally go to school. They asked her if they could really eat there. Ljubljana watched the communication between the artist and the children with a smile on her face. She said she would wait for Orca to politely explain her intentions to her husband. She also asked her not to talk about what she just said. Meanwhile, Louis, who was in the carriage, opened his eyes. He saw Ljubljana next to him, who had just returned to the carriage. But the Duchess asked him not to get up and sleep a little longer. Sleepy Louis asked his wife where she had been. The girl said that she thought she had seen an acquaintance and went to check on him. However, it turned out that this was a complete stranger to her. When Louis felt Ljubljana's hand on his cheek, he smiled. The girl looked at him tenderly, as his tenderness only appeared when he was sleepy. And for that she was ready to build one school, and maybe hundreds of schools across the empire. After that, Louis lay down on his wife's lap, but the girl suggested that he would be uncomfortable. The man whispered that he felt very comfortable. Ljubljana chuckled and said that he could sleep like that if it suited him. Then Louis smiled softly and closed his eyes. Ljubi whispered that everything would be as he wished when he woke up, and then took a strand of his hair and began to inhale his scent. The next day, Louis was in a very good mood. He said that although he missed that artist, he would never miss the silent sculptor. Ljubljana didn't quite understand what he meant. Soon a strange pink-haired man appeared in front of them. He said that if the noble gentleman says he is silent, then he is willing to remain silent his whole life if ordered. And he also had no doubt that they would make a large donation for him. Louis thought that this man was behaving quite strangely. He didn't believe that this was truly a silent sculptor. However, he decided that this could not be so. He apologized and headed towards the door, saying that he had come to the wrong place. The man immediately ran after him and stopped him by hanging on his leg. He started crying and said that his wife and children had not eaten for 3 days, and they were starving to death. Ljubljana said she looked around his room and concluded that he was single. The sculptor cried even harder, saying that his family lives in the village, and that he is still waiting until he achieves success and returns, because he has been living away from them for several years. The heroine said that, despite this, his pronunciation is very precise, as if he were born and grew up in the capital. The man justified it by saying that he was engaged in the art of words. Ljubljana took one of the many papers on the wall and said that he liked to gamble, and he didn't pay taxes on time. The man pretended not to hear her. Louis thought he had heard in a past life that Paul became mute because his tongue was cut off due to gambling debts. But even with all the disappointment, Paul Nerio is still Paul Nerio. His unfinished creation was so beautiful that it seemed like he would soon create the greatest miracle. However, Louis sighed and said that he would still sponsor him. Paul immediately pounced on him with joyful eyes and told him that he would court him and follow him his whole life. Several days have passed since then. Louis wondered why things had gone so wrong. He received a letter from Orca in which she apologized to the Duchess's husband, saying that she could not participate in this year's imperial art competition because she needed to make a book of art texts for children because she would teach the children at school and wanted it to be their path. She said she would always be grateful to Louismund and the Duchess. Louis wept with sorrow. He could not imagine that this artist would completely immerse herself in the work of a teacher. Then, suddenly, he saw another line in the letter, in which Orca said that she had attached drawings of the children, just as the Duchess had asked her. When Louis opened the envelope, he saw several drawings of children in school uniforms. Orca drew what they did in the educational institution. They played, studied, ate, and simply enjoyed their new life. At first, Louis did not believe that this was actually a painting by the same artist. It seemed to him that she lacked technique, and he thought it would be difficult for her to win a prize at the imperial art competition. However, he then smiled and realized that he felt something strange. He realized that he couldn't take his eyes off these images of simple daily life. Just looking at them warmed his soul. He didn't think that Orca would become a cheerful artist at this moment, but he was waiting for it. He thought about what kind of painting she would create in the future, and whether she would eventually become an artist of joy. Or like now, she paints completely different pictures. At that moment, the man did not know. But in the future, 40-year-old Orca would be praised as the best popular painter in the empire. The empress called her the best artist in the empire, and the artist's cherished wish was for her paintings to hang throughout the empire and be loved by many people, but Louis didn't know this now. However, in any case, he believed that he did the right thing by supporting her. However, with the sculptor, things were completely different. The man wrote that he accidentally fell for the tricks of bad friends and lost all his money. He said that he didn't even have money to buy marble, but now he has great inspiration. He said that this is the right time, and he is going crazy with the desire to create and to dedicate the care of this to his sponsor. In the end, he had no one to trust except the Duchess's husband, and asked him to send him some money so he could buy another piece of marble. Paul begged Louis to simply sponsor him. At that moment, the hero jumped up from his seat and shouted, saying that this man was just a spendthrift, devouring money and taking it to the gambling house. After that, he immediately went to the sculptor's house and asked him when he was going to sculpt his creations. Because he has a lot of talent and has a lot of money from generous patrons, and he keeps gambling, the sculptor said that he didn't understand what was happening to him. He suggested that it might be due to the immeasurable blessing that his body and mind were so relaxed. However, he promised that he would try, and maybe if his tongue was cut off due to debt, he would come to his senses. Louis couldn't believe what the man had just said. It turns out that Paul's reason for not coming to Eric's hall for a while was completely different from Orca's. Because he secretly asked for sponsorship from the nobles of the hall, Eric dissuaded him and told him that he couldn't return to the hall if he did this. But Louis was blinded by the silent sculptor, and he listened to everything. The main characters of the novel he read were not like this, and that's why the man didn't understand why everything turned out this way. He assumed that his way of sponsoring was somehow wrong. Then, the sculptor said that it was a mistake. Since he hadn't sobered up yet, he said that if the man forgave him at least this time, then he would quit gambling and alcohol and concentrate only on sculpting and creating great masterpieces. In tears, he begged the man not to leave him and to continue sponsoring him. Louis had no choice but to agree, but said that this was the last time he would do this. The sculptor offered to sculpt a masterpiece for him, but the man said he didn't want any masterpiece, and asked that at least something be done for him first, and from that moment on he would change the sponsorship method. It turned out that he decided that instead of money, he would buy him marble. The hero asked if the sculptor really had any questions about it. The man laughed awkwardly and said that he was simply expressing gratitude and that he would be loyal to him for the rest of his life. Louis left him dissatisfied, saying that first of all he needed to learn to speak normally. The sculptor looked at his departing sponsor, and suddenly an idea came to him. When Louis left, the sculptor went to the marble sellers and asked them to return his money. After that, he happily left the store with 2 bags of gold. He was happy that he managed to trick this man. He was sure that this time he would win big, and then he wouldn't need a sponsor. He would pay back all the money they boastfully gave him and go in search of his own profit. Some time later, when Louis returned to his estate, he again received a letter from the sculptor. In it, Paul begged for help, as he was heavily indebted again at the gambling house. He said that if the man helped him again, he would no longer gamble and would only make sculptures. Out of helplessness, Louis jumped up from his seat and shouted, cursing the sculptor. At that moment, Ljubljana burst into his room. She asked what was wrong, and at first thought someone had invaded their home. Noticing tears in her husband's eyes, she asked why he was crying. However, the hero didn't know what to answer. He just wiped his tears with his hands and tried to find the right words. However, Ljubljana's face expressed determination. She asked again what happened here. When Louis calmed down, he handed her the letter and told her everything that had happened. Ljubljana studied everything carefully and asked what her husband wanted to do with this man. The hero exhaled tiredly and said that he would have made him suffer just as he told him in his letters. Since Paul was proud of his art, he took his actions for granted and always expected more. He then asked his wife if she often met people like this. The girl replied that she saw them quite often, and thanks to this, she also knew a quick way to solve everything. She then went to the door and called her husband. She said they would go to where the sculptor was to reward him for daring to respond to her generosity in that way. After a while, the Duchess and her husband arrived at the designated place, which was soon destroyed. The sculptor was locked in a cage, and no matter how much he begged to be released, no one listened to him. Assuming they were going to sell him on the black market, he told the Duchess that it was forbidden, but Ljubljana laughed and said that gambling was also forbidden in the empire. Then the sculptor burst into tears, saying that if they forgave him, he would no longer gamble, and he asked to be quickly sold as a slave. In response to this, the Duchess laughed and said that they would simply not let him go. She said that he would rot in hell for the rest of his life, regretting the sweet opportunity he had missed. That would be the price he would pay for annoying her husband. Then she kicked the carriage containing the sculptor's cage and told them to leave. Then the man decided to turn to Louis and begged him to help him, but the hero did not react at all. The Duchess said that after such a scare, she felt a surge of strength. The man then asked her where she had sent this sculptor. The girl said that she sent him to the north, that it was a gift from her, and that he would be treated well there. However, Louis was perplexed as to who exactly this gift was intended for. Several days passed since that moment. The newlyweds returned to their castle, and one of the servants reported that a letter had arrived for Mr. Louismond. It turned out to be sent from the north. It turned out to be a letter from the sculptor. He begged the man to save him and let him out of there, assuring that a wyvern lives in the castle that tries to devour him every time. Then Louis turned to his wife and asked if there really was a wyvern living in the castle. Ljubljana was surprised that this sculptor was still alive. She laughed, saying it was very surprising, as she did not expect it, but in any case, she tamed the wyvern in that castle, and with these words she greatly surprised her husband, since it was the first time he had heard of it, a man taming a monster. At that moment, the Duchess thought that she really missed him, that the wyvern's name was King's Eye. The wyvern was known for its fierceness among the northern beasts. Its thunderous roar was enough to burst a man's eardrum. Its claws, which it swung while flying, were powerful enough to pierce the bodies of people and horses at once. King's Eye once ruled as the king of wyverns, but was eventually captured by Ljubljana. He became the first and last wyvern to submit to humans. One day, one of the stable workers asked Ljubljana why she hadn't named this animal, since it was here as a pet. At that moment, the girl thought about what she should call this monster. Seeing its wide-open eyes, she said it would be called King's Eye. She did not notice the true emotion and decided that he really liked his new name. Thus Ljubljana and King's Eye became friends, and the day she received the imperial order and left the north, King's Eye flew through the sky saying goodbye to her. She was also very sad to part with her animal, but she could do nothing about it, since she could not take him where Her Majesty lived. However, the monster really didn't want her to return. He hoped that she would not return from there, and then he would be free again. Ljubljana waved goodbye to him one last time and told him she would be back soon. But the stable worker asked the woman why she acted as if she were happy that she was leaving. However, the girl remembered this whole situation with joy in her heart. She was very sad when they parted, and she came to the capital, But here, she found a person dearer than royal eye. She thought that later, when the monster saw Louis, it would be jealous of her. Louis couldn't even imagine what this royal eye would look like. He imagined it as a cute little dragon. Then he took the letters the sculptor had sent her and threw them into the fireplace. From that moment on, a letter arrived from the north every 2 or 3 days, but Louis ignored them. After a while, a large cart returned from the north. It was the cart on which the sculptor was loaded. All the residents of the mansion were extremely surprised that the goods on it were truly enormous. Ljubljana was skeptical. She looked in disbelief at the huge pile lying on the cart. She asked Louis to stand still while she walked towards the cart. With a quick movement, she removed the lid that hid something inside. Everyone present, including Ljubljana herself, was extremely surprised by what was inside. Inside was a huge sculpture of a wyvern made of stone. Underneath lay a man with long hair and an excellent figure. Ljubljana was very surprised because sculptures were not usually made of granite. Louis confirmed her words, saying that this stone was too hard. The work was rough and simple, but this sculpture was majestic and dynamic, as if made of marble or clay. Suddenly, Ljubljana noticed a piece of paper sticking out from under the stone wyvern's feet. She approached it and pulled it out. It turned out that this letter was written by one of her subordinates. They were asking what they should do with this boy, because following the girl's words, if he doesn't work, then they should feed him the royal eye. However, he said he could do something, and locked himself in a small room. He started creating this, but he took away all the stones that were going to be used for the fence, which is why the subordinate decided to send this statue to the Duchess. Ljubljana smiled, realizing that she was talking about the same sculptor. The servants stared at the statue, fascinated. They said that the more they looked at it, the more it resembled their master Ljubljana. At that moment, Ljubljana realized that the sculpture really looked like her husband. So she quickly ran to it and covered it with a blanket, telling the servants to stop looking at it. She then turned to her husband and asked if she should kill this sculptor. She said that if she wanted, they could consider this sculptor dead in an accident in the north. But the hero said they shouldn't. In his heart, he was glad that he hadn't destroyed such a great creator, so he thanked his wife for everything and for sending him to the north. Then, Ljubljana said that the way they sponsored her husband was not bad at all, but that Paul was the type of person who only comes to his senses after experiencing suffering. When Louis heard this, his eyes filled with tears and he thanked his wife again. Ljubljana thought that out of hatred, this guy left her husband half naked, but now she understood his feelings. He clearly wanted to sculpt the most perfect and beautiful person he had ever seen. And although she hated him, she forgave him for his desire to make her husband his muse. However, the sculptor was not at all happy with his fate. Every day that passed in his work, he cursed Louis for leaving him here. He hoped that someday a similar misfortune would happen to him. It turned out that the reason Paul woke up was because of his anger towards Louis. Soon the north was filled with his work, and besides Louis, the sculptor also sculpted animals he saw personally. These masterpieces were depicted as if they were alive. Even the heartless Ljubljana, every time she was in the north, took some of them to the capital and gave them to the empress. If the empress liked them, she displayed the sculptures throughout the palace and even gave them as rewards to nobles for their achievements. In the capital, the cost of Paul's sculptures increased considerably. They were hard to get, even by paying in gold that weighed as much as a statue. So people's interest in the sculptor increased. But he did not leave the north until his death. Besides animal statues, he only worked on statues of one person, and this gave rise to many rumors. It was rumored that he used the husband of Duchess Ashley as a model. It was obvious that he was fascinated by the beauty of Monsieur Louis. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to express every strand of his hair so delicately. They called Paul the sculptor of true love, and Louis his eternal muse. Their names were passed from mouth to mouth. Thus, along with the popular artist Orca, the enamored sculptor became one of the greatest creators in the empire. But this will only happen in the distant future. When everyone calmed down, Louis asked the servants to move this statue to the office in the east part. At that moment, Ljubljana looked at the letter again and noticed something strange when she started to fold it. After that, she smiled and headed inside the mansion. She immediately went to the fireplace, took down the letter, and held it over the fire for a while. And then signs that were not visible before began to appear on it. Ljubljana was happy that these foolish people had finally come to their senses, and she decided to make a fuss, but suddenly she thought that this could also be the work of Farain. The letter said that strangers had suddenly arrived in the north and were observing the situation in the north. Asking about Duchess Ashley, they said that winter would soon arrive, but asked not to send food or strange characters here. But they were eager for the Duchess's return. Luviana thought that this guy was making a mountain out of a molehill again. It turned out that the Northerners still remembered how hard life was for them before Luviana appeared, because they didn't want to spend another winter without her. But the girl decided that these guys could deal with the strangers, as she had trained them well. Soon in the north, they reported that the captain had sent a letter. The dark-haired man immediately jumped up from his seat and ran to the man who announced this. He snatched a letter in which the Duchess asked them if they were pretending, and encouraging him to leave the capital. She said she didn't want to see them, but she was worried about the royal eye. She said that someday she would come, so they must take care of the sculptor and not feed the king's eye any waste. Otherwise, he will have a stomach ache. The boy looked at the letter in disbelief and didn't know how to react, but he thought that the capital. Apparently, it is doing very well, since the Duchess does not want to leave there. Soon the time came when society was filled with art competitions, saying that the artists they sponsored were creating real masterpieces. However, Louis realized that he had creators whom he sponsored, but now they were gone. Orca becomes a teacher at school, and Paul sculpts animal statues in the north. Louis was extremely depressed because he hadn't brought any benefit to the Ashleyan duchy. However, suddenly Eric distracted him from his thoughts and called him brother. The hero said that they have a slight age difference, so he doesn't have to call him that. Then Eric asked him if he could give him some advice for one of his childhood friends, since Louis himself was already preparing for a wedding and knows what it's about. When the man agreed, Eric immediately pounced on him with words of gratitude, saying that this girl would definitely like everything. Then he pulled him by the hand, but Louis didn't understand why he was so excited. He suggested that this girl might be Eric's fiancée or first love, and he, having given up unrequited love, decided to celebrate the wedding of the woman he loved most. However, Louis doubted whether he should help in this. Soon they arrived at a place where two girls were waiting for them. They didn't believe that Eric had actually brought Duchess Ashley's husband. One of them thanked him for such great help. Eric laughed and said he would do anything for his childhood friend. Louis doubted that this was the face with which he should look at his childhood friend. He didn't understand how this girl could be so stupid and not see that Eric was in love with her. He then turned to another girl who was nearby and asked if she was the same future bride. The girl immediately nodded in response. She said she was very happy to hear the advice of the Duchess's husband, because lately it has become fashionable among future couples to repeat the wedding of Duchess Ashley. However, Louis didn't understand. He saw nothing good in seeing blood during a wedding. However, the girl continued. She said that in just 3 weeks she prepared such a beautiful wedding, and so ideal that no one could believe it. It turned out that the bride was from a poor family of boys. Her parents died when she was a child, so she had to live with her maternal grandfather. She said there were no other relatives in the house who could arrange a wedding for her. The girl said that after the death of her parents, it was difficult for her grandfather, which is why she wanted to prepare this wedding well and make him happy. Louis smiled and said that from now on, she can rely on him as her exclusive wedding planner. In addition, Eric and his fiancée should work with him as assistants, because if he and the future bride are alone, people might get suspicious. Eric was willing to do anything for his lover. The girl didn't mind working with her friend either. They went together to a flower shop and a candy store, following Louis's instructions, and at some point, they started walking hand in hand. The hero, who had been watching them the whole time, was very happy that they had finally become truly close. When the man returned home, he realized that for a long time he had been complaining about the failures of sponsoring artists. But now his mood had changed. He took a piece of paper and decided to write on it that sponsoring artists had failed because investing in people was too fickle. His next plan was to stock up on fabrics that would be popular in the future, as the man decided that was what he would need. He immediately ran to his wife to tell her everything. He smiled widely and immediately started hugging Ljubljana, saying that he had finally found something he wanted to do. He said that a fabric called Angry would soon become fashionable, and he proposed buying it at a cheap price, and in the future selling it at a higher price, and in this way they could establish a monopoly. However, this was the first time Ljubljana had heard of such a fabric. The man said that now the entire empire is unaware of such a fabric, as it is produced little by little in the area of the Polden kingdom. Hearing this, Ljubljana smiled as she understood her husband's intention. Louis was convinced that this idea would become very popular even outside the empire, and even the empress herself would wear these fabrics. When he mentioned the empress, Ljubljana's face twitched into a nervous laugh. At that moment, Louis realized that he wasn't thinking at all about what he was saying. He had already lived the same life 7 times and couldn't understand why he still couldn't start behaving normally. He understood that something terrible was hidden behind Ljubljana's smile, especially after hearing the word empress. He understood that she was too sensitive to this word. At that moment, the man didn't understand what to do now. He noticed his wife reaching for her sword. Louis assumed she was going to hit him right there, but for Ljubljana, it was just a habit. She turned towards her husband again, calling him by name. However, Louis didn't dare to answer because he was very scared. Then suddenly he shouted, saying that he meant there would be a banquet at the imperial palace where nobles would definitely wear clothes made of this fabric. He knew that under no circumstances should he say that it became more fashionable, because the empress liked to wear this fabric. Ljubljana noticed that he was trying to hide it, but she still wanted to mention the moon, which meant she wanted to say in advance that she wanted to stock up on fabrics that the empress would wear in the future. In response, the girl laughed and said that she thought it was a great idea. She said that now she herself wants to invest there, because that fabric will become fashionable among ordinary people, and then all the nobles will start wearing it. However, Louis said he would do everything himself. First, he would take advantage of his personal edge. Then the fabric would sell like hotcakes and generate a lot of money, so it could be reinvested. Ljubljana was a little sad that her husband was talking like that again. After all, the Louis who proposed to her vaguely knew about the blood oath she made before God. He said he heard it from Count Graham, but as far as she understood, Louis knew nothing about it. Maybe it was a big joke by the Count. So, Ljubljana decided she would have to check. She had to find out the reason why he spoke so confidently, as if he had personally visited the future. She decided that she should test this fabric first and see how successful it would be, so she smiled mischievously and said that her husband could try it, that he could ask her for help at any time. When Louis found out that his wife was willing to support him and looked forward to the results, he decided that he would definitely succeed. He chose the Femmes Trade Guild and decided that this would be the guild that would succeed along with him. He said they needed to pre-purchase fabrics that would cause a sensation in all countries next year, in order to make a lot of money. The merchant was surprised, as he didn't understand how he could reveal such valuable information. If someone else had come and said such nonsense, he would have hit him and kicked him out. But Duchess Ashlian's husband was now sitting in front of him, and he believed that this man could not lie to him. Then he realized that the Duchess was trying to convey the valuable information through her husband. After that, he pointed to the map and said that people needed to be sent there, since that fabric is only made there. He ordered to buy everything that was there. The merchant said they would definitely do everything on their own, but Louis pulled out a suitcase and opened it. Inside was a large amount of gold bars. He said this was his personal budget, and it should be enough for all expenses. The merchant quietly said that this money would be enough to buy the entire area. After a while, Louis bought a territory called Nims, located in the rear part of the empire. The inhabitants of that place were asked to make a fabric called surdam, and the neighbors of that region, who were struggling due to the closure of the mines, tried day and night to make this fabric. Soon the merchant presented the excellent work of Duchess Ashlian's husband. It was a fabric called surdam. The man was happy because the day had finally come when they would bring the first fruits, because the fabric would sell very well. People were happy that Louis was practicing economy. One of the women approached the table directly and asked him what he had decided to sell. Then Louis said that the products were right in front of her. The woman couldn't believe what she saw. Then she walked away and began to whisper to her colleague, telling him that they must have taught this guy something bad, because he scored 0 points on the first day. It turned out that surdam was not for sale at all. Only a few scientists from the tower bought it. The merchant was not happy, because Louis assured him that they would definitely succeed, and that the fabric would become popular not only among nobles, but also among nobility. In the end, they bought everything, but they didn't have a single chance to make this fabric fashionable. Louis didn't know what to answer, because this shouldn't have happened. Soon the Duchess was informed that her husband's plan had failed miserably. She didn't understand why he did this, because the imperial people knew nothing about this fabric, and Louis simply monopolized it. However, the most important thing is that the fabric was cheap and not torn, in addition to being dense. It was ideal for miners or construction workers. Ljubljana didn't understand why it was necessary to bring it to the capital, because there is no such thing here. The Duchess then asked her maid what losses the trade guild had suffered. However, the woman said that all the initial investments were from her husband, and the trade guild had no serious financial losses. Hearing this, Ljubljana sighed with relief and said that the maid could leave. When she was left alone, she thought that she had been too sensitive, because it was impossible for Louis to go back, like in novels, and to know the future. However, it was obvious to her that he was hiding something, and she assumed that maybe one day he would tell her his secret. She hoped that he wouldn't be too upset by his failure. However, it was the opposite. Louis was desperate, not understanding why he failed. It seemed strange to him that at that time the fabric became popular after His Majesty wore a dress made of serdum, but there was no news anywhere that she wore it. However, the man didn't understand how His Majesty could make a dress out of this fabric. The fact is that Louis did not know the starting point that made this fabric so popular. The popularity of serdum actually came from the Eastern Water Project, as the Eastern Project created many jobs as people flocked to the eastern part of the empire. Among them, there were people from the Nims region. They wore work clothes made of serdum, which is waterproof and doesn't wear out. When these innovative work clothes became popular among the workers, Duke Feltharg, who was in charge of the Eastern Project, became interested in the garment, bought all the grain, and made work clothes, after which the fabric became popular in the city. After this, Callan, as a sign of support for those working on the Eastern Project, attended the banquet in a dress made of sardine, so the nobles began to wear this fabric with pleasure. Louis's mistake was that he monopolized the heart too soon. He bought the entire area. He bought all the fabrics at a good price from the local people who were struggling to live because the mines were abandoned. People no longer needed to go to the eastern part of the empire to look for work. Therefore, the fabric did not spread to the eastern part of the empire and did not gain fame. However, Louis, who didn't know the whole truth, suggested that it was all due to Lily Lotus's ingenious clothing design. This girl created a dress for His Majesty from Esredim in the hope of winning a fashion design contest. This is a brilliant clothing designer who has launched many unsurpassed dresses. At that moment, Louis ran out of his room and decided that they needed to find her and make her an angry dress. However, at that moment, someone grabbed him by the neck and stopped him. It turned out to be Ljubljana. She seriously asked her husband where he was going. Louis said he was going to the merchant because he had come up with a great idea for developing a fabric business. If he found the clothing designer Lily Lotus, then his business would definitely succeed. Ljubljana chuckled, thinking that her husband had a habit of being persistent when he started something. She asked him how he planned to find this designer, but Louis said that he actually only knew her name, but he didn't know exactly where she lived. However, he was sure that she lived in the capital, even though she was born and grew up in the slums. So Ljubljana smiled, saying that in this case, this problem could be easily solved. And she promised that she would find a person named Lily Lotus. A while ago, they went together to one of the establishments in the capital. The newlyweds were dressed in simple clothes, so that it could not be suspected that they were nobles. They were greeted by a woman. She took them to Madame Crater's workshop and asked them to look around slowly. Louis realized that the clothes here had a completely normal design. He doubted for a moment whether Lily Lotus was really here, but Ljubljana said she had done some research and found out that Lily worked here. At that moment, Louis heard a sound behind the screen and decided to look there. A young girl with short hair was kneeling on the floor, and two other girls were yelling at her, asking how she dared to look at the clothes with her dirty eyes. They ordered her to wash the floors and to know her place from now on. Another woman accused her of stealing fabrics, although the girl tried to justify herself by saying that she was just lying on the floor. The woman didn't stop claiming that Lily was stealing. At that moment, Louis realized that the same Lily Lotus was in front of him. Ljubljana said that this girl is 15 years old and works in the Crater's workshop. She then remembered that Madame Crater was the owner of the studio that Lily Lotus visited right before winning the competition. At that moment, the woman who greeted the newlyweds ran to Lily and grabbed her by the hair, calling her thieving Bill. She said she took her in out of pity, since the girl was an orphan. But now, she realized that Lily was really trying to ruin her shop. Then she took the girl to the dirty sheets and told her to wash these immediately. The heroes watched in horror at what was happening. Ljubljana pointed out that they specifically chose the victim to strengthen internal solidarity. This often happens in the army, mocking a weak person, ignoring the current situation, intensifying the feelings of accomplices among them. At that moment, Lily gathered all the dirty sheets and brought them in front of her. Louis managed to hide in the corner at the last moment so that the girl wouldn't notice him. Ljubljana said they should follow her. It was already night outside. Lily came to the well to wash the dirty sheets. She personally cleaned every sheet on the board. Louis couldn't believe that she herself was assigned the task of washing this huge pile of laundry. The man was very upset by this whole situation and even considered himself garbage, because right now, he had the power to help Lily Lotus. However, he was afraid of ruining her future as a brilliant costume designer, just as he had ruined the future of other great creators. He decided that he needed to endure a little longer, as it was very difficult and painful now. But if he endured a little longer, he would definitely achieve success. At that moment, the studio owner shouted, calling the girl. She threateningly asked her why she was taking so long to wash the laundry. She called her lazy and took a basket of clean laundry and then threw it in different directions, causing the sheets to get dirty again. Then she kicked the girl in the back and told her to go wash these fabrics again. At that moment, Louis couldn't stand it and decided to intervene. However, he immediately stopped, not understanding why he was helping the girl, because he could destroy the destiny of the future genius again. However, the woman persisted and said that Lily should be grateful to have been hired. She said that the girl should know the favor she had done by hiring her, and therefore, she should work until she died. Louis didn't know what to do, and then decided to turn to his wife and asked her if there were many people on the street who couldn't afford anything. Ljubljana knew that those who really cannot earn money do not receive due respect, and they are subjected to violence just so they don't starve. They try to endure. There are many people like Lily Lotus, and it doesn't even make sense to save them. Louis didn't understand how she could take this for granted. He was not going to do it because he disliked that attitude. Seeing the determination on her husband's face, Ljubljana smiled. She patted him on the back and told him that he couldn't save all the unfortunate people in this world. And then she asked him if there was any reason why he shouldn't save the unfortunate person in front of him. The girl said that even for the people in front of his eyes, he can do everything in his power. And if he wants to save her, he should definitely do it, and she will be responsible for all consequences. So, Louis thought that there was no point in being a brilliant designer when they were abusing a child in front of his eyes. When he looked at Lily, he saw that the studio owner was swinging her leg again to kick her. However, Louis did not allow this to happen. He covered the girl with his back and ordered the woman to stop. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, not believing that this was actually happening. At that moment, Ljubljana approached her and greeted her by saying that she now had nothing to fear. She said that her husband came here to save her. Lily couldn't believe that this was really about her. The studio owner shouted, asking why a guy like him was interfering in other people's business. Then the hero asked her why she was better, since she hired a child and then humiliated him and hit him. The woman said that she took in this poor man and gave him a job and even money, but that he never helped her in any way. Moreover, now this man was minding his own business, and she didn't even know who he was. So Louis finally decided to introduce himself and said that he was the husband of Duchess Ashlyan. Suddenly, an image of how Ljubljana, who burst into Count Graham's residence, saved him, appeared before his eyes. Louis wondered if he looked a little like her now. At that moment, the woman laughed and said that if he was the Duchess's husband, then she was the empress of this empire. Then Louis grabbed his cap and asked her if she could vouch for her words. Then he took off his headwear and showed everyone present his long, white hair. Everyone present recognized him as Duchess Ashlyan's husband, a handsome man with silver hair that shines like moonlight. Louis chuckled and turned to his wife, saying that the woman was talking about being an empress. The studio owner was very angry. She thought to herself that this woman might be the Duchess herself, but decided that this was simply impossible. At that moment, Ljubljana got up from the floor and also took off her cap, showing everyone present her red hair. Everyone saw her red hair like a lit torch and her bright green eyes. The woman, horrified, realized that this was actually Duchess Ashlyan. She immediately fell to her knees in front of her and began to beg for her life. But Ljubljana asked her if she was really immortal if she dared to impersonate the empress and yell at her husband right in front of her. Louise noticed that this woman immediately changed her attitude. At that moment, Ljubljana turned to Lily and asked her what they should do now. She said she could order this woman to lie at her feet and apologize to the girl. This, of course, might not be a sincere repentance, but if she wants such an apology, then she will do what the girl asks of her. However, Lily said she would not accept her apologies. If she accepted them now, the woman would soon forget everything, and she didn't want that. She turned to her, telling her that she would never forget what she did. She would remember it and would definitely take revenge on her. In response, the woman screamed, calling the girl an ungrateful bastard. However, she suddenly felt the Duchess's gaze on her and immediately fell silent. Ljubljana told the girl that there was no point in taking revenge because it was a waste of time. As many people say, she said that she needs to sharpen the knife inside her and never forget to sharpen it. Instead, she should not try to destroy this person, but to become a better version of herself than the one who once tried to destroy her. She said that at that moment, this woman would be crawling at her feet, but Lily didn't understand. Because the Duchess said she shouldn't take revenge, Ljubljana explained that she should wait for the right moment, because even 10 years would not be enough to prepare the perfect revenge plan. She also recalled her family history, and especially her sisters. One must fully enjoy the pleasure of reaping the fruits of revenge. Until the sweet fruit ripens, all she can do is prepare to pick it, just as her sister did. Night soon fell. Ljubljana bought tea and a bun for the girl. Lily thanked them for their help and for helping her with food. Ljubljana said that this was normal and that she should rather have apologized to the girl. She said that the empire should have saved her before she was treated so cruelly. But they didn't. Therefore, Ljubljana decided to apologize on behalf of Her Majesty and all the nobles. Lily couldn't believe that the Duchess was apologizing to her, because she was supposed to be the one thanking her for saving her today. Meanwhile, the studio owner was handcuffed, and although it was impossible to make excuses by saying that the system has not yet been formed, in the future, this will most likely continue in the alleys where the eyes and ears of the Empress do not reach, and therefore, law enforcement agencies have now decided to fight child abuse and their exploitation. Ljubljana said that they would definitely save any child in such a situation. She promised the girl that Her Majesty's empire would definitely take care of this. Then she took Lily's hand and said that she was holding up very well, although it was very difficult for her. At that moment, the girl burst into tears as she was overwhelmed with emotions. Since her parents died, no adult had lent her a hand. No one had spoken kindly to her or asked her if life was hard for her, and the first one to say it was this woman. The girl couldn't stand it and ran into the Duchess's arms. Ljubljana smiled warmly and hugged the crying girl. Louis watched everything that happened with a smile. Soon he joined them, and the three sat down at the table. Ljubljana asked Lily what she wanted to do in the future, and if she wanted to continue working in the workshop. The Duchess would write her a letter of recommendation to a good place. However, the girl said that she simply hated the workshop. Louis was surprised. He jumped up from his seat and asked her why she said that. However, Lily didn't know how to answer him correctly. Suddenly, the girl said that she would like to become a knight who protects the Duchess. However, she was not sure if she would succeed. Louis asked her why she suddenly wanted to become a knight, because with skills like hers, she could become the best designer in the empire. But Lily said that the man had never seen the clothes she sewed and didn't understand how he knew. She said that the reason she worked in the tailoring shop was because she needed to make a living. However, she always wanted to become a knight, but now she realized that it was impossible. However then, Ljubljana smiled and said that she should try, because she has talent. And if she tries, she will definitely succeed. Lily couldn't believe that the Duchess was really saying this, and thanked her for the parting words. Louis was disappointed because Lily Lotus, who was supposed to sew a dress with heart, suddenly took the path of a knight. The girl said that if her dreams suddenly came true, she would immediately go to the Duchess to swear allegiance to her. Ljubljana said that in that case, she would like them to protect someone together whom she herself protects. She said she meant the same man who created her empire, although currently protected by a man whom she considers a scoundrel. Ljubljana hoped that Lily would become a great knight and push him aside to protect Her Majesty. The Duchess thought to herself that there was no law stating that Lou Dante would always be the best knight in the empire. She didn't know why Louis thought this girl should be a designer, as she had toned forearms from washing clothes, and a strong lower body. in addition to a tenacity that did not allow her to give up even in difficult situations. What Ljubljana liked most about her were her eyes, which burned like fire. The Duchess said she was writing a letter of recommendation for admission to the night school, and that she would also provide her with financial support. The girl thanked her and said she would never disappoint her in life. The girl's full name was Lilia Lotus von Alley. Her family coat of arms was in the shape of a lotus flower. She was considered the best knight who displaced Ludante himself. She was the best sword in the empire, who was loyal to the empress and stayed with her until her death. This was the beginning of her birth. None of those present even knew this, that this would be her life. When night fell, the newlyweds returned to their estate. Louis was disappointed that things turned out this way. At that moment, Ljubljana sat down with him. She told him that her husband had done a good job, but Louis didn't understand what he had done, because everything fell on his wife's shoulders. However, in any case, he did not regret defending the girl, however. He didn't know if that would benefit her. If she had continued working there, she could have become a successful fashion designer. So the man believed he had ruined everything. Then Ljubljana decided to tell him a story about a girl. She said that there was once a girl who didn't even have a coming-of-age ceremony. One day, the girl heard the rumor that her parents, who had gone to the capital, were brutally murdered by the king. She was worried and couldn't sleep at night. At that moment, Louis realized that she was talking about herself as a child. Ljubljana continued saying that the atmosphere in the family was tense, and the younger sister only cried. As the heir to the family, she didn't know what to do next and just endured more and more. If someone came up to her and told her that if she survived this difficult time, she would become a duchess, and her sister would become the first empress to found the empire, then she would definitely kill that person. She concluded by saying that this is why Louis did the right thing. If it were possible to choose a future, then nothing terrible would have happened if her sister had not become empress, and even if she herself had not received wealth and fame as a duchess, since that girl would undoubtedly choose a future where her parents are not dead. Ljubljana said that she never wanted the happiness and honors that come after misfortune. So even if in the future that girl does not become a great designer due to her interference, and even if she becomes a low-ranking knight who can barely make a living, she will never be offended by them. At that moment, the man got up from his seat and immediately ran to his wife to hug her tightly. Ljubljana was surprised by this reaction and opened her eyes wide, looking at her husband. At that moment, Louis just moved closer to her and told her that he also knew the story of a child. He said that this was a child who was born under the star of misfortune. He was not blessed from birth. He was the illegitimate son of a tyrant. An unwanted pregnancy made his mother miserable even before he was born, and she had to die before he turned 2. Louis said it would have been better if the child had never been born. He always regretted it, but that didn't change anything, and no matter how hard he tried, he always failed. At that moment, Ljubljana extended her palm and asked him where exactly he had failed. She said that the child miraculously grew up and saved the girl. He even helped Ljubljana when she was a little older, and she would not have been able to fulfill her oath to God. After this, the Duchess smiled tenderly at her husband. Louis looked at his beloved fascinatedly, and his cheeks blushed. He said that in this case, it was good that this child survived and did not give up. Ljubljana said that the girl in her story felt the same way. After that, Louis approached Ljubljana and hugged her tightly. He turned to his mother, who was in heaven, and asked her to give him this man. He said that if he died suddenly in this life, or if he had to live a damned 9th life, then Ljubljana was the very precious person he wanted to be with forever. It turned out that Lily quietly entered the night school. The remaining problems were only the anger stored in the warehouse. Louis began to seriously think that if he sewed and wore certain clothes for the rest of his life, until he died, he could use some of the fabric. However, when Ljubljana said that some would still remain anyway, he laughed nervously and said it was very sad. Then the Duchess smiled and said that in that case, she would also like to use some fabric. When Louis decided to ask her where she was going to use this fabric, the girl took a glass of water. After that, she poured the water directly onto the fabric. She said she really liked the fabric and thought it suited the north best. So she asked her husband if he could send half of the fabric from the warehouse to the north. Louis said he didn't mind, but doubted it would be of any use to her. However, the fabric was still sent north, and after a while, the northerners demanded that more such fabrics be sent to them. At first, Louis couldn't believe that everyone liked the fabric. The letter said that although waterproof, The fabric was also resistant to snow. Thick and durable, very suitable for the harsh north. So, Luviana decided that everyone who was angry should be sent north. Soon, she sent a letter saying that, when she received and read his letter, she almost lost the desire to send fabrics again. And only out of pity for her husband did she send the angry ones north. Then she turned to her husband and told him that the northerners were asking for the name of this miraculous fabric. Lewis said that it was nicknamed Surdim in honor of the former lord of the Nims region. Then Luviana said that since Lewis is now the owner of that region, they should call the fabric Luidim. Lewis asked her if she wanted to make a fabric associated with his name. The Duchess immediately approached her husband and kissed him tenderly, telling him that she really wanted to do this, because it was her husband who found this fabric and it should bear his name. Lewis didn't know if it was because Lubiana acknowledged him or because of the unexpected kiss, but he was delighted. However, there was one person who was even happier than him. It was a merchant, and he was very happy when he realized that the supplies of this fabric had gone north. At first, he couldn't even believe what he heard, but Lewis personally confirmed that they had sent the fabric to the northerners. After the failure of the business with the angry one, the Fimmins merchant, having re-signed the contract with Louis Dim, began to walk again with his shoulders open. On the other hand, the region that was the birthplace of Louis Dim and the main consumer of the fabric, the North, seemed to compete among themselves, demonstrating their devotion and love for the Louis Dim. However, the real success was elsewhere. At some point, Louis decided that knowing the future did not mean he could do whatever he wanted. He decided that everything happened because of his stupidity. If he had a good memory, like the main characters in the novel, he would definitely succeed. So, he suddenly decided that he should not go into business and tore up all his papers. Instead, he decided to focus on decorating the duchy, hanging new stories for the next fashion, and changing the wallpaper. He also decided that he would need to change the dishes, since not everyone can use what his wife's lips touch. He decided to go to the best craftsman and ask him to make the best dishes. A stern man greeted him and welcomed him to his post. Lewis realized that this man clearly had strength. He knew that this craftsman would become popular starting next year, so even if he placed an order, he would have to wait 2 years. But now he is a simple craftsman, so he should place an order immediately and receive it without waiting. Soon the cup was ready. Then he remembered the girl who asked him to help her and prepare the wedding. And then Lewis decided that he must buy a set of dishes for the future bride. The man couldn't understand how this master could do the work so delicately, because inside the handle, there were detailed patterns in places where people couldn't easily see them. Moreover, he only asked for 2 coins for his work, and Lewis couldn't believe he was asking so cheaply. He decided to give him 10 times more, since the work was done perfectly. The Duke said that this was the least he could give to the craftsman, who made such luxurious dishes. The craftsman didn't understand what was happening, because from the beginning, nobles tried by any means to lower the price of his work. For decades, nobles lowered the quality of objects, the price, and their pride. Without realizing it, he fell into depression, started going out little, and became confined to his workshop. He even pinched himself to check that it was not really a dream. Then suddenly, he shouted, saying that no matter what, he would risk his life and create a better job for Lewis. But the hero said he shouldn't risk his life for this. The craftsman said he had been working with clay for 30 years, but today, he met a man who recognized his work, and for that he was willing to die. But Lewis said that only if the man worked hard would it be enough for him. The man shouted, saying that he was now full of strength. The hero sighed, not believing he had made a mistake again. Soon a shoemaker approached him and told him that he wanted to make shoes for Duchess Ashley and his husband for his entire life, begging him to accept him into service. When this happened again in several workshops, Louis decided he was very tired of all this. However, he understood that it had been worth it. Initially, Louis bought the emerald that Duke Feltharg was supposed to buy. The emerald jewelry that his wife Luviana will wear next year will become very popular. The Duke decided to wear a gemstone the same color as his wife Luviana's eyes, and he couldn't just look at her. After this, an emerald shortage arose in the capital, as Louis and Duke Feltharg, competing with each other, bought all the emeralds on the market. As a result of this skirmish, the emerald became the most valuable jewel and popular in the empire. No one understood why the 2 duchies were obsessed with the emerald. Soon, Louis took his wife to the city, but their outfits were quite strange, and Lubiana began to doubt whether they really needed to wear one. However, Louis said that if it became known that the ducal couple would attend the Baroness's wedding, the guests would stand out more than the bride herself. However, Ljubljana said that, in her opinion, in this way, on the contrary, they attract more attention. She hadn't worn a monastery suit for a long time, but Louis didn't listen to her because he thought his wife looked beautiful in that suit. Then, the Duchess praised her husband for helping with the wedding. She said it was a great wedding ceremony and that her husband did a great job, but Louis said he didn't do anything special. He said the bride was a rather unusual person. Suddenly, behind him, he noticed some kind of glow of light. When he turned around, he saw a man with a long beard. He stood up and looked at the bride, and his face shone just like her hair. At that moment, Louis recognized him as a person he already knew. It turned out to be Baron Dito, the owner of the Magic Tower. The old man turned to the hero and asked if he was the husband of Duchess Ashley-Anne. He thanked him for arranging his granddaughter's wedding. All this time, Louis thought that girl was just the daughter of a small baron, but it turned out she was the granddaughter of the owner of the Magic Tower. The baron laughed and said he thought Louis was just a stubborn man from the House of Scientists. However, the man couldn't believe that with his own hands, he helped the granddaughter of his enemy at the wedding. The House of Scholars and the Magic Tower have been enemies for generations. Some thought they could solve all problems with a single shot of their magic, while others believed it was better to reach the 8th circle, and then the laws of nature would become empty before them. However, not a single mage reached the 8th circle, and even the Archmage of the Magic Tower only reached the 4th. Peony was very unhappy with this. She called those who despised the research achieved with the sweat and blood of scientists ignorant. Louis realized that if Peony found out about this, she would have a hard time. At that moment, the Baron took his hand and told him that the tyrant of the kingdom of Aden had killed his daughter and her son-in-law. Since then, the tears have not dried in his eyes. However, the new empire brought a smile back to his face, and it was all thanks to the Duke of Ashley-Anne. So, the man turned to the Duchess and told her that he and the Magic Tower would be loyal to the empire until the end of their days. Then he gave them a gift, saying that with his old body, he pledged to be a support for the good of the future empress and the empire. Ljubljana looked at the box and realized it contained a gold medal. It was a sign of loyalty to Baron Dito, the master of the Magic Tower. Those who have this object can use the master of the Magic Tower and the tower itself. The Magic Tower is a closed place that has nothing to envy the House of Scientists. Cayenne always wanted them to help her, and Ljubljana did not think it would be so easy. She decided that she needed to send this to him and tell him that all this happened thanks to her husband. At that moment, a girl approached the hero and called him by his name. It was the bride. She thanked the man for his help and said she would never forget this happy day. Internally, Louis was very happy to finally be able to make someone happy. And even if he has the power to make someone happy, above all, he wanted to make Ljubljana happy. Meanwhile, people began to whisper about the wedding of the Baroness. They said it was the most beautiful wedding they had ever seen. They also began to discuss that it was personally organized by the husband of Duchess Ashley-Anne. And although bandits broke in the middle of the ceremony and destroyed everything, the wedding hall itself was truly amazing. The girls decided that they should go to their parents right now and ask them if they knew anyone from the Duchy of Ashley-Anne. Soon Louis was bombarded with letters again. Most of them were wedding invitations. He decided that in this way they wanted to attack his wife. In noble circles, receiving a wedding plan from Louis became a highly anticipated event among young women about to get married. After a while, the Empress received a report stating that the husband of Duchess Ashley-Anne had a reputation as the best wedding planner among the nobles. After this, the Empress burned the report and said that in this case they could not delay any longer, and that she needed to meet him as soon as possible. Duke Dominant bowed to her and told her he would prepare everything immediately. Meanwhile, Kaelna winked at the burning paper. The story moves again to the Duchess's mansion. She said that today she would go to the Duchy of Feldhark. She didn't know what happened there, but she hoped it would take some time. Images in which Duke Feldhark confessed his love to his wife immediately began to form in Louis's head. He asked her if she and the Duke would really be alone. Then Ljubljana said that Lou Dante would also be there. An image began to take shape in Louis's head. He remembered that he had recently received an invitation from the Empress. It was so long ago that he completely forgot about the existence of this letter. So suddenly, he realized that the Empress was actually calling him. Ljubljana said it was rare for the three dukes to meet outside the imperial palace. She said that nothing special should happen. Louis didn't know what to do and whether he should tell his wife everything, even though Dominant asked him not to tell Ljubljana anything. Therefore, he decided not to risk his life and not to tell anything, but rather said goodbye to his wife and wished her a good trip. As she walked away, someone called him. The servant pointed to the carriage and told him that he had come here to escort him by order of the Empress. Louis was nervous because everything was happening too fast, and he hoped she wouldn't get rid of him silently. He started to cry and decided it would be better if he told Ljubljana everything. Suddenly, a strong jolt distracted him from his thoughts, which almost caused the carriage to overturn. He immediately shouted, asking what happened. However, when he turned to the door, he saw the silhouette of a man there. It turned out to be Count Graham. He shouted when he saw his grandson. However, Louis didn't understand what he was doing here in the past, even though he knew the man only saw him as a tool of power. However, the idea that they were family often took hold of him. Now that he had a real family, he didn't care about this man. He looked down and asked the servants to take the count away from here. They grabbed the man by the arms and tried to pull him out of the carriage, but the man resisted, begging Louis to have mercy on him. He said that if he let him die, he would die. So, Louis said he had something to tell him personally and asked the servants to leave them alone. When they were alone, the hero thought it was the first time he had traveled in a carriage that was not the Duchess's, and he couldn't understand if this was really a coincidence or if everything had been planned. And the reason he changed his mind and left the Count in the carriage was because he wanted to know his hidden motives. He turned to him and asked what had happened. After a while, the Count said that he had been expelled from the rebel detachment. The Count said that as soon as the relationship between Louis and the Marquise Odile broke up, they immediately showed their true colors. Furthermore, since he had actually married the Duchess of Leyen, they could not trust the Count and, therefore, they kicked him out immediately. The man shouted, saying that they were simply disgusting people. Louis sighed tiredly and said that now he understood everything, but asked what he should do with this information. The Count didn't understand why this boy suddenly had that expression on his face. He said that this was the situation anyway, and that he was here to show him that he was happy with his restoration as the Duchess's husband. However, Louis didn't believe him, since this man abandoned him for the Salt Mountains and diamond mines. Then he asked if the Count really thought he had the right to say that. The man said that he was his maternal grandfather and raised Louis. When Louis heard this, his hands trembled and he nervously gripped his clothes. He remembered that he was treated like an animal and that this man treated him as if nothing mattered. So, Louis said he had talked about all this last time. He repeated once more that he did not consider the Count as his family. The man couldn't believe his words. A queen asked him to leave, saying that his problems had nothing to do with him. At that moment, the Count extended his hand, intending to grab his grandson and call him ungrateful. However, Louis reacted quickly and in one move struck his hand, preventing her from touching him. The Count asked how he dared to treat the head of the Graham family like this. So, Louis said that the Count should address him properly, since he was now the husband of the Duchess of Ashley. He said he was no longer a child, whom he could treat as he pleased. Then the Count suddenly shouted, saying that Louis was a real scoundrel, and that his mother would be very sad when she saw him from heaven. At that moment, Louis turned and told the man to repeat his words. Then he ran to him and grabbed him by the clothes, asking how he dared to speak of his mother like that if he himself sold his daughter to the king. During his life, he decisively contributed to the Count becoming the king's father-in-law, and even after death, the Count used his mother. The man begged Louis to let him go, but the boy didn't listen to him. He asked him if he really had no remorse. Without waiting for an answer, he threw him forcefully to the ground. He told the man not to dare mention his mother's name whenever he wanted. He also said that if the Count came back to him and did something similar, he simply would not forgive him. After that, he threw the man out of the carriage and continued with his business. When he was alone, he pressed his face into his hands and began to cry. He had completely forgotten about it, because he was spending happy days with Ljubljana. However, now he remembered that people like Count Graham, the rebels, Marquis Odile, and Lizana still existed, so he needed a 3-year contract to escape them. Soon he arrived at the Imperial Palace, where Callan was already waiting for him. He sat down in front of her and first apologized for being late. The girl smiled and said she heard there was a small accident on the way. Louis was horrified. He thought the girl was testing him. He didn't even know what he should say in such a situation. At that moment, the Empress thought this man suited her sister's taste. When they were little, her grandmother insisted on how to choose a boyfriend. She told Ljubljana that she needed to find a good husband without vanity. Meanwhile, Callan tried to change the subject, wanting to talk about something more interesting. Then her grandmother asked her if she really didn't want to get married. Little Cayenne said she planned to live with her parents and sister because men were smarter than her. But her grandmother asked her not to act so wildly. She said that in that case, she could stay close to her, and if they were lucky enough to find a man they wanted to marry, then they should grab him and stay close. They had this conversation, but Kaelna still didn't understand why her husband had to be handsome, because if it was just for admiration, then it would be better to simply bring a well-made statue. Then she asked Lewis a question, asking what happened on the way here. So the man again thought about what he should say, but was visibly trembling with fear. He thought that in the book the main character, who was silent and said nothing, only caused more grounds for suspicion. So he decided that he needed to tell it as it was. He gathered all his strength and shouted that on the way here he met Count Graham. However, the Empress didn't quite understand what he meant. So Lewis said that the man had gotten into his carriage and asked him for help, since the rebels had kicked him out of their troops, but he assured the girl that he immediately rejected him, and that therefore, she had nothing to worry about. Kaelna thought she had already been informed about this, but she didn't think this man would just tell everything. She laughed softly in response, and Lewis was surprised that this was all she had to say. He thought she would start yelling at him and accusing him of joining the rebels and now trying to fool her, and then order his head to be cut off. But as expected, the Empress already knew everything. Lewis felt like she saw right through him. He thought that if he hadn't told the truth, something irreparable would have happened. At that moment, the Empress offered him some tea, as his throat seemed dry. Then Lewis took a cup and took a few sips. At that moment, an imperial servant approached him and told him that if the man drank tea so fast, it would harm his health. He said that Her Majesty the Empress likes to tease people. That's why she makes them nervous. She just likes to joke. But the man had no reason to worry, because she was not a bad person at all. At that moment, Lewis realized that this man was his savior. However, he didn't understand how he could say such a thing when the Empress was sitting next to them. In response to which Kaelna chuckled and asked if this was how they were insulting her right now. The man said he only intervened because the Duchess's husband was too nervous. Cayenne said he could have stayed quiet on the sidelines. At that moment, Lewis thought that he and Ljubljana were truly very similar. The Empress noticed that her sister's husband was visibly relaxing. Then she turned to her chamberlain and asked what his son was doing now, since he had to see how skilled his father was. The man said he only sends letters and apparently doesn't want to see his father at all. Lewis couldn't believe this man was treating the terrifying Empress this way. Then, Kaelna refocused her attention on the guest. She said that no matter how you look at it, she never heard a clear answer. She asked again why she should leave him next to her sister. Lewis knew that this time he couldn't answer her honestly, although it was only a contract marriage established after a family regression. Now that he loved Ljubljana with all his heart, he must beg to be left by her side. If he is considered mentally ill, he will immediately be sent for execution. Lewis didn't know how to answer the Empress's questions, so he suddenly blurted out that he was simply incredibly handsome, and that therefore, Ljubljana should stay with him. In response to this, the Empress burst out laughing. She said that if he wanted to stay close to her sister for as long as possible, he should take better care of his face. Then she asked if she should entrust him with the preparation of the New Year celebration, which would take place very soon. Lewis was surprised that the Empress made him such an offer, and then said that the imperial family should handle the event in the palace, but its only members were her and her sister. However, the Empress heard that Lewis has quite a talent in this area, and since she has no other choice, she would like to entrust it to him. Lewis decided that the best solution was to accept. Then the Empress got up from her seat, placed her hand on his shoulder, and asked him to take care of everything. Finally, she pointed her finger at his neck and called him a bastard. Lewis didn't expect this at all and was stunned for a moment. However, the Empress, as if nothing had happened, left the room and walked down the hall. Suddenly, Louis felt a chill on his neck. He thought about the fact that they had never called him Duchess Ashley's husband and feared that the Empress still wanted to kill him. After a while, the sensation suddenly disappeared, and he could breathe normally. He thought he wanted to go back home now and see his wife. He was very interested to know what she was doing now. Meanwhile, the story moves to the Duchy of Feldhark, where Ljubljana has arrived. When she entered, she immediately asked what had happened. Dominant sat behind the chair with his feet on the table, and Duke Kodrik was next to him. Seeing the guest, Dominant smiled and said he simply missed her, and therefore decided to gather everyone here. Ljubljana asked the Duke why he was sitting at her table as if at home, but the one-eyed man asked to be left alone, saying that he was precisely that kind of person. He asked the girl to sit at the table and asked if she wanted something to drink. Ljubljana said that wine could be served to her, but generally she drinks whatever she is given. The Duke said that drinking alcohol in broad daylight is very detrimental to health, and suggested she have tea. Moreover, he had good tea leaves. But the girl was indignant and asked if he really felt sorry for the wine. The man felt a little embarrassed and said he felt no pity for her. Then he lowered his eyes and said sheepishly that these tea leaves were much more expensive than wine. However, Ljubljana didn't understand how tea could be more expensive than alcohol and continued saying that the man was simply greedy. Dominant chuckled, asking how she could deliberately act like this. He asked if a person could really be so stupid. Then he asked for mineral water from eastern Libya to be brought, as people said it was very tasty there. However, the other guests were indignant and told him to drink what he was given. Meanwhile, a tea tray was brought into the room, and Duke Feltark began pouring tea into cups. Dominant remained indignant, saying that the Duke simply didn't have money for mineral water. But Ljubljana asked him to shut up and just drink. She asked for wine to be brought, but thought she was worse off than expected. The girl decided it would be better if she drank tea. Then she turned to the Duke and asked him to give her tea. The man, hearing her request, smiled broadly. Then the girl asked Dominant what the real reason was for calling them. The man said that they have such a relationship that they meet only when there is business, and he decided to fix it. He said that Ljubljana spent too much time in the north and became completely cold. Hearing this, Ljubljana turned to Duke Feltarg and asked why he tolerated their teasing. At that moment, the man recalled a conversation with Dominant in which Ljubljana had become very inattentive to them. Since she had completely given her attention to her bastard husband, he invited the three of them to meet her and separate her from the tyrant's illegitimate son. But the Duke understood that he could not say that he had fallen for Ludante's bait. Dominant then asked how Ljubljana's bastard husband was. At this, Ljubljana placed her cup on the table and asked not to ask about him. Then she brought her hands to her head and said that everything was fine. The men wondered why she was behaving like that. So suddenly, Ljubljana said that her husband is very smart and diligent. He is involved in managing the duchy's affairs. He takes care of everyone and has achieved success in business. After Louis's arrival, the duchy became a place where people truly lived. The men couldn't believe that the girl was so fascinated by her husband. Ljubljana said that now she understood the servants' words when, at sunset, they said they wanted to go home. Dominant chuckled, asking what happened to this cold-blooded girl. She looked like a pet and not her husband. Last time, she also showed the king's eye. Feltarg decided not to interfere in the conversation and simply watched everything that was happening from the side. After a while, Dominant wondered if he had taken enough time. Ljubljana noticed he was looking at his watch and immediately started thinking about what he was doing. Dominant told the girl not to look at him with such a glare, because his body and soul already belonged to the Empress. He said that, in his constant opinion, the only person worthy of being next to Her Majesty was himself. The man said that if anyone wants to take a place next to her, they will have to defeat the best swordsman in the empire. That is him. Ljubljana thought this man had gotten worse since the moment she saw him. She couldn't believe such a guy wanted to become Her Majesty's husband. At that moment, the man got up from the table and said it was time to leave. Ljubljana thought she had wasted time and that she also needed to go home. She got up from the table and turned to Feltark, telling him they would see each other again as soon as possible, and that then she would buy good wine. However, the man suddenly stopped her and asked her to wait. He barely touched her finger, affectionately calling her Luby. However, there were no emotions on the girl's face. She just asked him what he wanted. So, the man asked her if she really couldn't talk to her without any reason. The girl said that he shouldn't hold her hand without reason. So the man shouted, saying he didn't mean it. Then suddenly, he looked down and asked her not to say anything. After that, he stood up and looked directly into the girl's eyes. He asked her if she felt happy now. However, Ljubljana didn't even understand what he was asking. So the man explained that he meant her married life. Hearing this, Ljubljana laughed and said she was very happy. Out of resentment, the Duke bit his lip and tried to hold back the malicious words he wanted to say. Then he asked the girl if the birth of a child between husband was mandatory. And wife, Ljubljana again, didn't understand why he was asking her these questions. The Duke explained that from the moment he heard her words, he had been thinking all the time about what she could get from that person, and the reasons why she should keep a person she dislikes by her side. He said that if Ljubljana stays close to her husband, who doesn't love her for the child, then she can keep her lover who loves her by her side, and have a child with him. Ljubljana was shocked to hear the Duke's words. She thought about the next 3 years, but she didn't think about having another man. She couldn't imagine a situation where she would take a lover while married to Louis. She didn't even understand why she would do this, since no one could compare to his beauty. Then she smiled and said that she was grateful that the Duke was worried that she wouldn't be able to fulfill the blood oath, but that he shouldn't have, since she was already fed up with her husband at this moment. However, the Duke was not satisfied with this answer. He didn't understand who cared at all. He thought about giving up his title, demoting himself to the rank of knight, and becoming Ljubljana's lover. But the girl didn't even think about letting him be with her. He didn't understand what she liked about that bastard, because she said she wouldn't love him. But as a result, she ended up hopelessly in love. The Duke could give up his family and his title to be close to his beloved, but the only thing he couldn't do was be the first to admit that he loved her. He remembered the Empress's words that she didn't want him to attack her sister. After that, Ljubljana turned around and told the Duke not to worry, as she would definitely have a child. So the Duke decided to remind her whose blood runs in that person's veins. He said that person would definitely betray her. However, Ljubljana did not answer. She just waved her hand and thanked him for his advice, saying that she would refer to him in her future married life. After that, she left the Duke alone in the office, with only his thoughts. He hit the sofa with his fist and collapsed on it. At that moment, his faithful servant entered the office. He looked worried about his Duke. When Ljubljana returned to her house, all the servants lined up to receive their lady. When she asked where her husband was, the servants didn't know what to answer. So Ljubljana thought he was sorting the mail again and asked Miss Lemons to do it for him. However, when she entered the library, she discovered that her husband was not there. She remembered Duke Feldhark's words that her husband would definitely betray her. Then she turned to another servant and asked where Louis had gone. At that moment, Miss Lemons appeared behind him and said that Louis had gone to the palace. Ljubljana was horrified to realize that he hadn't told her anything about this. She began to think that the books her husband read were mainly about escape, or something like that, so she decided that he was doing all this for today. Then she looked at her servants, who were terrified not knowing what to do. However, at that moment, another servant ran into the library and reported that Mr. Lewismond had returned. Louis appeared behind him, greeted everyone, and asked what happened to them all. When he looked up, he saw his wife coming down the stairs. He smiled widely and immediately ran to her, happy that she had returned early. However, Ljubljana did not return his smile. She approached and gently took his chin, saying that she heard he had gone to the palace. Then the hero said that he went there to see the Empress. Ljubljana asked him why he hadn't told her this in advance. Louis decided not to lie and honestly said that the Empress asked him not to say anything. Ljubljana felt a little sad, realizing that her sister was once again plotting some kind of intrigue. Her husband apologized for worrying her, and then the girl thought that such a sincere person as him was unlikely to be capable of betraying her. She smiled and said she wondered what happened since the Empress asked her to keep everything a secret, and asked her husband to tell her more about it. After a while, they retired to the office, and then Louis told her everything as it happened. Ljubljana realized that Ludante was behind all this, and even broke her glass out of indignation. She decided that the next time she saw him, she wouldn't let him go like that. Then she patted her husband on the back, telling him that he had done well even in surviving the encounter with Count Graham that happened on the way to the capital. At that moment, the man thought that he had indeed returned home safe and sound. After that, he took his wife's hand and pressed his forehead against hers. He said that his grandfather would never abandon the rebellion and would never give up the part of power he would receive if he succeeded in betrayal. Louis was indignant and really didn't like it. He believed him for a moment, seeing his grandfather say that he was abandoned and no one would accept him without Louis. The man admitted that he felt very weak. So Ljubljana extended her palm and touched his cheek, saying that he was not weak at all. She said that, after all, they are a family, and that the bad ones are those who try to use family connection to deceive. She asked her husband not to blame himself for being weak, because he is not a bad person. Weakness is not a sin. The girl thought this not only now, but also in her youth. She believed that the one who tramples the weak is a sinner. She didn't understand why the victim should suffer, blaming herself for her weakness. After this, the girl got up from her seat and asked her husband to look up. Then she opened her arms wide, inviting him to hug her. Louis immediately ran to her and pressed against her chest. Then the girl asked him not to move away from her anymore, so that none of that would happen. As happened today, she thought that now she only needed to live happily under Ashley's shadow, since Ljubljana was now his family. Louis apologized and said that in the future he would consult with her and then act. The girl turned to him again and asked what she could do to improve his mood after the encounter with his grandfather, who had caused him so much trouble. Then she remembered the dominant's words about her talking about her husband like a pet, but she decided that this time he was wrong, since there is a big difference between treating a pet warmly out of tenderness and wanting a person by your side. So Louis said that they didn't need to think about Count Graham. He just wanted to live as if nothing connected them. He wanted to live without anger or expectations. However, he suddenly announced abruptly that he had come up with what he wanted to do. He sat down at the table, and his wife stood in front of him and placed her hand on his shoulder. In the end, it turned out that he decided to officially announce the breaking of all ties with the Count. The girl asked Miss Lemons to send a contract to the Count and the other to the Imperial Palace. After that, Louis exhaled in relief and leaned his elbows on the back of the chair. He took his wife's hand and thanked her for her help, but the girl said she did nothing. Then the man said that thanks to her being near, he was able to muster up the courage. He thought that only in his 8th life did he find a family just because she trusted him. Maybe she won't understand, but for him this meeting was a real miracle. Then Ljubljana smiled and said that gratitude is not expressed only in words. She said that if her husband wanted to thank her so much, then he should give her a child. When Louis heard this, his face turned red with embarrassment. Ljubljana suggested that he simply didn't want to do this, but the man immediately jumped up from his seat. He picked up his wife in his arms and said that he simply couldn't help but want this. Ljubljana then bowed her head to him and kissed him tenderly. When Lemon realized what was happening, she asked the other servants to serve dinner in the bedroom, realizing that the newlyweds would not leave there until the next morning. Morning soon arrived, and the annoying bird once again woke up all the inhabitants of the mansion with its singing. When Ljubljana opened her eyes, she found herself in her husband's arms. She turned to him and discovered that he was still fast asleep. She decided that since he wasn't going to wake up yet, she should go practice archery. However, at that moment, Louis opened his eyes. When he saw his wife in front of him, he immediately smiled broadly and propped himself up on one elbow. Then he leaned towards her and kissed her on the forehead. At that moment, the girl thought she was very happy to have stayed here. At this point, Louis began to doubt whether he would be able to cope with everything that was coming his way, since the Empress asked him to prepare the New Year's party. However, the girl said that everything would be fine if he tried the same thing. Like during the wedding of Dito's daughter, everything will be fine. However, she said that this was different. She said that preparing a banquet and decorating the hall of the Imperial Palace for the New Year's holidays, which is the most important in the empire, is an incredibly important task. She asked her wife why she thought Her Majesty had entrusted exactly him with such a big task. However, Ljubljana patted his head and told him not to worry because he would take care of everything. She said that they should think differently, because since he received such an important event, it meant that Her Majesty wanted to say that she recognized him as the husband of the Duchess of Ashley. However, Louis thought about the fact that the Empress never called him Duke. However, he understood that he could not tell his wife this, because he feared that she too would start to avoid him. In response to this, Ljubljana said that her first New Year's Eve party would be organized by Louis, and that she couldn't wait for the event. The hero was extremely surprised that the girl had never attended this event before, so the man realized that it was all the Empress's fault. Relying on her blood relatives, she spun Ljubljana around at her whim, boldly taking advantage of her sincere love. Louis understood that there was nothing worse than pressuring his family. The fact that he was not the only person loved by his only family hurt him more than he thought. After a while, Count Graham received a letter from his grandson, stating that he was breaking all family ties with him. The man was furious and tore the letter to pieces, angry at his grandson for feeding him, dressing and raising him all this time, and he did this to him. His indignation was observed by a blue-eyed man. He realized that the opposite effect was being caused as a result of all this, and was a little annoyed. Since he had asked the count to keep his head down, they tried to pick up the count and take him out of the palace, but he resisted, asking the man to listen to him and trust. He said that Louis would honor his words, and then they would definitely understand that it was an order from above. However, the blue-eyed and yellow-eyed man considered him greedy trash, who did not understand the essence of the problem. Since he ordered him not to implement this stupid plan, but now nothing could be fixed. The rest of the table was worried, and asked Marquis Odell what they should do now. The man raised his palm, thus asking everyone present to calm down. He said that everyone was probably saddened by Earl Greyhound's failure. The count was very angry, and did not understand why this marquis imagined himself as a ruler. At that moment, Marquis Lizana's daughter entered the office. The man said that she brought news that might become a consolation, and asked everyone to listen carefully to his daughter. Then the girl said that on the eve of the New Year celebrations, trouble would increase in the north. She thought that by now, the news had already spread throughout the imperial palace. At that moment, one of the servants ran to the Ashleyan Duchy office and said that he had an urgent message. Ljubljana and Louis were having breakfast at the table, but the servant said that the Duchess urgently needed to go touring the imperial palace. In the end, it turned out that something was wrong in the north. Hearing this, Ljubljana immediately jumped up from the table and said that she had to go there immediately. Louis didn't know what to do. He felt a very strange feeling. After a while, Ljubljana packed her bags and left the palace, leaving only her husband. However, she returned quite quickly, and Louis immediately ran to meet her. However, Ljubljana said that she needed to go to the north. The man was horrified when he heard this from his wife. He immediately ran to her and began to ask her what had happened there, suggesting that something incredibly serious had happened. However, the girl just smiled warmly and took his hand. Louis asked her not to make that face, because he knew it didn't bode well. He pressed his face against her hand, telling her that she shouldn't do that to him because he wasn't a bothersome child. Then Ljubljana said that she needed to leave urgently because she had matters. But Louis knew that was a lie. The girl explained that the ambassador really looked as if something important had happened there. Louis grabbed her hand tightly and told her that he couldn't let her go to such a dangerous place, that he didn't know what happened there, but he begged his wife not to go there. He said that the empire was large, and they could definitely find someone else who could go there. But Ljubljana said it was the Empress's order. At that moment he shouted, saying that the Empress is her younger sister, that she cannot order her own person to go to a deadly place, while everyone else has fun in the capital every year, so he didn't understand why Ljubljana should go. She asked him to stop, as such conversations could bring them trouble. The man had no choice but to remain silent, but tears appeared in his eyes. He asked if he could really put his wife in trouble. However, the girl said that she didn't mean it. She said that they didn't know what careless words would reach Her Majesty or Ludante. Then she took a handkerchief and wiped her husband's eyes, asking him not to cry. She said that she would definitely return before the celebration, so he shouldn't worry. She held out her hand to him and asked him to wait for her. The man took her hand and asked her to promise him that she would definitely return. Ljubljana took his hand and brought it to her lips, and then kissed it, telling him that she promised to return very soon. She said that she was not going to hunt the dragon, and that it was only a return to the north. She said that it was not as scary as they said, that it was a beautiful place that everyone should see, and she hoped that someday Louis would smile when thinking about it. Ljubljana understood that she told him this only because they decided to be together, not for 3 years, but for the rest of their lives, although Louis did not seem to understand her. Finally, she asked him to prepare well for the celebration, and said that she was sure he would be able to impress even Her Majesty. Then she turned to Miss Lemons and asked her to take care of her husband. The woman bowed to her mistress and told her that she would definitely do this and wished her a happy journey. After that, Ljubljana said goodbye to her husband one last time and told him she would be back soon. Louis didn't want to let her go at all, but he had no other choice. He just quietly watched over his wife. After Ljubljana's departure, no letters arrived from the north. The servants tried to comfort Louis, but nothing made him happy. He was just busy preparing for the holidays, as Ljubljana asked. Time passed, and only 1 month remained until the new year. Suddenly, one day, the servants reported that a guest from the northern castle had arrived at the mansion. Louis immediately thought that his wife had finally returned. However, when he left his office, he saw Duke Dominant in the doorway. The man looked extremely worried, which was completely uncharacteristic of him. He then said that he was very sorry to have to report such news. He said that Ljubljana had died, and these words pierced Louis's heart like a knife. He asked the man to leave here because he didn't want to believe it, and thought it simply wasn't a funny joke. However, the Duke said it was true, and once again offered his condolences. Louis was trembling with anger. He couldn't believe this was really happening. Then he turned to the Duke and looked at him with an angry expression. Then he ran towards him, intending to grab his sword. With a skillful move, he drew the sword from its scabbard and placed it on his neck, thinking that he would return and save his wife. However, the dominant Duke's reaction was very quick, and he managed to snatch the sword from Louis's hands, preventing him from committing suicide. He asked him what he was thinking when he decided to snatch the sword from the best swordsman in the empire. Louis managed to inflict a superficial wound on his neck when he realized that this was truly not a dream. Tears appeared in his eyes. The Duke was not happy because his weapon had just been desecrated. At that moment, Mrs. Lemons appeared next to him. Seeing the wound on Louis's neck, she immediately screamed. She ordered the servants to immediately take him to the doctor, but Louis didn't care about everything happening around him. Since that day, the Ashleyan mansion has closed its doors tightly. Now the walls of this luxurious place are saturated with the darkest emotions. Miss Lemons continued to bring Louis a tray of food, but each time she saw that he still hadn't eaten the previous meal. She had no choice but to leave the trays under the door. The hero himself was at that moment lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling, but after a while, he realized that this could not continue. He decided that first, he needed to get out of bed. However, the thought of why all this was necessary immediately overwhelmed him. He looked at his hands and thought that everything could have been different if he had more strength. In that case, he and Ljubljana could meet again. After a while, a carriage arrived at the mansion. The lady reported that Louis had guests. These men were sent by Duke Feltarg. They were representatives of the Merchant Guild and advisors to the ducal family. One of them said that he had brought Duchess Ashley's will to Louis. When the man heard his wife's name, he immediately opened the doors and ran towards the men. He couldn't believe that they had actually brought him her will. Soon they sat down at the table. One of the men said that it hurt him to see Louis in such a state and expressed his condolences for the loss of his wife. However, when he realized that the Duke had no intention of talking to him about it, he decided to change the subject. He said that before her departure to the north, Duchess Ashleyan met with Duke Feltarg's advisor. She handed him her will and shortly before contributed a large sum to the Merchant Guild. Louis was surprised because it was the first time he heard about this. He began to think about how long his wife had been preparing for her death. Then, another man said that by order of the Duke, they had come to deliver the will to Louis, since the Duchess wanted her husband to receive and open it, although until recently, this honor was supposed to fall to Lord Feldhark. However, the Duke specifically asked to deliver the documents to Louis and help him. Realizing her master's condition, Lemons said that she needed time and that they would resort to the men if necessary. One of the men objected, saying that they were ordered to stay here. However, the woman replied that they were in the Ashleyan house, and that Duke Feldharg's people could not interfere in the internal affairs of this house, just because the Duchess was here. She then asked if Duke Feldharg wanted to take advantage of the situation. The man shouted that his Duke was not that kind of person. He just said to ignore some of the instructions and immediately hand over the will. When the man realized that he had said too much, he immediately fell silent. Then Lemons said that in that case, they could return to their Duke if they had no hidden motives. Without waiting for them to leave the room, she escorted them to the door and said goodbye to them. In the hallway, servants were waiting for them, who were clearly displeased that these men were trying to use their Duke for their own ends. Lemons closed the door behind them, leaving them in the care of their servants. Then she turned her attention to Louis, who was reading the letter. It said that if this will were opened, then Duchess Ljubljana was dead, or there were good reasons to believe that she had passed away, with a high probability that her husband Louis would be the first to read this letter. The hero did not understand why Ljubljana wrote this. Mentally, he begged her not to force him to read something like that. However, he continued reading. The letter said that if someone finds Ljubljana's body, then they must arrange a simple funeral and bury her in the monastery cemetery. Otherwise, she asked to take care of her family and not try to find the corpse. As for the transfer of property, first of all, Olga Lemons, who served her faithfully until the end of her days, receives the Ashleyan mansion and must pay a certain amount of money. Ljubljana returns the remaining properties, mines, plains, and northern lands to the Empress, and, if she is so kind, let her husband Louis continue to bear the name Ashleyan and protect him. When the Empress read this letter, she smiled, seeing that her sister remained faithful to the end. The letter also said that Ljubljana was transferring her investment in the Merchant Guild to her husband. This should be enough to live on. She also asked Duke Feltharg, who is the current owner of the Merchant Guild, to personally take care of the details. Louis thought this was a very thoughtful will, and this made it even more painful. Then, suddenly, he saw a piece of paper fall from the pile of papers and fly somewhere. It said that the will was finished, but Ljubljana had a few words for her husband Louis. When the hero saw what was written there, he was very surprised. In it, Ljubljana said that she knew Louis was a sensitive person, and that's why she supposed he would worry about her death. She said that she would not ask him not to do so, because she was not so heartless, but she did ask him to try not to think too much about her. The girl said that death always went hand in hand with her, and that she knew she would die someday. So she wanted her husband not to be killed because of her death. She hoped that he could forget her and love someone else. Ljubljana only wanted him to be happy until the end. Unable to read this, Louis got up from his chair, his eyes glistening with tears. He burned everything the men brought him in the fireplace, but he didn't understand why Ljubljana needed to write something like that. He remembered her words that she promised to return home before the festival. Then, suddenly, Louis ran out of the room and asked Mrs. Lemons how the preparations for the New Year's celebration were going. The woman was quite surprised that the Duke asked her about this. She said that Her Majesty had announced that the Duchess's funeral would be held immediately after the New Year. Louis said sadly that in this case they would have to prepare faster. Then he asked if the woman had contacted the florist she was talking about, because they needed to change some things. However, suddenly, the man felt his strength leaving his body, and he slowly began to slide down the wall. The maid, noticing this, immediately rushed to his aid. She said that the man needed to rest now, and they would start preparing later. However, Louis smiled with all his might and said that Ljubljana had made him a promise before leaving. She said that she would return before the holidays, as she definitely had to celebrate them with him. Therefore, they needed to prepare properly, so that she would be surprised that everything was going so perfectly. Louis looked sadly out the window, thinking that his wife would definitely return. He sincerely believed that it would be so. Meanwhile, rumors began to circulate in the capital that Duchess Ashleyan had died. However, people noticed that the Ashley family was not mourning, and they even heard that they were preparing for the holiday by buying silver cups and wine. The Empress also said nothing similar about the death of her sister. People believed that the Duke and the Empress should mourn the death of Ljubljana more, but since they are calm, they should not panic either. However, Louis seemed calm only at first glance, but in reality he still refused to eat. He said that he didn't even feel comfortable drinking water, so Lemons called a doctor. But the man said that he found no serious problems apart from dehydration and nutritional deficiencies. Then, the maid said that anyone could have reached that conclusion, not just a competent doctor. However, the doctor said that he swears by his grandfather's name. After this, Lemon approached Louis and told him that the celebration was quite large, and that they didn't have enough hands, but there was a company specializing in banquets for the nobility, and suggested that he invite them to help. Louis smiled and said that he entrusted this part to the mistress. The woman bowed to him and thanked him for his trust. When Louis was left alone with himself, he approached the vase where there were lilies. He thought that when his wife returned, they would definitely need to talk. It was hard for him to be without her even now, and he was afraid to imagine what it would be like in 3 years when they had to divorce. So he decided to ask her to stay with him forever. He will tell Ljubljana that he actually loves her very much. He will say that he cannot imagine his world without her. Louis will say that regardless of her decision, he will maintain these feelings, and he will not be afraid to confess it. Then he took out a sword that was disguised as flowers from a flower pot, thinking that if Ljubljana suddenly did not return, he would find her, and he already knew exactly how he would do it. However, Louis's wish did not come true, because not even the night before Christmas, Ljubljana did not return. He spent the night alone, and soon morning came. It was New Year's morning. Louis wore a black suit and looked at himself in the mirror. In his hands, he held the same dagger with 2 flowers. An experienced killer knows that such a sword cannot harm anyone, let alone kill. But Louis wondered what would happen if he pulled out a weapon right in front of the Empress. He knew that the 2 dukes who were always by her side would decapitate the arrogant madman. And in this case, he would be able to see his beloved Ljubljana again. The man smiled exhaustedly and thought that nothing terrible should happen in his 9th life, since it still made no sense to live in this world without his beloved. After this, the Duke left the mansion and headed straight for the palace. The remaining guests began to slowly arrive at the Empress's palace, which was decorated incredibly beautifully and richly. The guests were delighted with how beautifully decorated the palace was. They said that this celebration would definitely be the greatest of all in recent times. They also noticed the most radiant person at this banquet. It was the husband of Countess Ashley, and with his appearance, he attracted everyone's attention. People began to say that he and Ljubljana had a wonderful relationship, even though Her Majesty did not approve of this marriage. And she and the Duke had a difficult past. However, they joked that with such an appearance, even Her Majesty's anger could easily be replaced by mercy. After this, Her Majesty Empress Callan entered the hall, as well as the 2 dukes walking behind her. People began to say that the Duchess was not sad at all despite what happened to her own sister. Dukes Dominant and Feldhark also did not look sad. And then, people began to think that the news of Ljubljana's death was just a rumor, since if something terrible had happened, Duke Ashley would hardly have participated in organizing the banquet. However, Louis himself had a different opinion on this matter. He only had to look at the Empress once to understand that she was simply hiding her anger. After this, the Empress approached the late Duchess's husband and looked at him intently. Louis realized that she was simply expressing her emotions differently, but they felt the same way. After this, the Empress averted her gaze and said that preparing all this must have been very difficult. Louis looked down and said quietly that this was not true. He thought that at first the Empress didn't even try to find Ljubljana. She simply insisted on preparing a banquet, and the man did not understand this. In the end, one of the pillars of the empire disappeared. However, admitting this fact would shake the position of the newly established empire, and Callan tried to act prudently. However, he knew that she also had not yet accepted Ljubljana's death. Then, the Empress noticed the scar on Louis's neck. When the man realized that his scar was visible to everyone around him, he immediately covered it with his hands. Then Callan said that since her sister had not returned, he should take her place next to her. Louis was surprised by this proposal, but he bowed to the Empress and said it would be an honor for him. At that moment, he touched the dagger he was hiding in his pocket, realizing that now he had a chance to find his wife. Soon the Empress took her place on the throne, with 3 dukes by her side. Louis noticed that Marquis Odell and Count Graham were among the crowd, and had apparently broken their connection. At that moment, one of the waiters approached him and asked him to take the Christmas wine, at which moment Louis noticed that the waiters were wearing strange uniforms. He thought that these were workers hired by his lady-in-waiting. After this, the Empress took one of the glasses and raised it as a toast. The dukes also raised their glasses. All the guests present also took a glass and drank to the eternal glory of the empire. Everyone, including the Empress and the dukes, quickly finished their glasses. However, Louis could not drink because he was very ill. After this, the dukes knelt before the Empress and said that they recognized the eternal power of Her Majesty. Louis also knelt down and touched the dagger he had hidden in his suit again. He thought that when he pulled out the dagger, he would need to attack Lena. Then, one of the dukes would cut his throat and he could disappear, and then he would return in his 9th life. At that moment, the Empress asked the dukes to raise their heads. Louis realized that now would be the perfect time. He pulled the dagger out of his pocket and immediately ran towards the Empress. However, before he could reach her, the Empress coughed up blood. Louis stopped horrified, not understanding what was happening. The other dukes immediately ran to the Empress when they saw her condition. However, as they ran towards her, blood also began to flow from their mouths, and they were forced to stop. Louis watched everything that was happening in horror, not understanding what had happened. When he turned around, he heard people coughing very hard behind him. In the end, it turned out that all the guests were already lying on the floor and coughing up blood. The waiters themselves, in strange white uniforms, were on top of them, but they were in no hurry to help the guests. They began to stretch out their jackets and pull weapons out of them, and then began to attack the guests. Then they shouted that the traitors of the Ashleyan family must die for the King of Aden. After this, one of the waiters ran towards the empress intending to kill her. The dukes realized in horror that they could not help their mistress due to their condition. The empress continued to cough up blood, but tried to gather strength. The man who intended to kill her suddenly stopped and coughed hard. When he turned around, he saw a dagger decorated with 2 lily flowers sticking out of his back. He asked Louis in horror why he was doing this. This time was enough for Duke Dominant to come to his senses. He immediately drew his weapon and attacked the man who tried to kill the empress. Meanwhile, Louis's hands were trembling with horror as he realized he had just helped kill a man. Meanwhile, Duke Felthark ran to the empress and helped her get up from the throne. Callan turned her attention to Louis and told him that thanks to him, she was still alive. However, at that moment they heard someone scream for help. In the end, it turned out to be Count Graham. Standing over him was Marquis Odell, wearing a white suit and holding a sword in his hand. He said that it would be difficult for the new ruler of Aden to have such a greedy grandfather. At that moment, the Count turned to his grandson, begging him to help as he was in mortal danger. However, Louis stood aside, unable to move. He silently watched Marquis Odell kill his grandfather. The blue-eyed man said that Count Graham would go down in history as a man who voluntarily sacrificed himself in the name of the new ruler of Aden. Louis turned away, unable to watch everything that was happening. He didn't understand why everyone was dying. First, Ljubljana died, and then something happened to the Count that hadn't happened in the last 7 lives. He also thought that the Empress might die too. However, he understood that he could not allow this to happen, because if this happened, he would never see Ljubljana. He understood that the Empress must live, and he must lose his mind from a blow by Feltarg, or Dominant. When he opened his eyes, he saw the Marquis approaching him and telling him that he had come to Prince Luismund. At that moment, he realized that the rumors were not lies. Indeed, he was the best swordsman in the Empire. Then, the Duke turned to Codric and told him to try to stop the man. However, Louis interrupted him, taking the almost lifeless body of the Empress in his arms, and said that he would save Her Majesty, since she didn't drink anything from the glasses. The Dominant One was surprised by this decision, but realized that there was no time to resist. At this point, the Marquis ordered his subjects to catch Louis, since he should not have left. However, the Duke blocked his way, saying that he would not let him pass. The men clashed and their weapons clashed. The Marquis laughed and told the Duke that he had better think about himself. He asked him if he knew what kind of poison it was. The Duke replied that alcohol overcame the taste of the poison. The Marquis then declared that it was a deadly poison that would make the Duke feel pain from blood loss and numbness in his limbs. These words greatly angered the Duke. He said that because of all these disturbances, he was in a bad mood and did not understand why the traitors were causing so much trouble. The Marquis was surprised that the Duke was still so strong, since the poison should have already spread throughout his body. Then, the Dominant One said that the poison could not be stronger than dragon's blood. The Marquis could not believe what he had just heard. He could not believe that this man had developed resistance to poisons after fighting the dragon. Then, he ordered his subjects to immediately follow the Empress. However, the Dominant One had no intention of staying. He stood up again and asked if they were behind Ljubljana's death. He said that they should wait a little while, and then he would definitely deprive them of their heads. At that moment, Louis tried to take the Empress to a safe place. It seemed that the poison was slowly leaving her body. Louis turned to the girl and asked her to follow him. Cayenne noticed that he knew the castle quite well. Louis thought that he had already died here several times and remembered this place quite well. He said that in this case, it would be worth making more changes to the castle's architecture. But the Empress replied that now was not the time to talk about this, as she might die. Louis told her not to talk like that. He believed that she would definitely survive. The girl asked him why he wanted to save her so much. Because he was the illegitimate son of a tyrant and a candidate for the position of king of the rebels. Louis got a little angry when he realized that this is how the Empress represented him. Then, the girl said that there was a secret passage in the bedroom. They ran to this room and opened the doors. However, when they entered, they saw a man standing near the entrance to the secret door. Louis thought that the Chamberlain had opened the passage in advance to get the Empress out. However, a moment later, he saw in horror that the man was opening the door to let the soldiers in. Louis stopped in surprise, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, the Chamberlain bowed to one of the people who entered through the door. In the end, it turned out that among the soldiers was also Marquis Odell's daughter, Lizana. Louis looked at the familiar face in horror, not understanding what Lizana was doing here. Lizana, apparently, was not particularly surprised, but there was annoyance on her face. Louis understood that she expected an uprising, but if so, then he didn't understand why she drank the poison. Lizana thanked the chamberlain for opening the passage in time. She said she intended to avenge her son. Then she appeared in front of Louis and Kaina, with a whole squad of knights behind her, and she herself wore armor. Lizana thanked Louis and the Empress for saving her the trouble of looking for them. When Louis saw her, disgust appeared on his face. He understood that even if they took him away, the Empress must survive. He turned to the girl, told her to run to the window, and asked her to run to the door. Kaina was clearly unhappy to want to use him as bait so she could escape alone. Louis said everything would be fine, and that the girl herself saw how the Marquis looked at him, and even called him prince. Then he pointed at Lizana and said she seemed eager to take him home. The man said that if the Empress was worried about him, then she shouldn't let herself be captured and suppress the uprising. He was sure that Callan would manage, because only the Empress had never died in her life. The Empress didn't understand what he was talking about and asked him again. Louis then said that after she stopped the rebellion, she should kill him as the new king of Aden. The Empress was horrified by the man's words. She said that she asked him to become one of her guards. He was supposed to protect her, along with Feldhark and Dominant. She added that this was madness, which drew the attention of Lizana, who all this time did not understand what they were talking about. Then the girl turned to Louis and told him that she had already noticed that he was very jealous. She ordered her guards to act carefully, so that not a single hair would fall from the ruler's head. By ruler she meant Louis Mond, who would become their king. Then she smiled mischievously and ordered her subjects to kill the Empress. The men immediately drew their swords and aimed at Lena. When Louis turned his head, he was horrified to find that the Marquis's guards were also in the hallway. He realized that they had nowhere to run since they were surrounded. The Empress said that the plan was bad to begin with, but they brought it upon themselves. And then she started laughing, which surprised Louis. She said that the main thing in a one against many battle is speed. After this, she quickly drew her sword and struck one of the guards. Then she dealt a mortal blow to another guard. She turned to Louis again and told him that something like this should have happened. Rage burned in the Empress's eyes. She said that the Marquis considered her a beautiful doll on the throne, but unfortunately, she was not going to die. The Marquis's guards were horrified to see so much rage on the Empress's face. When Kaina turned, she saw that one of the Marquis's subjects had grabbed Louis and was trying to pull him aside. She tried to stop him, but the poison still in her body made itself felt, and she coughed up blood again. Then Louis turned to her and told her that she just needed to run away from here. When the girl turned around, she saw another guard with a shield in front of her. At that moment, Louis was already on his knees and could no longer resist. After this, Lizana approached him and lifting his chin with her index finger. She forced him to look at her. She smiled and said that she was happy that Louis finally fell into her hands. However, the man turned away with disdain, not wanting to look at this disgusting girl. Seeing this, Lizana grabbed him by the chin and forcefully turned his face towards her, telling him that he must look into the eyes of his true wife. After this, she leaned towards him and their lips practically touched. She whispered again that Louis now belonged to her. However, at that moment there was a deafening explosion, so all the glass in the room shattered. The blow was so powerful that Louis decided to crouch down and lie on the floor, so as not to be hit by fragments. Then he looked up to see what had caused such an explosion. When he raised his eyes, he saw in front of him the tail of a huge beast towering over the whole maid in the castle. On the steps, not far from the castle entrance, there was a huge creature that looked like a dragon. When Louis looked closer, he saw that his wife Ljubljana was sitting on top of this creature. At first, he couldn't believe what he saw and couldn't say anything. He only whispered his wife's name. He looked forward again to make sure it was indeed Ljubljana. When he realized that she was alive, tears of joy appeared in his eyes. However, Lizana was very unhappy with the turn of events. She screamed and asked where this woman came from. Then she turned to her guard and told him that he needed to catch Louismond as soon as possible. The man immediately began to carry out the order and grabbed Louis by the hair, dragging him forcefully, which caused him pain. The men stood him up and led him through the secret door, despite Louis's objections. The hero had no choice but to scream for help. He turned back to his wife and held out his hand to her, hoping she would notice him. At that moment, their eyes met. Ljubljana noticed that her husband was being dragged through a secret door. Meanwhile, the story moves to the moment before Ljubljana left for the north. the Empress received a letter from the north, which stated that winter had not yet arrived, but it had already snowed a lot. An excessive number of monsters had gathered near the walls. The castle was in danger, and that's why they asked to send the Duchess. The girl suggested that the rebels had something to do with this. She asked her sister to be careful, but Ljubljana replied that there were no fools in the north willing to rise under the banner of rebellion. She then thought that the northern lands were too poorly located. Furthermore, the hearts of the inhabitants were filled with hatred towards the south, so there would be no rebels there. She thought that things hadn't gone well for her in the north at first. However, after the construction of the north wall, they became imbued with friendly feelings for each other, and therefore, Ljubljana was sure that they would not betray her. However, Ljubljana did not take into account one important fact. The Duchess's power in the north was limited, and the absence of the land's owner soon caused concern. Soon the rumor that Ljubljana, who had left by order of the Empress, had married the most handsome man in the south, was quickly denied. However, people called her lover, but only the mad sculptor arrived. Concern among the northerners began to grow. Then the rebel, disguised as a merchant, infiltrated them. The inhabitants, filled with love for Ljubljana, were deceived by the traitor and lured to the north with a fake letter. As soon as Ljubljana arrived, the merchant revealed his identity and attacked her. In the end, it turned out that it was the northerners who broke the wall. They tried to make sure everything was fine, since the captain was with them again. They did this to chain Ljubljana to the north forever. However, they soon realized that the monsters were coming towards them, directly towards the sound. Thus, with their own hands, they destroyed the only thing that protected them from the monsters. It was at that moment that Ljubljana arrived in the north. She ordered everyone to retreat, and said that she would not forgive those who remained in place. Ljubljana was not offended by the traitors. On the contrary, she encouraged them. She told them to fight with their lives, and that if they did not occupy the place of the wall, the monsters would attack their families. These words were truly inspiring, and the northerners raised their swords to fight the enemy. Ljubljana told them not to let anyone through, but her subjects were worried that she would go to fight alone. Thus, Ljubljana took on the role of a monster bait. She deliberately injured her shoulder to attract the monsters with the smell of fresh blood. As soon as the monsters smelled the blood of the person who killed the dragon, they immediately rushed towards her. Ljubljana soon realized that the monsters were surrounding her from all sides. She thought that she needed to get rid of them immediately, so that they didn't even have time to approach the wall. The girl understood that she had no other options. Then she brandished her sword, intending to take a very risky step. She cut the ice wall so that the ice blocks fell directly onto the monsters. However, she realized that she was also starting to be covered with blocks, and at some point, she couldn't believe that she would really die this way. She began to think that in that case, Callan would be completely alone. An image of her husband, Louis, also appeared before her eyes. The idea was that they were married for 3 years, but the girl couldn't last even a year. She felt sad because she wanted to spend all the time she had left with him, but she couldn't return before Christmas. As she had promised him, almost unconscious, she whispered an apology to her husband. However, at that moment, someone seemed to take her hand and order her to stand up. At first, the girl thought it was an angel who had come to take her to another world. However, when she looked up, she saw a small red-haired boy holding her hand. He said that Dad was really looking forward to her return. Ljubljana couldn't believe what she saw with her own eyes. At that moment, her dragon suddenly roared loudly. When she opened her eyes, she saw that one of her subjects, a dark-haired boy, ran towards her. There was another man next to him. They were very happy to have found the captain. At first, Ljubljana couldn't believe she was able to survive. When she could stand up, she asked if the boys really found her themselves. But the boy said that it wasn't entirely true. In the end, it turned out that the little-eyed dragon helped them with this. He smelled his lover's blood and freed himself, starting to dig in the snow. In the end, it turned out that he didn't even spare his neck, which was worn out by the chains. When Ljubljana could stand up, she immediately walked to her dragon. She petted him, thanking him for his help and devotion. Then she turned to her subjects and said that she was not grateful to them at all. She asked why they suddenly decided to rebel and start looking for her, because no one would clean up an avalanche for the sake of a single warrior. She said that they should have left her and worked on the wall. She turned around and sighed in disgust, saying that she had nothing but snow in her head. However, at that moment, the dark-haired young man suddenly shouted, stopping the Duchess. The girl thought it was all his idea. This guy was a servant who fled to the north due to severe torture. He was a genius of his time, named Fallen Laugh. The forged letter was clearly his work, and Ljubljana should have guessed it. She entrusted the North to him and left with a calm soul, and he paid her back this way. She asked him with a disgusted smile what he wanted to tell her. Fallen then said that he believed he deserved to be punished. However, the girl said that she was not going to do anything to him, which greatly surprised the boy. She said that she did not hate him, so no punishment was mentioned. Another subject was very happy to realize that they would not be punished, but Fallen was not happy, and he asked if he really meant nothing to the Duchess. He said that the girl initially expected nothing good, and therefore was not angry now. His companions immediately ran to him and asked him to calm down. He suddenly remembered the moment when he was alone with Ljubljana. She told him not to give up on life because of his hand pain. Maybe he couldn't write anymore, but he could still do many other things. He understood that with these words, the woman saved him when he was about to commit suicide. But now he felt great pain because he realized that he was worth nothing to her. Ljubljana closed her eyes, intending to calm the subject. Then, suddenly, she threateningly told him to close his eyes. Fallen didn't understand what she wanted from him, and then the girl ran and hit him on the head, saying that he had given that speech. But at the same time, he did not obey her orders. He said that Her Majesty had entrusted the northern lands to him, and that he would stay to protect her people. He said that everyone is important to her, and she did not abandon anyone, even if they destroy this wall. She will build a new one, even if she has to give her life for it. Ljubljana said that this was a personal empire, and Her Majesty never abandoned the North. The Northerners were always under her supervision. Then she patted Fallen on the head and told him that if he didn't understand the first time, he could repeat it a few more times. Then she smiled and said that they should think about the prosperity of the North and the safety of the people. However, at that moment, she thought that being stabbed in the back was quite unpleasant. However, if one considers the origins of her husband Louis and his experiences, it can be understood that their marriage seemed quite suspicious, and the temporary absence from the capital became her home. Then she thought about the moment when her husband met Pion and Lauren. She suddenly remembered that she wanted to support them, but Louis suddenly got angry. After this, the girl moved away from her subject and said that she could consider this as a punishment for his action. She thought that she needed to contact the capital and report that she was alive, as her husband might decide that she was dead and run away with someone else. At that moment, the sculptor shouted with joy that Duchess Ashleyne was dead. He said that he had never been as happy as at that moment. At that moment, someone approached him from behind and asked what was wrong, to which the man replied that he was making a coffin for the Duchess. However, when he heard the Duchess's familiar laughter, he immediately fell silent. Then he screamed in horror that there was a living dead walking around here. Ljubljana grabbed him by the neck and asked if Fallen had time to send the news of her death to the capital. The guy said that he contacted them immediately. He said that they received no response from the south, and then asked the girl how she was treated in the capital. He said that the Empress was simply using her. Then Ljubljana ran to him and took him by the neck, asking how he dared to defame her sister's innocent name. However, she wondered if Kaina now thought she was dead. She also wondered if Louis had received her will, and if so, it meant that he was still in the capital. Then she turned around and said that she needed to return as soon as possible. Fallen wanted to stop her, as her health was not in the best condition, but the woman said she would be fine since she had dragon blood. At that moment, her dragon suddenly roared. Ljubljana ordered him to move away because she needed to leave urgently, but the dragon did not cease. The girl assumed that he wanted to go with her. She thought that if she flew on a dragon, she would reach the capital much faster. She decided that riding the dragon would be a good idea and said that she urgently needed him to take her to her husband. Suddenly, Ljubljana felt her stomach growl loudly. The girl thought she was hungry. She turned to her subject and asked if they had anything she could eat. The man said he had only had mint tea, and then the girl asked him to pour her a cup. Ljubljana took the cup in her hands and looked at its contents. However, she suddenly felt a strong sensation of nausea. She immediately screamed at her subject, asking if he was really going to poison her. But the man had no idea what she was talking about. Ljubljana said she knew by the smell that the drink was poisoned, but the man said the tea smelled like normal mint. And he even drank the drink himself, so that the captain could make sure everything was fine for him. When Ljubljana saw it with her own eyes, she wondered if it was actually a common tea. And regular. She carefully looked at her cup and noticed that there was definitely mint in it, but somehow it looked disgusting. However, the man said he hadn't added anything special to it. At that moment, Fallen approached her and told her that the doctor had arrived. He said he would bring food while treating Ljubljana's wounds. At first, the girl didn't want to agree, but she decided it would be a good idea. And she also asked to examine her dragon. The boy was very happy when he realized that the captain had finally agreed to help. Ljubljana was soon taken to the first aid station, where a doctor was able to bandage her wounds and examine her. Suddenly, surprise appeared on the doctor's face. Ljubljana dressed and said that since they finished she had to leave, but the doctor asked her to stop. He said that he hadn't finished the inspection yet, but Ljubljana said she would finish it later. After that, she mounted her dragon and ordered it to fly to the capital. Ljubljana's subjects saw her disappear into the clouds while sitting on her dragon. At that moment, the doctor thought the girl's condition was quite strange. Her pulse seemed as if she were pregnant. A couple of days later, a festival began in the capital. People gathered in the street to have fun. Suddenly, one of the girls noticed a strange wind that suddenly picked up and started dragging leaves from the trees. When she looked up, she saw a huge dragon flying in the sky. All the inhabitants of the city immediately fled to their homes, frightened by the monster flying over their heads. However, at that moment, they saw that Duchess Ashley herself was sitting astride the dragon. They immediately raised their hands, welcoming her, wishing her health and praising the empire. However, Ljubljana at that moment only thought that she could not be late. While flying over the palace, she saw dead guards. At that moment, the girl realized with annoyance that the villains had already gotten inside. She ordered her dragon to fly as fast as possible to the castle. Soon it landed on the stone steps. The dragon was very heavy, so it destroyed them. But no one paid attention to this, as it had no importance at this moment. As soon as they landed, Ljubljana immediately began to turn her head, wanting to see her sister and her husband. Suddenly, she saw Louis being dragged through a secret door. She immediately shouted his name, but he was quite far from her, so he couldn't hear her. When she turned her head to the side, she saw that they were attacking her sister. One of the Marquise's guards brandished his sword at her, intending to stab her in the back. Ljubljana looked horrified at what was happening, realizing that her sister was in mortal danger. Therefore, she decided to run to her aid, even though in front of her eyes her husband was being taken away somewhere. When Louis saw this, he didn't know how to react. His heart seemed to stop for a moment. He couldn't believe that his wife, seeing the situation he was in, would simply run away in another direction. Seeing this, the man decided that there was no point in resisting any longer, so the Marquise's guards easily dragged him towards the door. Meanwhile, Kaelna fought with one of the guards with swords. Seeing her sister, she shouted at her to leave him and go save her husband. Ljubljana was very surprised that her sister said such a thing. However, when she turned around, she saw that the secret door behind which her husband was being taken was already securely closed. The girl shouted her husband's name, but it was too late. Marquis Odal told his subjects that their secret passage plan had failed, and that they should retreat immediately. However, at that moment, Duke Dominant ran after him. However, on the way, he suddenly noticed that something was happening next to him. He saw that the Empress was in bad condition, and her sister was helping her move, so he decided to run to her aid. Kaina said she was fine and asked her sister to take care of her own business. She said she needed to help her husband before it was too late. At that moment, an image of her husband being dragged out of the door appeared before Ljubljana's eyes, and she felt unbearable pain from not being able to help him. Then, the girl turned to her sister and told her that they first needed to examine her wounds. But the Empress said she was fine, and her wounds were not that serious. At that moment, Ljubljana placed her hands on her head and smiled gently. Once upon a time, as an older sister, she hugged her younger sister, who was mourning their deceased parents. At that moment, she swore to always protect her. Therefore, Ljubljana had no intention of giving up her oath, and she told the Empress that she would definitely protect her. Kaina asked what would happen to her husband and what Ljubljana was going to do now. The girl smiled and said that she would simply give him back. In response to this, the Empress smiled and said that she knew her sister would say those words. At this point, Duke Dominant said that now was not the time for sisterly talks, which greatly angered Ljubljana. Kaina chuckled and said it was a very cute picture. Ljubljana also laughed and asked to be excused for her insolence. However, when she looked down, she saw a dagger on the floor. Then Kalina said that her husband dropped this dagger. She said he wanted to assassinate her. These words shocked Ljubljana. The empress said that such a sword could not kill anyone, so he was clearly just trying to die and join Ljubljana. And not long after, Louis saved the empress from the traitors and asked to kill him. He said that as soon as the empress saw the rebellion, she should kill him as the new king of Aden. Then he asked his sister if she now understood what was happening. She said that the tyrant's illegitimate son loved her so much that he was willing to die. Then she said again that Ljubljana needed to go save her husband, as she did not want to fulfill his desperate request. Ljubljana thanked the empress for these words and then turned her attention to Duke Felthard, who was next to her. There were strange emotions on his face, expressing anger and resentment. In the end, it turned out that the lady-in-waiting and the chamberlain admitted their guilt. The chamberlain became part of the rebels even before serving the empress, and the lady-in-waiting joined their ranks shortly before starting to work on the Ashleyan estate. Lemons said that the other servants of the Duchess and Louise knew nothing, only that she was involved in it. The empress ordered them to be imprisoned, and Ljubljana, upon hearing this, only sighed. It was soon decided to convene a council of the dukes and the empress. Callan reported that riots were breaking out throughout the empire, and the people demanded dissolution and restoration of the 8 kingdoms. When the accountant heard this, she was horrified because she had spent a long time preparing for the holidays, and now she would have to deal with supplies and deliveries. At that moment, Ljubljana jumped up from her seat and said that she would kill all the rioters. She asked the empress to trust her. However, Kalna looked down and asked her to sit down. She asked her sister to stop being stubborn and asked how she would suppress the riots in 8 places at once by herself. Furthermore, she was not sure if she would be safe if she stayed with Dukes Dominant and Feltarg. However, Ljubljana said that it was better than having no defender. She thought about the need to protect both the capital and the empress. Even if the uprising is successful and the capital is captured, the empire will exist as long as the ruler is alive. Then Kalna said that she could manage on her own here. She said that the dukes would divide and go to different places, and Ljubljana would go east. She ordered Duke Dominant to head west. Meanwhile, Kadrik will have to travel north to suppress the rebellion. The empress herself said that she would protect the capital, so the dukes could easily retreat if something did not go according to plan. But she asked them not to take unnecessary risks. Then she stood up from her desk and asked the dukes to concentrate on the battle while the capital prepared supplies. After that, she headed towards the exit of the hall, but Ljubljana followed her. At that moment, Kadrik approached her and took her by the shoulder, telling her that everything was already decided. However, Ljubljana said that she would have a talk with him, but now she had something to say to the empress. Kadrik was surprised by this reaction, but said he would wait for her outside. Meanwhile, Kaina stepped out onto the balcony. It was already late outside. When she heard a sound behind her, she turned around. Seeing her sister, she asked what was wrong with her. Then she smiled mischievously and asked if Ljubljana had come to her as a sister. Then Ljubljana said that she now realized that Kalna knew everything perfectly. In the end, it turned out that she knew there would be an attack on New Year's Eve. However, in response to this, Kalna simply smiled and asked her sister what she meant. Then, Ljubljana said that Kalna had sent her a man who was conspiring with the rebels. Then she asked her sister if she had learned about the chamberlain's loyalty to the old king. Kaina said that it wasn't entirely true. She just saw how well they were doing the job and hoped she could convince them, because you can't just discard useful people. The knight was a tyrant and should have died in the last battle. Then the chamberlain's son, who also fought for the king, also died, and they couldn't forget him. Kaina said that if you want to deceive your enemies, you must first deceive your allies. Then she asked her sister if she was angry. She supposed that Ljubljana had become closer to her lady-in-waiting during this time. Ljubljana shouted that her sister had acted hastily because an empty hope could cost her life. Kaina chuckled, saying that after all she was still alive. But Ljubljana didn't understand how she could laugh in such a situation. It was very difficult for her to realize this, as so many people were dying. She remembered what she saw in the hallway, dead guests poisoned with wine. Callan said that they had indeed lost many aristocrats, but now she was sure that their families would never betray her. Ljubljana couldn't believe what her sister was saying now. The empress said that the banquet guests allied with Marquis Odell. This stupid traitor, in front of everyone, killed Count Graham, who was also in their ranks. And the others, of course, decided that they too were being used. However, now the aristocrats will long to communicate and swear allegiance to the empress, as she has become their only hope. Then, Luviana realized that everything had gone according to her sister's plan from the beginning. Suddenly, the girl flinched when the wound on her shoulder made itself felt. Kaina asked with concern why her sister kept hurting that particular shoulder. However, Luviana said it didn't matter, and then asked if her sister was happy that everything turned out well. The Empress said that she had one more thing to do, which was that they needed to save Louis. But Luviana said that Kalina, apparently, was not very eager to help. The Empress said that this was not true. She said she would share a secret with her sister, so it was worth listening carefully. She said that a person who has studied literature for a long time in the House of Scientists acquires a good imagination and is capable of inventing the most fascinating fairy tale. Thus, the daughter of Marquis Odell wanted to take possession of her sister's husband. The Marquis could not see the suffering of his daughter. He diligently pretended to be gathering people and fighting to restore the kingdom. But in reality, he only wanted to kidnap Duke Eslian, the traitor who revealed himself for the sake of some man. And Duchess Ashlian will lose her mind at the ball. Lubiana will save her husband at this moment. Kaina said she would turn this uprising into a ridiculous theatrical production. At first, Lubiana didn't know what to answer. The Empress suggested that her sister was ashamed to admit how enchanted she was by a handsome man. But Lubiana said she didn't care about her image. However, she was worried about the condition of her husband Louis. His name fell into disgrace at birth, and he was doomed to remain the son of a tyrant in the history of the empire. Constant attention, criticism, and rumors will follow him forever. Then, Lubiana asked her sister if it was necessary to go that far, to which the Empress replied that she really wanted to. Lubiana didn't understand the meaning of her words. And then the Empress smiled. She said that after their parents died and Lubiana abandoned her, she hated everything in the world. She said she hated Duke Dominant, who hid in the east to save his son. Callan also hated Felthard, who swore allegiance to the tyrant and sacrificed everything for the West. She hated Count Graham, because of whom a crack appeared in the pearl their parents gave her. The Empress said she even hated her sister, who abandoned her and shut herself away in a monastery. She said she knew there was no other choice, and Lubiana left her to protect her. Even the tyrant could not touch the new Countess of Luxina after the brutal murder of the Count and his wife. Thus, Lubiana gave the title to her sister, and she herself trained in the monastery. Everyone could have found happiness from the beginning if there had been no tyrant. Kaina immediately wanted to take advantage of the situation with Count Graham and other aristocrats. But she didn't. She even accepted Marquis Odell into the empire. She then turned back to her sister and told her that her heart broke with every oath of these pathetic liars. She felt them painfully throughout her body as she choked on her own blood. However, these people were only trying to sink their fangs into her. Therefore, the Empress would be delighted to kill them. Lubiana looked at her sister. Now the meaning of her words began to dawn on her. She knelt before the Empress and asked her what she should do. Then Kaelna told her to go kill them. The Empress longed for cruel retribution against those who opposed her and asked her sister to make their deaths shameful and pitiful. The girl confirmed that this was her most important request. Lubiana took her hand and respectfully kissed it, saying that she would definitely fulfill her request. Kaelna asked her not to forget that these people took their parents and happy childhood away from them, and that's why they had to be killed. Lubiana nodded and said that she would definitely do what she asked. Suddenly, Kaelna took her sister's hand in hers and squeezed it tightly against her chest, asking her never to forgive anyone. Lubiana looked at Lena with sadness in her eyes and promised that she would never forgive anyone. After that, Kaelna laughed, her eyes filled with tears, and said that her sister was doing the right thing. After that, Lubiana left the balcony and returned to the room where Kadrik was waiting for her. His face expressed calm. He obediently waited for Lubiana to return from the Empress. Lubiana thanked him for waiting and said she was very tired because Her Majesty had worried her. Then she walked past him and told him they should discuss things later. However, Kadrik stopped her, stood in front of her, and grabbed her by the shoulders. In back, he asked her what she wanted to talk about, but the girl simply dismissed him. She asked him why he wasn't following her husband, as requested in his will. Kadrik said he wasn't obliged to do this, but Lubiana grabbed him by the clothes and told him that he was obliged to do so. She, angrily, said that she had entrusted her husband to Duke Felthard. Kadrik asked her if she wouldn't even like to call him by his name. Lubiana laughed, saying she was a married woman and didn't want to name other men. Kadrik had absolutely no idea what to answer to this and simply looked down. Ljubljana continued by saying that she trusted him. She left relieved, knowing she could count on her friend's support, but he just stood there watching as her husband tried to commit suicide. Then Kadrik asked Ljubljana what he had to do. Suddenly, Ljubljana noticed that her body was trembling. When she thought Kalina was dead, her hands trembled with the same violence. She said she told Kadrik that her husband liked someone else and that he should have helped with their relationship. Kadrik then said that Ljubljana always knew how he felt about her, and he couldn't believe she thought he would just turn a blind eye to her hostility towards her husband. Ljubljana remained silent for a while, not knowing what to answer. Kadrik continued by saying that people are usually convinced that Ljubljana is the most frivolous of the three. However, he was sure that this was not the case, as Ljubljana was incredibly intelligent and cunning. The girl said she had no right to call her that. Then Kadrik asked her what he should call her and suggested she simply call her B. These words greatly angered Ljubljana, and she forcefully pushed the man against the wall. Kadrik said that the girl knew about his feelings all this time, but ignored them. He asked how she thought he felt when she silently handed him the will. He asked if she remembered him at least once. He could not express in words what he felt when he had to hand over the last letter of his loved one to someone else. In response to this, Ljubljana smiled, saying that now it was pointless. She said that if it was so important to a man, then he should have proposed to her. Kadrik said he was going to propose to her. However, Ljubljana knew that he would never say those words. The man asked her why she thought that, because he even wanted to renounce his dukedom for her. Ljubljana asked him if he would follow her if she died. At that moment, Kadrik did not know what to answer. Ljubljana said that she had countless servants who had worked for her family for generations, as well as for their families and the people of the West, and Kadrik was responsible for each of them. He could not simply abandon them and leave with her. Ljubljana said that she is in the same situation. She must protect her only sister and the empire that belongs to her. Both were selfish and could not just die, but her husband was free. He decided to commit suicide upon learning of her death. Then Kadrik asked Ljubljana if she really thought Louis loved her more than him. The girl said she didn't know, and besides, people's feelings cannot be compared. However, now she was definitely the only person for him, since he no longer had anyone close. Then Kadrik asked her if she loved him. Ljubljana smiled and said that of course she loved him because he was her husband. Kadrik was very upset. He didn't understand why she had chosen him, because he was a bastard and the son of a tyrant. Then Ljubljana suggested that maybe he was different. Children who have suffered at the hands of a tyrant cannot recover from their wounds, not even after revenge. If two such souls met, they would only see pain in each other. However, with Louis it was different, even without him. Ljubljana still would not have married Kadrik, as this would only bring them suffering. After that, she headed for the door to leave, leaving Kadrik alone. Finally, she said that nothing would have turned out well for them, even if she had wanted it with all her heart. When she left the room, the man sat on the floor and began to cry, covering his face with his hands. The next day, people with imperial banners appeared in the streets. Among them was Ljubljana, dressed in knight's armor. She went directly to the palace balcony where her sister was. She turned to her and told her that she would only return with news of victory. Hearing this, Kalina smiled and nodded. Then, her assistant asked if everything was all right, as the Duchess had very few people. However, the Empress said she had nothing to worry about. She said that she had not been Empress since birth, and her sister had not always ruled the North either. Then she asked her assistant how she ascended to the throne if her sister did not have ducal power and the support of the North. She said it was enough to remember where Ljubljana was before she met her. The assistant knew that Ljubljana was in the Ludal monastery, but she didn't know how it was connected. It turned out that the monastery is famous for its prayer and work, and it is also an ideal place for training. Therefore, as soon as Ljubljana arrived there, she immediately began to hone her skills. She took her training more seriously than the knights, and, as a result, her body became her main weapon. While Kalina was preparing to defeat the tyrant, Ljubljana established contacts with high officials of the monastery and convinced them to support her sister. The uprising succeeded, and the apparently lazy nun and Ljubljana became Duchess of Ashlian, and the monastery became the largest in the empire, now including 300 more shrines. Therefore, it is not Duke Feldharg who has the strongest army, but Ljubljana. Her assistant was truly amazed by the Empress's story. The girls were relatives and could have become rivals for power. But the Empress recognizes the Duchess's power and is proud of her sister. To protect the Empress, Duchess Ashlyn strengthened the monastery and gained strength. The girl knew that ordinary people could never understand these sisters. Meanwhile, the Duchess's people obediently followed her. As Callan said, every time Ljubljana passed the monastery, the number of her warriors increased. When the Duchess reached the east, her army consisted of 10,000 people. The night before her first fight, she went to see her doctor for a checkup. She told him the sudden news that she was pregnant. Then, the doctor began to apologize to her, telling her that he had committed a terrible sin. But Ljubljana didn't understand what he was talking to her about, because the child was clearly not his. Then she said she was joking, and this brought the doctor to his senses, since he was about to faint from fear. Then she thought that lately the food had been making her sick. She was certainly a little worried about this. She asked the doctor not to tell anyone about this, but he said that now was the most dangerous time, and that the Duchess needed to take care of herself. However, the girl said she didn't have time for that, and asked the doctor to leave in peace. The sad doctor left, realizing that he could not convince the woman. When Ljubljana was left alone, she placed her hands on her stomach, still not believing that there was really a child there. Then she remembered her nights with her husband and thought that this was to be expected, and although it was recent, it seemed to her that a lot of time had passed since then. Then she turned to her son and changed in front of him, but decided to be honest with him, and told him that it would only be more difficult for them in the future, but she hoped he could hold on and be strong, because if he gets hurt, she will be very sad and her husband will be incredibly hurt. Ljubljana could not give up her son and his father, so she asked the baby to hold on. On the night of the same day, Ljubljana's detachment entered battle. She was the leader. The girl put on a combat helmet and headed towards the enemy. She shouted that they would only return with victory, and then her warriors, like her, they threw themselves into battle. Soon the Empress was informed that her sister had won the first battle. Callan said that the west and south were almost clear. She asked that the remaining 2 dukes be ordered to return, saying that the ceremony should be grand. Her assistant thought that the rioters were probably emotionally weakened due to the defeat and the loss of morale. They are fighting to restore the old kingdom destroyed by the empire. They want to return to the traditional inheritance of titles. But now, a strange song has spread throughout the empire. The Marquise fell in love with the Duchess's husband and kidnapped him. And it was also reported that the monstrous Duchess returned to the capital directly riding a dragon. People murmured about the Marquise's and her daughter's act, and that it was too much even for them. Therefore, interest in Louis's personality continued to grow, and his portraits reached extremely low prices. Everyone became convinced that 2 women started a conflict over a man, and this shocked the empire. The aristocrats and soldiers who joined the rebellion were ashamed that their swords were being used for mere love affairs. Thus, the rebellion, having lost its meaning, became an object of ridicule, and soon died out. The dukes immediately took advantage of the moment of decline in the enemy's forces. Then the assistant asked the Duchess how many steps ahead she had planned everything. She asked if she had really supplied paper for the mass creation of portraits. Kaina said that this was an unfounded accusation. Then the woman said that maybe she was right, but she didn't really believe it. Then she said that she had received a letter from the east. When Kaina read it, she laughed, not believing that they really wanted to spread something like this. She didn't understand what her little sister was doing. She told her to send the approval, and she also gave an article to the assistant and asked her to send it to her sister. The woman was shocked when she saw what it was. It turned out to be the gold coin of the Tower Master. The woman asked where the Empress got it from. Then Callan said it was a gift from the Duchess to Ashlyn. The woman asked if the Duchess was related to the Magic Tower. One niece said that everything was thanks to her husband. Then suddenly, she wondered what Louis was doing now. In the end, it turned out that Louis was currently at a wedding ceremony, as a result of which Louis would become the new king of Aden. However, Louis felt as if he wasn't himself. He didn't understand where he was. He could barely open his eyes and saw the woman in front of him through a veil. When he opened his eyes, he saw a blue-haired girl in front of him. The priest asked them to seal the oath with a kiss. Louis didn't understand why he was at the wedding, because that woman wasn't Ljubljana. The girl leaned towards him to kiss him. However, at that moment, Louis vomited right onto her dress. It was so terrible that after this Lizana didn't visit him for a while, because she was very shocked. The man was ordered to remain on bed rest, but the doctor said everything seemed fine for him. The doctor said that previously it was believed that if a strong couple had a child soon, the man might feel sick in the morning, and maybe that was the problem. Then the knight shouted at the man, asking how he could tell such a blatant lie. They immediately threw him out of the room and told him never to appear here again. A couple of days later, the Marquis received a bill, after which a maid was assigned to Louis. She was an old woman. At first she addressed him as a prince, and then suddenly corrected herself and addressed him as Your Highness. Louis recognized her as an aunt he had seen a long time ago. She was his mother's nanny, a kind woman who always hugged him and called him unfortunate prince with tears in her eyes. Only she was on his side in that cold and gloomy count's house. However, the nanny left when her daughter had a child. Suddenly, the woman fell to her knees right in front of Louis. She begged him to help her, saying that her daughter and grandson were in danger. She said that the Marquis ordered her to take care of Louis's food. Otherwise, she would never see her family again. Hearing this, Louis laughed nervously. He knew that the nanny who broke up with him would never return alone. He didn't understand what was expected of him and felt like the loneliest person in the world. After meeting Louviana, this feeling left him, but now it has returned again. He loved her so much that he forgot that everything would be short-lived. Louis enjoyed his time with her, but now he realized it was a mistake. He remembered again the moment Louviana arrived, and the first thing he noticed was her sister. Seeing that the Empress was in danger, he abandoned his husband and rushed to her aid. At that moment, Louis thought his wife had abandoned him. He was sure she simply didn't want to save him. Then he started thinking that all this time, he was just an obstacle in her relationship with the Empress. However, he decided he should stop thinking about it. A couple of days later, the Marquis arrived and asked him if he liked the new maid. Behind him was a small dark-haired boy. Louis understood what the man meant and asked him not to do it. He said he knew he was just a tool to restore the kingdom, and then asked the Marquis why he pretended to be polite. The man said that Louis is very smart. He always doubts the loyalty of the servants and tries to earn respect. However, he said that Louis should not treat the Marquis this way, as he was actually his humble servant. Louis said that in that case, he should go out with the people and tell them it was all a joke. The Marquis looked at him with disgust and said that the traitor must have spoiled him. Then he pulled out a black whip and stretched it in his hands, after which he swung it over his head, looking directly into Louis's eyes. Louis was very surprised and instinctively backed away, frightened by the blow. However, when he opened his eyes, he realized that the Marquis had not hit him. The boy behind him fell to his knees and began to tremble. His palms were burning red from the whip strike. After this, the Marquis began to strike him again, telling him this was only the beginning. Then Louis decided to intervene, begging the man to stop. He told him he had made a mistake. Hearing these words, the Marquis stopped and said that now Louis must listen to him. He said that a man must eat well. He needs to be healthy to quickly get the queen and the right to the throne. Then he left the room, leaving Louis hanging. During all this time, his maid tried to help him prepare the food, just as the Marquis asked. She said she would have trouble if his health didn't improve. The woman prepared soup for her master and asked him to eat at least one spoonful. Louis agreed, knowing that in any case he would soon get sick. However, he suddenly noticed that the smell of the soup was very pleasant. The woman smiled and said she had used her own recipe. She said that if he were an ordinary man, she would have assumed his nausea was caused by an illness. But something similar was happening to Mrs. Anisha. The woman was talking about Louis's mother. At that moment, the man wondered why there was no one by his side. Soon the whole town realized that the rebellion, which had lost its meaning, had died out. Order was restored in most lands, but there were still rebels in some remote areas. The story moves to an area subject to frequent floods. This place has become one of the targets of the rioters. Peony's supporters reported that the rebels would soon invade here, so they needed to take important documents and flee. However, the girl said she would stay because she had only laid the foundation, and if they left here, everything would be in vain. The girl interrupted the sound of hooves. When she looked up, she saw a rebel galloping towards her on horseback. At that moment, Peony thought this was the end for her, but a deafening blow was heard behind the rebel. When the girl looked up, she saw an Amazon in armor in front of her, from under which red hair peeked out. Suddenly, everyone present turned their attention to the banners with which the soldiers arrived. They saw the lily on the banner and realized that they were not rebels at all. When Ljubljana removed her helmet, everyone shouted with joy, welcoming the Duchess. Everyone present shed tears of happiness upon realizing that they were finally safe. and Peony was completely delighted. She realized that this girl looked like a lion with a flowing mane. Ljubljana said that they had dealt with the rebels, but the people here had been through a lot, and she thanked them for protecting this place. She bowed to them and told them that now it was their turn to protect. She thanked them again on behalf of Her Majesty and all the people of the empire. Peony applauded, saying there was no need to thank them, as everyone in her place would have done the same. However, Ljubljana said that the rebels got so close and stayed that she killed everyone who defended the settlement for the sake of the people who dreamed of farming and not worry about water. She then ordered her soldiers to salute these people. Peony and her people watched everything fascinated. At that moment, the girl decided she would do everything in the name of the empire. After a while, she arrived at the Duchess's tent, as she had called her. When she entered, she saw the cook, who was clearly unhappy that someone was complaining about such trifles. He said he didn't know what pickled herring tasted like in the south. Peony walked past him and went directly to Ljubljana's tent. The Duchess greeted her and asked her to sit next to her. Peony's supporters suggested that the Duchess might try to use them as a fighting force, and then Peony should refuse, saying they have their own job. The girl wondered if she was really going to talk about it. However, Ljubljana said she was going to defeat the remaining rebels, pointed at the map, and said that there was a castle on this mountain, and below it was a rebel army. Peony was very surprised by this decision by the Duchess. She shouted, saying this was impossible. Ljubljana just smiled and said that helpers would arrive soon. Then she took out the gold coin the Empress had sent her and placed it on the card. Then Peony understood her hint that the mages were going to help them. Ljubljana said that the tower promised that everything would go as planned. Peony asked if she really believed them. Ljubljana said that the Duchess, of course, destroyed the rebels with unusual tactics, and that the reason for the victory were the workers who led the floods. The girl assumed that they would like to leave their name in history. She asked Peony if she would like to remain in the pages of books. The girl became excited. Apparently, she was very attracted to such an offer. Then Ljubljana smiled and said that in that case she would have a task for the girl, which she would tell her during the meeting. When the meeting began, Peony's supporters were horrified that the Duchess wanted to take Peony as a hostage. They were not happy that the Duchess argued that if they refused, their safety would be in doubt. They asked the Duchess to let her go, but Peony said it was okay and that no one forced her to do it. Ljubljana smiled at the girl and told her that they valued her here. Suddenly she blushed and said that if you compare them to Duke Louismond, then everything is completely different there. She said that he is the truly loved and appreciated one. Ljubljana sadly asked if she was really worried about him, and the girl answered affirmatively. Then, the heroine thought that she had heard rumors about her relationship with Louis. Angrily, she suddenly broke the pen in her hand. When Peony realized that the Duchess was angry, she thought they had simply slowed down too much. She decided to take matters into her own hands and told her people that the mages had answered the Duchess's call. Her people were not happy that these arrogant fools came here for money. But Peony said that if they didn't help them, nothing would turn out well for them. At that moment, she thought that they were actually no worse than mages. The people supported her opinion. They said they would definitely be able to overcome all obstacles. Ljubljana smiled at the girl and told her she did a good job. Peony was surprised by the ingenuity of Duchess Ashley. She was delighted that the woman used her desire to her advantage. She even took into account the enmity between them and the mages, and played on the feeling of rivalry. A couple of days later, a mage from the tower arrived at their camp. Peony and her people greeted him with disapproving looks. Soon the mages went to the waterfall to consult the map. The old man said that obviously it would not be easy for him to do this. Peony's people, who were behind him, laughed and said they should have given them this job immediately, but that this old man had come in vain. Thus, the two conflicting parties met at the Duchess's request and immediately started fighting. At that moment, the old man decided to use his ability. A violet lightning bolt flew from his hand and landed right on the ground beneath their feet. His followers supported him and said that their tower grandpa was amazing. The old man said that now they will prove they are better and asked his minions to follow him. Peony said there was no way they could lose and ordered her people to run after them. So their competition inadvertently contributed to the common goal. Soon they brought a large quantity of louis d'or. Ljubljana was busy with her own affairs when suddenly someone called her. The people didn't understand how to use this fabric. Since they first saw it, it seemed durable to them and they thought it could be used to make tents. But they already had tents. Ljubljana was a little annoyed that no one knew how to use this fabric. She thought that Louis was convinced that he could double the Duchess's fortune, so he happily bought all the fabric. However, Louis was not there now, and at those moments, Ljubljana felt like all her happy days were just a dream. However, she suddenly felt the baby in her belly start kicking. She put her hand on her stomach, and then realized that she still had her baby. And this was definitely not a dream. The girl thought to herself that she would definitely find his father and bring him back, and then they would live happily. She then turned to her people and told them they needed to help the wounded. The wounded soldiers asked if the Empress really wanted to make a huge canvas out of this fabric. They were happy with this idea, as they were already bored of doing nothing, and some even knew how to sew. At that moment, other men called them and said they wanted to help them. It turned out that it was the guild craftsman who came to the rescue. The man said he heard they were going to save the Duchess's husband, and realized that it would be useful for them to establish friendship with the nobility, since this way their people could get good jobs. At that moment, Ljubljana understood why the guild masters voluntarily followed him. She looked somewhere, thinking that even though Louis wasn't here, he was still helping her. She noticed the castle rising on the hill and thought that very soon she would save her husband. When morning came, they approached this castle. The guards on the walls noticed something strange in the middle of the forest. It turned out that Ljubljana was at the head of the squad. She had a horn in her hand, and she was about to say something. Suddenly, she shouted that they had come to take her husband away from here. They began to unscrupulously call the Marquis's daughter names and demand that she immediately release the Duke, since kidnapping a married man was a disgrace. At that moment, the soldiers began to whisper among themselves, saying that, apparently, the rumors were true. After this, riots began in the rebel castle. Knowing that she was on the Marquis's side, she didn't understand what it all meant. They demanded the truth from the Marquis, so that he would admit that these people were actually lying. They wanted to believe that their rebellion really started because of their daughter's desire to possess a man. The Marquis became angry, realizing that women's betrayal is sometimes ruthless, and that such skirmishing would undermine their cause and deprive them of the hope of restoring the kingdom. He then turned to his daughter and told her that he allowed the potion to be added to His Majesty, the king's drink. Lizana asked if they could do this. The Marquis smiled falsely and said he was glad to see that the girl was taking care of His Majesty's health, but that she shouldn't have done this. He said that the supplement would relax him and make him more honest and flexible. Lizana had doubts because the contents of the small bottle looked like something that could harm him. Meanwhile, Ljubljana kept shouting for them to return her husband, but suddenly stopped. It seemed that Louis, dressed in the king's attire, walked directly out onto their balcony. Ljubljana tried to contain her emotions, but it saddened her to see her husband on the other side of the barricades. His face didn't seem to express any emotion. Then the girl stepped forward, calling her husband by name and hoping he would answer her. The soldiers, who had never seen Louis before, noticed that he was very handsome, and now it was clear to them why the Marquise wanted to take someone else's husband. The Marquise felt growing doubts among her soldiers, and then turned to Louis and told him that he was now the new king, asked to open the eyes of that woman who was blinded by rage by his ignorance. She ordered him to say whom he loved and explain the Duchess's mistake. All this time, she looked at the mysterious man in a cloak who was behind her. When he heard the Marquise's order, he smiled and said it was time to play with dolls. Then he started speaking, and his words seemed to be transmitted to Louis's body. He said he was now the king of Aden. He said indifferently that his legal wife Lizana was now by his side, but the real Louis, who was currently locked up, felt extremely worried. He understood that these words were complete nonsense, but he couldn't control himself. Then, he remembered that the Marquise's servants had brought him to his knees and forced him to drink that potion. Not the real Louis continued by saying that Ljubljana needs to stop this disgrace now, since she is preventing Aden from returning to its former glory. He asked them to remember the oath of allegiance their ancestors made, and obey him, since this was the only way for them to wash away their shame. Louis was horrified because he knew he didn't want to say it, but he couldn't do anything about it. He thought that Ljubljana would not forgive him for the day he called himself king of the rebels, and he really wanted to call her, but he couldn't, which is why tears appeared in his eyes. Lizana took his hand and told him that Ljubljana should stop trying to defame her husband, and at that moment, a strong wind blew and tears welled up in Louis's eyes. Ljubljana realized this and understood that everything was now clear to her. She smiled gently and said she knew very well what her husband's face looked like when he made a decision. And now she was sure that these were not his words. She asked him for one thing, not to die and to wait for her to save him. At that moment, the fake Louis fell silent because his puppeteer didn't even know how to answer. The real Louis thought that from such a distance, it was impossible to see the bandages on his neck. But it seemed to him that Ljubljana saw them. So the girl reached out her hand to him and told him not to cry because he couldn't wipe away his tears. She couldn't reach him, but Louis still seemed to feel the touch of her hand. When he thought Ljubljana's hand was beautiful, tears welled up in his eyes even more. But in fact, Ljubljana, unfortunately, couldn't even touch her husband because he was too far from her. Lizana was indignant at what was happening because she didn't understand what kind of nonsense this was. She turned to her soldiers and asked them if they had really decided to spare the one who insulted their ruler. She ordered her archers to shoot at Duchess Ashley, recognizing her as a rebel. At that moment, Ljubljana saw a bunch of arrows flying towards her. However, she repelled them with her sword. The soldiers immediately rushed to her and covered the Duchess with a shield, telling her that she had to leave here immediately. Ljubljana turned to her squad and looked at her husband one last time. However, she turned around and, along with Lizana, went further into the castle. Ljubljana clenched her fists in anger, but knew they couldn't do anything anymore and ordered her soldiers to get out of here. When they returned to the camp, a doctor immediately ran to Ljubljana and told her that she urgently needed to check her heartbeat. The girl didn't understand why this was necessary, but she didn't resist. When the doctor looked at her, he screamed in horror and asked what it was. However, then Ljubljana didn't understand what he was talking about. When she looked down, she saw a deep wound on the palm of her hand. Then, Ljubljana realized that when she and Louis separated, she had clenched her fist tightly and, therefore, she had injured her palm. She clenched it again, and the doctor, horrified, asked her to take care of herself. However, Ljubljana thought that her husband was probably going through a difficult time, and she had to save him as soon as possible. After a while, she headed towards the waterfall along with the bow. The girl aimed and released the arrow. It turned out that she was aiming at the fabric they brought here, and the arrow split it in half. Thus, upstream, the foot of the mountain changed, flooding the resting enemies. They didn't have time to escape and were swept away by the water current. Then Ljubljana returned with her soldiers, gathered them, and decided to talk to them. She ordered that the wounded soldiers not be pursued, but that the nobles be killed. The girl said that traitors to the empire would find their end here. Then she addressed her brothers and sisters from the Ludal monastery. She knew they were probably wondering why she was still part of their monastery, and now she wanted to tell something. Before leaving the monastery, she made a blood oath. The girl promised that if she received help in the battle against the tyrant, she would give her first child to the monastery in 20 years. She promised the empress that if she wants to glorify the beauty of her husband and see in the world that they started a war for Louis, she will also make him a saint. Ljubljana said that her husband was sent by God to fulfill his vow, but these rebels kidnapped him. Again, she addressed her brothers and sisters and asked them to help her bring back her husband. She said that God would be on their side. Furthermore, 300 abbots from the monastery declared that God's protection did not extend to the enemy. She presented them with documents confirming their excommunication. At first, the monastery feared that the rebels would succeed, since religion does not interfere in politics. When the monks followed Ljubljana to war, they said they did not represent the opinion of the entire monastery. When the empire's victory became evident, the monastery became concerned upon learning of it. Ljubljana spoke with representatives from the monastery, fearing that relations with the crown might deteriorate, and the church agreed with everything. Thus, in the morning they already brought her the document. Rumors began to spread throughout the country that this was a dispute between two women over a man, and such rumors would negatively affect the enemy's morale and only make it easier for Ljubljana's supporters. Then the girl exclaimed that God would be on her side. As she was putting on her armor, one of the soldiers approached and said that her bow was worn out, and asked her if he should replace it. However, Ljubljana said that her father made this bow, it brings her luck, and she uses it in every battle. She then saddled her horse and ordered her soldiers to advance. After a while, they reached the place where the flood occurred, and Ljubljana said that if the soldiers surrendered, she would save their lives. The soldiers immediately raised their hands and said they surrendered because they had no other chance to escape. Then, Ljubljana said that they were normally mercenaries and asked where their nobles were. The soldiers immediately replied that they were on the castle mountain. Ljubljana turned to her soldiers and asked them to help the drowning rebels. She knew that the empress had ordered the murder of everyone who participated in the uprising. However, Ljubljana wanted to give the warriors a chance because they didn't know what they were fighting for. Soon Ljubljana's men helped pull the rebel warriors out of the water. Ljubljana knew that things would be completely different with the nobles. She was going to pay them for rebelling against the empress and kidnapping her husband. She saddled her horse and ordered the soldiers to follow her. They headed directly to the castle, where her husband was imprisoned. In front of the castle entrance was a group of soldiers who said they would protect the king of Aden. Ljubljana decided not to forgive them and immediately rushed at them with a sword. These soldiers were not as strong as her, so she easily confronted them. She dealt them fatal blows one by one. However, reinforcements kept arriving and arriving. Then Ljubljana shouted at them in rage, asking them why they were shouting now, because if they loved the kingdom of Aden, they would have stopped the tyrant. She understood that she wanted to save her husband, but there were too many soldiers. She then turned to the delegate of her troops. She asked him to take command. The deputy was horrified because he said that fleeing a battlefield was a serious crime. However, Ljubljana did not listen to him and entered the castle alone. She ran through the corridors because she couldn't wait to find her lost husband and save him. However, there were also guards inside guarding the door to the throne room. As soon as they saw Ljubljana, they immediately rushed at her with swords. The girl promised that very soon she would come with her husband. She kept her promise, and after a few moments, she was able to enter the hall calmly. Since all the guards were dead, she opened the doors, hoping her husband was there. When she opened the door, she saw the silhouette of a man in front of her. Upon entering, she saw that the man was the Marquis. He was standing right in front of the throne, where Louis and Lizana were sitting, with his arm around her. At that moment, Louis noticed someone entering the hall. When he saw his wife, he immediately shouted her name and wanted to run towards her. However, Lizana stopped him and pushed him back onto the throne, telling him he shouldn't do this. Louis couldn't resist and sat back in the chair. He understood that he was still very weak, but he absolutely did not want to obey this girl. He elbowed her hard and ordered her to let him go. At that moment, the Marquis turned to Ljubljana and said they had met again. Ljubljana became enraged upon seeing the Marquis. He was one of Aden's best knights before Ludante appeared. She thought about how Odil hadn't defeated Ludante, but she didn't understand why he thought he could defeat her. The girl decided that in this case, they needed to fight, and immediately rushed at the man with a sword. The man stopped her blow quite easily, and Ljubljana noticed with horror that her sword had broken into 2 pieces. Louis watched his wife's fight in horror. At that moment, the Marquis wanted to deal a devastating blow to the girl, but Ljubljana managed to dodge it. She knew that the man was quite good at fighting, and if she hesitated for even a second, dire consequences would await her. The Marquis was not going to give her a truce and rushed at her again, shouting that he was going to kill her. The girl asked him if he really missed Aden so much that he rebelled. The Marquis said that they were loyal to the kingdom and that the only rebels here were Ljubljana and her people. At that moment, Ljubljana dealt him a heavy blow, but the man managed to jump back. He chuckled and asked what kind of attack that was. Ljubljana thought to herself that being pregnant made it much harder for her to move. She pulled out her knife and was about to run towards the man, but suddenly realized that she was now open. The girl realized that it was too late to attack him and dropped to her feet, while the Marquis raised his sword over her again. However, Ljubljana decided that she could not miss her opportunity. She thrust her weapon forward and was about to hit the man. She was surprised that the Marquis didn't even try to dodge. She decided not to hesitate and immediately rushed towards him. She grabbed him by his clothes and lifted him off the ground. After that, she threw him against the wall. However, the Marquis smiled mockingly the whole time. Ljubljana approached him, grabbed him by the hair, and asked how he dared to mock her. She asked him why he was laughing and what the trick was. Lizana, who had been watching the fight the whole time, suddenly screamed, fearing for her father's life. Then the Marquis turned to her and told Lizana to forget about him and protect the king. He told her that she should not leave his majesty. Hearing this, Lizana moved closer to Louis, who was still not strong enough to resist her. At that moment, Ljubljana angrily thought that this man had definitely gone mad. She asked again what he was doing. Then the man laughed and asked her what was the point of forgiving him. He said that since they could not restore the kingdom, then death was the only thing left for him. Ljubljana thought that at first he tried to raise a rebellion, but it was suppressed by the empress. After the excommunication, even the cause of rebellion disappeared. She thought that his murder would end with her own execution. The girl realized that the best option for the Marquis was to become a martyr who fell into their hands. So, suddenly, she shouted at the man and hit his head against the floor, calling him an arrogant bastard. She told him never to dare to touch her husband again, and asked him why they still couldn't forget this world ruled by a tyrant. During all these years, there have only been countless victims, brutally murdered. Ljubljana and her sister Kalna also suffered for no reason, and the girl considered this completely unfair. They put in a lot of effort to create an empire where everyone is respected, not just the strongest. Then she kicked the man, calling him an idiot obsessed with his status. After that, she looked at her husband again, who was sitting on the throne. Louis really wanted to get up and run to his wife, but he couldn't move because of the potion they forced him to drink. Ljubljana didn't understand why he wasn't blaming her, but was looking at her with such kind eyes. She then approached him, wanting to touch him with her hand. However, at that moment, Lizana took her rapier and said that wouldn't happen. She ordered Ljubljana to stay away, saying she would protect the ruler of the kingdom, and that, moreover, she was his legal wife. Ljubljana looked very sad when she heard these words. She walked towards the girl and grabbed her rapier with her hand, ordering her to back off. Lizana was very angry, called Ljubljana a monster, and asked how she dared to go against the queen's will. At that moment, Ljubljana felt something flying towards her from behind. When she turned around, she saw that the Marquis had rushed towards her and hit her hard. Ljubljana didn't understand how he ended up here, because after her blow, he should have been lying on the floor and motionless. Then the Marquis shouted words about the greatness of Aiden, and that he was going to finish off the traitor to the kingdom. After that, his gaze was directed straight at Louis, who still couldn't move. When Ljubljana realized he was going to kill her husband, she immediately screamed. Gathering all her strength, she rushed to cover her husband with her back and pushed the Marquis with her elbow. The man asked why she was still bothering him. Ljubljana then shouted that she had forbidden anyone from touching her husband. After that, she ran towards the Marquis and pushed him out the window. However, she flew after him because she miscalculated the strength of her blow. Louis watched in horror as his wife rapidly fell. Lizana screamed in horror. Tears appeared in her eyes upon realizing that her father was dead. Desperate, Louis fell to his knees, thinking it was impossible for Ljubljana to die before him. He wanted to run after her, but stopped at the last moment. When he looked down, he was very surprised and happy at the same time. He saw that Ljubljana managed to cling to the edge of the rock with her bow that her father had made for her. He would never have thought that his father's gift would help her in such a situation. However, suddenly she coughed and felt pain in her stomach. Louis immediately dropped to the floor and reached out his hand to his wife. Ljubljana tried to reach him, but she was too low and couldn't do it. The more she stretched, the more intense the pain in her stomach became. Louis tried to lower his hand further and further, begging Ljubljana to hold on. Suddenly, Ljubljana felt the bow in her hand begin to crack. She quietly turned to her parents and told them that their unfortunate daughter was asking for help, and begged them to save their son's life. Previously, Ljubljana didn't understand those who refused to flee and chose to die. However, after becoming a mother, she understood everything. She realized that her parents sacrificed themselves for fear that the tyrant's sword would turn against their children. At that moment, Louis shouted that if Ljubljana died, he would die after her. So, the girl decided that even though her parents sacrificed themselves for her and Lena, she would live with her husband and son. However, at that moment, the bow completely broke, and the girl realized she was about to fall. She didn't have time to grab the edge of the rock with her hand and started to fall. However, at that moment, Louis sank as low as possible and still managed to grab her hand. The girl was surprised that he succeeded, but realized that now they had another problem. She realized that the swing from the fall had been too much, and that she was about to hit the rock. The impact was very strong, and from it, Ljubljana's body trembled, and blood began to drip from her legs. Louis asked worriedly what was happening. He knew Ljubljana was probably tired, but she needed to give one last push. He grabbed her very tightly by the wrist and told her to hold on until the end. It was very difficult for Ljubljana, but she understood that her husband was doing the right thing. She went through a lot to one day be happy with him and their child. So the girl gathered all her strength and managed to grab the edge of the rock with her foot. And so Louis was able to pull her out onto the balcony. However, the girl was horrified to see her husband's condition. His clothes and hands were covered in blood, as he had been holding onto shards of glass this whole time. She realized he was seriously injured, but he only worried about her. He reminded her of her parents, who died for her and Lena. Ljubljana was upset that she couldn't protect her loved one again. She was very saddened to realize that all this happened because of her fault. At that moment, Louis approached her. He placed his hand on her cheek, asked her how she could take such risks, and asked her not to expose herself to such danger anymore. He said it was very painful for him to see her almost die in front of him. Suddenly, he realized that he had smeared her face with the blood from his hand. He looked very sad and started apologizing to his wife. Ljubljana, looking at his face distorted by emotions, recalled all the moments they spent together. When they first met, she was only impressed by his beauty. However, over time they became a real family and wanted to live in peace. However, she understood that she herself had invented this fairy tale, and in fact, life with her had become a cage for him. Ljubljana thought that it was because of her that he suffered. She knelt down and tore off a piece of cloth from her cloak. Then she bandaged her husband's arm, suggesting he was in quite a bit of pain, but Louis said he was fine, that he was more worried about his wife's condition. Ljubljana didn't understand why he was still worried about her. She then turned to her husband and told him that she would let him go. Louis didn't know how to react to this, because he absolutely did not expect such words from her. The girl said that if he wanted to escape, now was the time. She would send someone with him and told him to go to the hotel monastery, promising him that she would take care of everything. She said that if he went to the capital, he would be doomed to a hard life associated with her and his majesty. However, the empress will not take him there, and Peony is here now. It was an ideal opportunity for Louis to escape. Ljubljana apologized to him for making him endure all this and asked him to flee from here and live in peace, forgetting everything. However, Louis couldn't believe her words that she was asking him to escape. He understood that they hadn't been together for that long, but it hurt him that she could abandon him so easily. When Louis realized this, he laughed nervously. He thought that escaping would be like another death for him. He was reborn again, and again to fall in love with Ljubljana. This was his 8th life and the first time he was saved, but he was not happy about it at all. He wondered if the girl loved him or not, but he had been her husband for 3 years and couldn't just leave. When he felt Ljubljana trembling, he realized that even though she had asked him to flee, she herself didn't want to. He remembered the moment they met on the fortress walls. The girl said that she understood everything because she knows what Louis's face looks like when he makes a decision from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, Louis realized that he wanted to tell her the same thing. Ljubljana shows no emotion, and her facial expression is always the same. However, Louis, like a sunflower searching for the sun, understood everything. His wife's eyes were always honest, and he understood that now they look completely different than before. Now her facial expression contradicts her words. Ljubljana continued by saying that if Louis wanted, he could take Peony and her with him. However, Louis interrupted her and told her that he did not want this. He didn't understand at all why his wife was talking about Peony. He said he didn't want her because he loved Ljubljana. The Duchess was not at all prepared for him to tell her this. Then Louis approached her and once again repeated his words that he loved her. He thought that if she rejected him now, she would allow Cadric to end everything. And then, in his 9th life, he would do everything to win back Ljubljana's love. He then turned to the girl and told her that since the day of his rescue from the Count's house, Ljubljana, she was in his heart. She was also his heroine, and he only found himself beside her in his 8th life. He once again confessed his boundless love to her. However, Ljubljana asked why he was confessing to her and not to Peony. Louis said that he doesn't know why she always talks about this girl, but that he only loves Ljubljana. Then, Ljubljana remembered his words that he would never fall in love with her. He said this at their first meeting. Louis shouted that it was before he knew her better. He said he couldn't hold a girl he didn't love all night. These words touched Ljubljana to the heart. Then Louis took her hand and asked her to let him stay by her side. Ljubljana had absolutely no idea what was going on here. She blamed herself for leaving him in the palace. At that moment, Ljubljana chose something more important to her. She thought that if Louis dedicated his life to such a selfish person as her, he would suffer from her indifference all the time, and this would make him unhappy. She said that she was very grateful to him for everything that happened between them, but that if she had to choose again, she would put her sister's life first. She said that it would be very difficult for Louis if he stayed with her, but the man smiled warmly and said that it wasn't like that because now she saved him again. He said that the Empress was more important to her, but Ljubljana never abandoned him either. The girl didn't know what to answer and said she would hardly be a good wife. In response to this, Louis smiled and said that there was nothing wrong with that, as he would be a good husband. He said that Ljubljana was his wife and the greatest love of his life, and that's what he wanted. And whether she wanted it or not, he would never leave her. Then Ljubljana said that she only had one question. She asked him what he wanted in return. The girl decided for herself that if he didn't ask for anything, she would simply knock him out and send him to the south. Otherwise, she would suffer a terrible feeling of guilt, knowing that his love for her was too pure and sincere. For a moment, Louis thought about how to answer her. Then he asked her not to give up her oath to God. He said he meant her marriage vow. He said that Ljubljana should be faithful to him and not look at other men, and moreover spend her whole life with him. A marriage vow is an oath they made to each other before God, and Ljubljana must keep her promise as if they were blood oaths. She didn't know how much love he would want from her, and if he would be happily alone, demanding, or satisfied. However, despite all this, he wanted to spend his life by Ljubljana's side, and he didn't care if she loved him as much as he loved her. He said that his feelings were enough for both of them. Ljubljana said that if this is his wish, then she accepts. And then Louis once again confessed his love to her. However, at that moment, the girl felt a pain in her stomach. Louis noticed in horror that his wife was losing consciousness. Ljubljana asked to be quickly taken to the doctor who was in the tent. Louis didn't understand what happened. He asked her if she really hit the rocks that hard. Soon, the detachment's deputy burst into the throne room and immediately ran to the Duchess. Suddenly, he saw that the rebel king was next to her. Louis turned to them and told them that they urgently needed to call a doctor because something was wrong with his wife. Soon they returned to the camp and took the Duchess to the tent to see the doctor. Louis carried her the whole time and asked passers-by where the doctor was. He then laid the girl on the bed, but Ljubljana started calming him down by telling him it was normal indigestion. However, Louis didn't believe her. He asked her how long she had been sick. Ljubljana put her hand on her stomach and decided that she had to tell him everything. However, at that moment, a doctor entered the tent and asked what had happened. When he saw the Duchess, he dropped all his bags in horror. Louis didn't understand why the doctor had that reaction and asked Ljubljana what was wrong with her. Then the girl laughed, not knowing what to answer. The doctor immediately pushed Louis aside and told him that he urgently needed to see the Duchess. He took his instruments and started listening to her heartbeat. Then suddenly, he fell to his knees and addressed the Duchess. At that moment, the girl thought something had happened to her child. However, the doctor told her that everything was fine this time. However, he begged her not to take such risks again and not to ride a horse. Then he said that the girl's stamina was so amazing that it would be worth reporting to everyone involved in medicine. Then, Ljubljana said that since the war was over, she would follow his advice. The doctor again said that she should not get on the horse, thinking that everything would be fine. In response to this, Ljubljana smiled and decided to introduce her husband Louis to him. The doctor was surprised and asked if they were really together and a real marriage. Then, he immediately stripped Louis of all his royal clothes, sat him on the bed next to his wife, and then he bandaged all his wounds. After that, he ran out of the room and said he would bring more medicine. Then Louis turned to his wife and looked at her questioningly. Ljubljana said nothing, but took her husband's hand and placed it on her stomach. Then she smiled and said that her son was there. Louis was extremely surprised that this was true and asked when it happened. The girl said she found out about this shortly before her kidnapping. Louis started crying, asking her why she didn't tell him this earlier. However, Ljubljana didn't understand why her husband suddenly started crying. Then Louis shouted, asking why she went out onto the battlefield in such a state, because he should have been safe and not come here. Then Ljubljana said that she came here to save him. At first, Louis didn't know what to answer. He said that the life of their common child is more important than his. He understood that from the beginning, they married for the sake of an heir, and she fought, even though she carried a precious child in her heart. To this, Ljubljana said that the child would understand her action, and moreover, Louis's life was more important to her. She believed that their son would endure all hardships. These words made Louis's eyes fill with tears. He immediately ran to his wife and lay down on her legs. He thought that even in his 8th life, he thought about ending everything and running away. But now he thought that he should have tried to become stronger. In this case, he would not endanger a loved one. Then Ljubljana pulled him closer and kissed the nape of his neck, telling him that she would protect them both. All Louis needs to do is be there for her. After that, she leaned down to him and kissed him gently on the lips, telling him that now there would be 3 of them. The girl thought that victory could only be considered ideal if the cards were played correctly after the battle. Soon she learned that Lizana and the Marquis's body, found at the foot, were sent to the capital. Meanwhile, Peony was upset because they would have to start everything all over again. Despite the additional funding, they were not happy about it and did not want to do all the work again. At that moment, people dressed in purple cloaks appeared behind them. They were mages. They said they wanted to help with magic, but none had yet reached the 8th circle. One of the mages started making fun of Peony, asking if they would really have to start everything all over again. The girl screamed, cursing the mages. She said they weren't upset at all, and that it was all just training, that they would create a perfect waterway that would be useful to people even in 1,000 years. Her partners supported her, saying they would do it. And even after 1,000 years, an 8th circle mage would not appear in the tower. At that moment, Luviana thought that she had not sent the mages for nothing. Meanwhile, in the capital, Louis became the most talked-about person. People said that the Duchess should have divorced him, since this was not a kidnapping at all, and Louis supposedly followed the rebels to become king. Some believed that the Duchess should not have married a bastard tyrant, and Louis, unfortunately, heard all these words about himself. At that moment, she and Luviana were traveling to the capital and would arrive there soon. The hero was sad because people would continue to blame him for the war, and that Luviana might suffer because of him. However, Luviana suddenly smiled widely and asked Louis to look ahead. In the end, it turned out that people showered them with rose petals as a sign of greeting. Some of them held portraits of Louis in their hands and raised them above their heads. And when they saw him, they immediately started smiling at him. At first, Louis didn't understand why people were reacting this way to their arrival. Then, the girl gently stroked his head and said that everyone here loved him very much. However, the man still didn't understand why this was happening. It turned out that the reason for the change in public opinion was the declaration of the Ludal Monastery. The priest said that insulting the Duke of Ashlyon was as terrible as insulting a monastery. Since this man was their sister's husband, the monastery revealed to the world the truth that the Duchess made a blood oath. From now on, the tyrant's son, who had no right to enter the monastery, became the cherished husband of Duchess Ashley. To achieve this, they had to use their connections. However, now, as they traveled in the carriage, Luviana gently took his hand and told him that he had nothing to fear. She said it didn't matter what they said. He was the husband of Duchess Ashlyon. In response to this, Louis smiled widely and said he would continue to think that way. Then he turned to the people and, together with his wife, began to greet everyone. After the welcoming ceremony, the massacre of the rebels began. The dead Marquis was once again beheaded and hung on the castle wall, and Lizana was imprisoned in a remote monastery in the south of the empire. She committed a terrible sin, but her parents had already paid for it, so they did not touch the girl. This is the rule that the state adheres to. For the same reason, Kaelna and Lubiana remained alive, as Count Luxon and his wife died for their daughters. The maid and the chamberlain were in collusion with the rebels, so they could not avoid execution. They were imprisoned before, and one day Lubiana went down there. She came to visit Miss Lemons, who had been serving in her castle all this time. The woman said she was happy to see the Duchess, and apologized for not being able to be with her until the end. Lubiana said that the woman's place in her house was still empty, and that it would be difficult to find a replacement. The woman said it would be better if it remained empty. She ordered the Duchess to live a long life, wait for her children to grow up, and get married, and then raise her grandchildren. At first, Lubiana thought it was a curse, but the woman said it was a sincere wish. She said she wanted to avenge her husband who died in battle, but now she is glad she didn't succeed. Once again, she wished the Duchess happiness. Subsequently, the chamberlain and the maid were found dead. Their death was by poisoning. The taste and smell of food were noticeable. Apparently, they took their own lives voluntarily. Their peaceful faces showed that they did not regret their choice. When everything calmed down, the Empress generously rewarded the Duchess and those who helped suppress the uprising. The Minister of the Interior, who managed the military funds, was appointed the first head of government of the empire, but she was clearly not happy about it. She said she was still too young and asked to choose someone with more experience. However, the Empress said that everyone here is young, so there is nothing to worry about. She was outraged by the fact that an old man could not become the head. But the Empress laughed and said that in that case, she would fall too quickly. Lubiana told her not to talk about it in front of others. At that moment, the Minister of the Interior realized that Ljubljana was to blame for all this. Louis approached her and asked what was wrong with her, as she seemed to have trouble standing. However, the girl said she was fine and just wanted something to drink. Louis immediately ran to get water. A girl stopped him and told him that it didn't mean. She asked him to bring her water. Kodrick watched all this with anger and jealousy. At that moment, Ljubljana turned to the men and told them not to look at her husband like that. Ashley was also in the throne room, and an aura of fire seemed to emanate from her. She still couldn't believe she was contributing to history. She decided that she had to work harder to reach a higher position. She was eager to leave her mark on history. The golden age of the empire began with 3 people, each of whom was once the head of government. Among them, the name of Peony Lauren is especially famous. After returning from the capital, Louis and Ljubljana stayed together for a long time, and they almost never left the bedroom. They hugged, talked, slept, and swore love to each other. Louis said that Peony is a good friend, and that he had always dreamed of having an older sister like that. Ljubljana realized that the misunderstanding was quickly resolved, and if she had asked him earlier, everything would have been easier. She began to think that she simply didn't have enough time to think everything through calmly. Since even then, Louis had captured her heart. She thought it was love at first sight, and every day she loved him more and more. After that, she hugged him tightly and looked him straight in the eyes. Then she whispered words of love into his ear. This made Louis's face very red, and tears formed in his eyes. Ljubljana laughed and said that if he reacted like this every time, then she wouldn't be able to tell him she loved him. However, his reaction seemed quite amusing to her. Louis said that if he did, he would cry every time he heard those words. He said that he loves Ljubljana very much, and that she is his only love. At that moment, Ljubljana's stomach began to rumble very loudly, which was a surprise to both of them. However, they smiled realizing it was their baby, and Ljubljana hoped he would do it again. Louis placed his hand on Ljubljana's stomach and felt the baby kick inside. Then they laughed because it was a very sweet moment for both of them. Louis realized that his 8th life was quite a long journey, but it finally led him to Ljubljana, and he was very grateful for it.